Falling Walls Lab is about to begin. Have an inspiring day.
Please mute your mobile phones.
Please welcome Jürgen Mlüneck, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Falling Walls Foundation.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, once more. Good morning, Berlin, and you say good morning, Falling Walls. Good morning, Berlin. Okay, wonderful. Welcome to this year's Falling Walls Science Summit. Also in the name of our founder, Sebastian Turner, our managing director, where is he? Andreas Kosmida, and the whole team. Why don't you wave hands, the two of you? Thank you also for your support. 4 fantastic days ahead of us. A special welcome to our German Minister of Research, Technology and Space. Grüß Gott, Minister Bär. And thank you not only for being here, but also for your support for the Falling Walls Science Summit. What is Falling Walls all about? It's on breakthrough thinking. The question is, what are the next walls to fall in science, research, and innovation? And it's holistic. We deal with physical science, life science, engineering, social science, and humanities, and even arts and science. You won't believe it, but this year's breakthrough in arts and science is on ecological healing, especially coral reefs by sound. Isn't this fantastic? It doesn't solve all the problems of the world, but I think it's a good approach. Falling Walls is also about people. It's mostly about people. It's about you. People always make the difference, and I think our minister knows this. People really make the difference. Today, we welcome the finalists of our international pitch programs, Falling Walls Lab, Falling Walls Venture, Falling Walls Engage, as well as our female science talents. Where are our labsters? Can you please stand up? Where are the participants from the Falling Walls Lab? Thank you. 100 finalists selected out of 2,751 participants in these pre-Olympics. They are from 60 countries. The furthest finalist is from New Zealand. Where is the participant? There he is. You really went an extra mile. Next, Falling Walls Venture, science-based startups, mainly deep tech in the early stage. 25 finalists and supporters. Please stand up too. Where are you? Applause too. Well, I mean, these are not 25. I mean, you are probably relaxed. The rest probably is still working on their pitches, right? Okay, that's good. We got 200 nominations from all over the world. And these startups, you know, that's where the money will be. That's where the new jobs will be created. And finally, Falling Walls Engage. 50 finalists, please also stand up. Where are you, the engagers? Well, they have their meeting in the cellar, you know. So probably they are still doing party, waiting until the show here is over. Okay, why Falling Walls Engage? This is on science communication under the motto, how to reach those who are hard to reach. We really have to better explain what science is all about. Science for impact, this is what we have to tell the world. And then finally, we have our female science talents. Where are they? I think they are in a separate location, just a few meters from here. But maybe you can go there and get some idea of what they are discussing. Can I have the next slide, please? As I said, Falling Walls is about people from all over the world, and it is about science. This is a unique combination. Why? Because science is a bridge builder between people, that is between individuals, but also nations, religions, and ethnics. Therefore, Falling Walls is about sharing knowledge, but also about celebrating freedom and commemorate prosecution. Our event, dear guests, is always on November 9. Why that? For us in Germany, November 9 has very different meanings. It is the day when on November 9, 1989, the Berlin Wall came down. Germany got reunited and the Iron Curtain in Europe disappeared. Wonderful. But November 9 is also the date when in 1938, during the Nazi regime, the night of pogroms against the Jews took place. But science is a bridge builder. This year, Germany celebrates 60 years of diplomatic relationships with Israel. It was scientists that first talked to each other and paved the way from Holocaust to friendship. It is my great pleasure to welcome Ron Prozor here among us, the ambassador from Israel, as well as diplomatic representatives from other countries, from Mexico, Fernandez from the Emirates, Atata, and from Czechia, as well as the Mexican Undersecretary of State for Research. Welcome to all of you. And by the way, do you know sesame? Sesame is another example of science building bridges. A synchrotron radiation facility in Jordani, originally from Germany, run by Arab countries, but also Israel and Iran. They are in difficulties right now, but for me, it's an example that science really can build bridges. Diplomacy of trust, this is what we need. Science is a bridge builder. Can we have the last slide, please? Always remember this. Here you are to make friends from all over the world. Here you are to shape this world. Look at this map. 97 countries. We have 40% nearly international audience. And as I could find out last year and this year, it will not be different. The next generation is present here too. The average age last year was around 40, which is rather exceptional for an international conference, showing that we have senior people here, we have the next generation, we have a fantastic diversity. So that's it. Finally, let me thank all our supporters. I think they are on the next slide. Without all these support from different organizations, foundations, from our ministry, from the city of Berlin, this would not be possible here, so give them an applause too, please. And I'm done. Minister, thank you again for your long-standing support, for your personal commitment. The stage is yours.
So, a warm welcome from me too, and I have to admit something at the beginning, because it's easy in a city like Berlin that there are rumors going around. I'm not crying, I just put my chili in my eye. So just to let you know that I love it very spicy, and that's why there's always chili in my handbag. But it was not so good to rub it into my eyes this morning. So when I'm going to cry later on in my speech, because maybe there are some parts which can make you cry, then blame it on the chili. Good morning. So Mr. Turner, Professor Müllneck, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, especially dear Ron. So great to see all of you today. And I have to say a few words too, which Mr. Müllneck already did. But for us in Germany, it's really always very special to be at the beginning of November. 36 years ago today, on November 6th in 1989, who could have imagined then that the wall would fall a mere 3 days later? To take a look back at how those days unfolded 36 years ago today, the SED leadership proposes new travel regulations, which still hold far too many restrictions. But it shows that even the authorities realize you can no longer shut the people in. Then, November 7th, the government of the GDR steps down. November 8th, the SED Politburo follows suit. And on November 9th, the press conference that promises real freedom of travel with a statement that goes down in German history. Das tritt nach meiner Kenntnis ist das sofort unverzüglich. In other words, freedom of travel effective immediately. Still many people in disbelief. And although I was still a kid, I really remember where I was exactly at that evening. We all know what happened next. What is important to me is there were signals back then, but it nevertheless came as a surprise that the wall actually fell. There is a wonderful analogy to innovations here. Some seem utopian. Although a breakthrough may not be so far off, I want to give you 3 examples. The first is fusion. 1 month ago, we, the federal government, adopted our action plan on it. And let me relay a few comments, all of which are on our BMFTR's Instagram channel. And it says something like, what rubbish. Or none of us will live to see a fusion power plant that pays off in economic terms, or here goes 2 billion out of the window. And most of them are like that. Sure, the voices of critics are louder than those of supporters. True, skepticism is rampant, and what is also true, fusion sounds futuristic. But if we take a look at the facts, research has made good progress, and several outstanding startups have emerged along with it. And not only in Germany, but in many other countries as well, so the race is in high gear. My second example is cancer. How great it would be to conquer the scourge of humankind, which is why exactly this is our goal, even if it's hard to believe in it at the present time. Our national decade against cancer is on, and we all know the potential that mRNA technology holds, or immunotherapy. Add to that the use of AI and the opportunities it holds for personalized medicine. And just recently, I hosted a group of rising stars of oncology in my ministry, experiencing the passion of these young professionals for their work firmly convinces you that the specter of cancer will fade away one day. And now my third example, who could imagine, it has something to do with space. What if we were to take candle wax and use it to launch a rocket into space? It sounds crazy, well, it is. But I have already seen that rocket in Heilbronn at a startup company, and in the next 2 years, the rocket is due to make it into space. Paraffin is solid, unlike all the other previous fuels. Rocket construction becomes much simpler. That's a very huge step forward. The space sector has always been good at performing the unusual. Just recently, there was a celebration of 25 years of the crewed ISS. Our astronaut Alexander Gerst once called, I may quote, the most complex, most valuable, and most unlikely machine ever built by humankind. What I mean to illustrate is, with these examples, much of what was nearly impossible may be possible sooner than we think. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's the nice thing about the Falling Wall Science Summit. The people gathered around the world, and when I saw the map you just showed, I was just about to take off to any of those countries, because I really love to travel, see all your countries. Unfortunately, never been to New Zealand. So, although there was just recently the big space event there. So the people gathered here from around the world, and as Mr. Müllnig said, average 40, so Okay, we feel still close to that. But all believe in the power of your ideas. They won't be slowed down. They overcome doubt, hurdles, and even walls sometimes. So from me too, and from the whole ministry, but from the whole government in Germany, a very warm welcome to all of you, to a celebration of contemplation, of innovation, and of collaboration. Because we truly believe that research has the power to unite from a common mindset to a joint mission. Research builds bridges across even the deepest divides. Our country knows this from experience. Something I want to point out first, because on November 9th, we also recall the anti-Semitic pogroms of 1938 that fueled the rupture in civilization that was the Shoah in the truest sense of the word. Second, you said that too, we are celebrating 60 years of diplomatic ties with Israel this year. The first bridges 60 years ago were built between researchers from both countries, Israelis who reached out to Germans despite all that had happened. And if such a gesture was possible then, we can count on it today too. The present times are not easy. The world has become a harsher place. When I was in the Committee of Foreign Policy 20 years ago, in my constituency, everyone asked, why are you in the committee? And nothing is going on in the world. They're only like playing with the clouds all around, and nothing is going to happen. It was not true back then, but the present times are not easy, and the world has become a much harsher place nowadays. Look at all the violent conflicts. For the Middle East, there is now hope, less so and not yet in Putin's war against Ukraine. We are also feeling the conflict of geopolitical interests at all levels. And for a long time, we could count on the rule of law, also at international level. That is and remains the right approach. But if we take a look at the world today, we see the rule of might is right prevailing. Centers of power are shifting. Systemic conflicts are becoming worse. Something which I saw up vividly at the recent G20 ministers meeting. And one thing became very clear. The only parties taken seriously are those which are economically strong, those which can keep up. For example, when it comes to developing space as an economic zone. The world's democracies must lead the way. This is the only way we can preserve our freedom and our security, our prosperity. So this is a major issue, not only for Germany, but for Europe as a whole, but for Germany as its center most especially. Innovations will make the difference. This is why the federal government has realigned Germany's research policy. The Chancellor has referred to a paradigm shift, which is exactly how I see it too. And our main instrument is our so-called high-tech agenda Germany. It targets key technologies. The federal government alone will invest 18 billion euros during this legislative period. Other government levels and the private sector in particular will add their contributions. Recently, there was a groundbreaking ceremony for the EPI campus in Heilbronn. This is a new AI spot, an investment in our agenda. Such investments are most welcome, both domestic and foreign, and the same applies to researchers, by the way. So we have a so-called Global Minds initiative. Normally, I like the German expressions too. Here, the English one is better. Global Minds Initiative in German, it's called 1000 Köpfe plus Programm. It means 1000 heads plus program. So sometimes it's better to have it the other way around. So our Global Minds Initiative Germany explicitly targets high performers. Our message is we offer the best of what we have to be attractive to the best minds from all over the world. Our greatest advantage is our freedom, including the freedom of science. As we sustain that freedom by taking advantage of it, and it is how we strengthen our international alliances. To sum up, that means we are pooling resources worldwide and at home. We have our high-tech agenda Germany. We are making the necessary investments, and we are promoting top researchers, and by all means, many top women researchers. an area where there is some ground to make up, and how fortunate that the Falling Walls Summit emphasizes this subject too. But if we want to be successful on a lasting basis, there is another aspect to consider. Joel Mokyr fleshed it out in his research on sustained growth. This year, he receives the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences for his work. And if you want to listen to something very funny, listen to how he reacted when he got the phone call. And it's because, I can spoil a little bit, he didn't get the phone call because he had his telephone on mute and only his kids were allowed to go through. And then he came from, I think he had some speech with his students, and he came back and he sat on his computer and he thought, oh, I will have a look and see how won the Nobel Prize this year. And then all of a sudden his name occurred. I think that is very cool. So this year he received the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences for his work. And in its motivation, the Nobel Prize Committee states, he also emphasized the importance of society being open to new ideas and allowing change. So we have come full circle to the start of my address. And most importantly, to the purpose of this conference. What could be more convincing than the breakthroughs we are currently experiencing, whether in life sciences, physical sciences, or social sciences? To name just a few categories of the breakthroughs of the year. Today we start the pitches by 150 people from all over the world. They will present their research. The light of science shines bright, and that is the light we ought to proliferate through good science communication. And therefore, to conclude my plea, take the spirit of the Falling Walls with you and into your daily lives and that of others. The more people who latch onto it, the better it will be. For we all know only people who believe in change can change the world. Being open to ideas, to the novel, to innovation, will do our society and our country good. It will do Europe good and the world too. So thank you very much, not only for your presence, not only for coming to Germany, and thank you so much that you have been such a great audience. If I speak in the German parliament, it's more loud, it's more noisy. People are screaming in, some people are leaving even. So you all stayed. Thank you very much and have great times today.
Please welcome our moderator, Joey Leskin.
Thank you so much to Jürgen Mlynek and Dorothy Barr. Now, dear guests and dignitaries at the front of the stage, you're welcome to step out of the room to enjoy the rest of today's festivities. At this time, also, I will invite the remaining members of our jury who are on either side to take seats at the front of the stage, and then we will begin in earnest today's pitch competition. We do have to begin imminently, so if you are planning to stay, please do. If you are planning to leave the room at the moment, please make your way to the exit of this room and enjoy the rest of your day here at Falling Walls. Please take your seats as quickly as you can as our pitching competition global finale is about to begin. Wonderful. So once again, a big thank you to Jürgen Mlynek and Dorothy Barr for joining us and for their wonderful opening remarks. Welcome to our jury, to our 100 international lab finalists, to our lab organizers, to the audience here in the room and online, to the Falling Walls Lab Global Finale. My name is Joey Leskin. I'm from London in England, and it is a pleasure, a privilege, and an honor to be here once again. This is the third year that I have hosted this event, and it is always my favorite event of the year. And I promise I don't just say that to every single event that I do. So let's introduce what is Lab? What are we going to be experiencing in this room here today? Lab is a global pitch competition, an interdisciplinary group of students and early professionals, and it provides a stage for breakthrough ideas in just 3-minute pitches. Our finalists have been sent from the top leading academic institutions worldwide, and there are 100 people here in Berlin at this global finale waiting to pitch their ideas to you all. They are also able to gain insights into Germany's own scientific research landscape. And here they will be competing for the prestigious breakthrough winner in the emerging talents category that is known as Lab. Some facts about Lab. We have 82 international labs. That is an increase of 8 compared to last year. 60 countries hosted a lab this year, with over 2,750 applications. The furthest away lab, as we've mentioned a couple of times, yeah, that's a lot of applications. Definitely deserves a woo and a round of applause. Our furthest away lab, as has been mentioned, is New Zealand. Our first Falling Walls lab in 2011. We're coming up now to nearly 15 years of Falling Walls lab, when we have had over 9,000 presenters since then. The highlight this year, 3 largest labs received over 100 applications. Those are Falling Walls Labs MSCA, Falling Walls Lab Ghana, and Falling Walls Lab Oman. Over 100 applications each. So a big round of applause for the organizers in those 3 regions as well. A big thank you must go to the German Academic Exchange Service, the DAAD, who support 30 lab competitions worldwide. And thank you also to all organizers and partners who hosted a lab globally. I know there are many organizers here in the room today and many organizers as well watching online. So a warm welcome to you too, and a big thank you for the hard work that you put in. It is now my great pleasure to introduce last year's breakthrough winner from 2024, Pee-wee Kaluba, to the stage. Great to see you again, Pee-wee. Great to see you. So, Pee-wee, you were here up on this stage last year, doing an incredible job. How does it feel to be back in this same room? How does it feel? And what advice can you maybe give to our lab finalists today?
Well, is this on? It feels incredible to be back on this stage, actually. And last year was very special for me, and that's not just because I was one of the winners from last year, but listening to the amazing presentations from some of the finalists, it kind of renewed my hope for a future in science, medicine, and artificial intelligence. And that's one of the things that makes Falling Walls a special place, a platform that brings together policymakers, researchers, and industrial leaders, to kind of discuss the issue and try to give us a newer hope for a better future. To the finalists this year, my advice is very simple. Be bold, be clear, and let your passion guide the story behind your idea. Take control of the stage and convince the jury that your idea is highly innovative and is impactful enough to make a genuine change in our world.
Amazing. And one more question. As a 2024 Breakthrough winner, how has that impacted the past year for you?
The last year has been truly transformative for me, actually. It brought a total new level of visibility to my work. It opened new collaboration from both academia and industry. I kind of increased my network to include like-minded people who believe in similar work that I'm doing. And it has kind of made me or given a different perspective on how I approach my work and what impact I want to get at the end of the day in the coming years.
Amazing. Thank you. And Pee-wee's on the jury this year, so the advice he gives is clearly going to be helpful. Now it is my great pleasure to also invite up to the stage our jury chair for this year, Wolfgang Marquardt, the retired chairman of the Forschungszentrum Jülich. Hi, how's it going? So, you're back again as jury chair. You were here a number of years ago as on the jury, correct?
Yes, I was part of the jury. I think in 2013, this was one of the first labs organized, and afterwards I was active in the regional labs while I was at Jülich. So I kept in touch with the lab, which I found really exciting.
Amazing. What advice do you have to give to today's finalists?
Well, I just want to add to be bold, be clear. I would like to add, stay cool, and enjoy the event. Enjoy the event.
Amazing. And how does it feel to be back here as the jury chair?
Well, I'm looking forward to hear all the exciting presentations, and I'm looking forward to catching the spirit of your enthusiasm and your dedication. I'm always amazed that in the first place, you don't think about career and career building, but you think of your personal agenda, mission, and dedication to the project you work on and the project you present to win this final.
Amazing. So I'm going to hand it over to the two of you to introduce the rest of our jury today.
Pee-wee, please.
Thank you, Joey. So I will begin by introducing Nasreen Al-Abed from the Reg Art Foundation.
Please stand up. And I welcome Gabriele Hermani from the Federal Ministry of Research.
Alice Aken, she's from the Dalhousie University, and she produced 2 winners from Falling Words, actually.
And Barbara Ischinger.
Valerie Makongi.
Katrin Kos.
Swati Miharashi.
Ursula Peintner.
Ilsibaud Sakonavaka.
Sven Wagner. And Celine Nauer.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's going to be a tough day of deliberations for all of you, led by Wolfgang here. So good luck to the jury. And yeah, we'll see you a little bit later.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Pee-wee and Wolfgang.
Good luck to the presenters, to the finalists.
Good luck, guys.
So, we are nearly at our moment to start today's pitches. First, I'm going to take you briefly through today's competition guidelines so that everyone understands exactly how this works. We have our 100 international lab winners, as mentioned. They will receive an audio introduction and then a timer will start. There are 3 sessions in total for today. The first session that will take place now will have 35 pitches. Then there'll be a short break, 30 minutes. The second section will then have 30 pitches. Then there is something called lunch. After lunch, there is the final session with 35 pitches, and the order of all of these pitches is on the packs that you will have found on your seats. There will be 2 types of pitches today, live in here, and there will be 4 that were pre-recorded videos that are distributed across the day. All of them have the same rules and scoring criteria that I will cover in just a moment. As mentioned, 3 minutes will be indicated for each pitch. And then, after 2 minutes and 50 seconds, when there is 10 seconds remaining, this noise will sound. Very nice. After those 10 seconds, at 3 minutes, when the pitch is over, this noise will sound. Very nice. And then the finalists will leave the stage to a rapturous round of applause, and the next finalist will make their way on stage as soon as their name is announced. As I mentioned, there are 3 criteria that the judges will be using to evaluate pitches today. Number 1, breakthrough factor. How innovative is this idea in its field? Number 2, relevance and impact. How relevant and how significant is the idea's potential impact? And number 3, structure and performance. How clear and convincing was the presentation itself? As mentioned to the finalists earlier, you will have a clicker to change the slides. There will be slides behind and to the sides of the speakers. And please make sure, again, this is a note to the finalists, 5 pitches before yours, please head to the side of the room to get mic'd up. Then you get one of these fun little things like I have. Finally, for all of those who love social media, we have a few hashtags. We've been using hashtag falling walls, hashtag Science Summit 2025, and hashtag Science Breakthrough. Please, however, if you are using your phones to publicize on social media, which we really encourage, please make sure they are fully muted. We do not want any interruptions here. So you will have a moment to ensure that your phones are muted, and then you can use social media to hashtag and post about this event to your heart's content. Finally, we have a live stream, not so relevant for the people in this room, but hello to our live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in, and especially to our lab organizers around the world. As mentioned, you organized incredible lab events this year. Some of you are here in the room, some are watching from home, but thank you so much for joining us and supporting your respective winners. Thank you once again to all of the lab partners who make this whole summit possible. And so now, without further ado, session 1 will begin. We are going to have 35 pitches, of which 33 will be live in this room, and 2 pitches will be video pitches. So I'll be back for a little break, just for a couple of minutes halfway through. Everyone ready? Yeah? Let's begin!
Breaking the Wall of Powerlessness, Maria Merivu-Parot. Falling Walls Lab, Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions.
We are so lucky to be in this room today, talking about science and education, while the world outside, well, horrible things are happening behind those walls. Dusty old history books are full of it as well. The good, the bad, the notorious, the leaders, the revolutionaries, the tyrants. You know their names and you can picture their faces, and you've been taught it was their will that changed the world. But is that the whole story? It's not. I'm a historian and I want to change the way that we see change. So I'm not going to be putting leaders up on pedestals. I'm shining my light on the people that make change happen. And a case in point comes from my corner of Europe. If you think of the map of Europe, it's way up there in the northeast, Finland and Estonia, two countries with very similar language, very similar culture, sisters basically, and both attacked by the Soviet Union in World War II. Now the Finns, they fight the Soviets off, but Estonians remain occupied for decades. So these sisters found themselves on opposite sides of the Iron Curtain. Fast forward to the 1980s, what do we see? Free Finland doing really well, occupied Estonia suffering, devastating shortages. Now, the Finns see this, but their government does not dare help publicly because they are still scared of the Soviet Union. So the people of Finland decide to take matters into their own hands, quite literally. They start seeking out strangers in Estonia to become friends with. They start sending them food, clothes, toys, medicine, technology. This spontaneous humanitarian aid is unique, because it is person to person, it's tailor-made relief, and it gives these occupied Estonians a taste of freedom, literally, in their mouth, and it makes them realize that, well, if you want a country that works, you have to have a country that works. So these small acts of kindness, they grow over the years into this grassroots level pro-democracy vaccination against oligarchy. How do I know this? Well, let's fast forward again to present day, 2025. There's no more Soviet Union, but so many of the former Soviet states are struggling with oligarchy, but not Estonia. World Economic Freedom Index, number 8. Low corruption level, number 12 in the world. So what am I saying? I'm saying, don't wait for leaders. Do not wait to be led. Lead history yourself. All of us in this room, we have the means and the capacity to launch vast, positive change in any area that we choose. We can do it every second of every day, and we can start right now. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of humidity sensing. Leibniz Prize, Falling Walls Lab, Armenia.
Hi, good morning everyone. Let me start today by asking you a question. What do a sugarcane field and a hospital bed have in common? Most people would say nothing. A sugar hill would say everything. Let me explain. Today, over 344 million people suffer from chronic ones. Painful, long-term conditions that cost over $24 billion in Europe and the US alone. Meanwhile, Egypt produces over 5 million metric tons of sugarcane bagasse waste, an agricultural byproduct that's usually burned or discarded. These two problems may seem unrelated to each other, but both are symptoms of the same linear broken system that consumes, creates waste, and overlooks sustainability. A sugar hill, we see the wall, and we're here to break it. Our breakthrough starts with what others threw away. Using our patented technology, we transform sugarcane bagasse waste into Sugel, a wound-healing hydrogel. Using 3D printing, Sugel becomes Hilo, a wound-healing patch infused with natural antibacterial agents extracted from desert plants. Unlike synthetic dressings, Hilo is cost-efficient, and it heals without harming the environment. But we didn't stop there. We created Hilo Tailor software, which scans and models each wound to create a custom-fit 3D printed patch, on-site, in hospitals. This enables on-demand, localized care, especially for patients suffering from bed sores. No factory, no inventory, no excess. just personalized healing, sustainably delivered. We're not just breaking the wall today. We're building systems that are circular, regenerative, and built for real-world healthcare. With Sugar Heal, we're healing wounds, and we're healing how healthcare works.
Breaking the wall of humidity sensing. Laureate Avonisen, Falling Walls Lab, Armenia.
Water, one of the most important things in our life, but the different levels of it differs from the situation and the field that we choose. For example, the easiest chore you can think about, watering the plants. If you water them too often, they die. Don't water them enough, they die again. So the humidity sensing is the problem that we face today in many fields. We need immediate assistance in these fields. So to help to solve the problem, we chose to start from the agriculture. And the problem with the humidity sensors today in the market is that there are two distinctly different types: capacitive humidity sensors and resistive humidity sensors. They work completely differently and are chosen for different fields. They have low sensitivity, slow response to the changes in the environment, and are unstable for the range of the humidity from 0 to 100%. So to help to choose the problem, we are developing humidity sensors that are able to detect in a wider range, are able to react to even the slightest changes in the environment, have quick response and recovery times compared to the others presented in the market. As the base of our sensors, we chose graphene oxide. Integrating different nanoparticles with the graphene oxide, we get the structures that are able to represent themselves either as capacitive or resistive sensor types, making them usable for different many fields. The compact sizes of the sensor, the low price, fast detection, and availability to sense with different methods, we are able to use it basically in every field that you can think about. For example, aside from the agriculture, what we were hoping for, to integrate our sensors with smart farming, greenhouse technologies, we were hoping to make the crop monitoring easier and more efficient. But we can choose to use the sensor in different fields. For example, medical field, where the asthmatic patients are deeply dependent on the humidity levels. So let's go forward together. Let's go smart, go precise, and go sensing.
Breaking the wall of clean light sources. Valentine Namani, Falling Walls Lab, Ibadan, Nigeria.
Hi everyone, this is me. I fell into a big drainage line taller than me, thinking it was the main road. I was coming back from my mom's shop, and unfortunately, I fell into this big drainage line covered with waste plastics. In 2012, I almost burnt my house completely with candles. While reading, the candle fell on my book. I slept off, the candle fell on my book, and this is how almost everywhere erupted. 5 years ago, I decided to solve this problem with my solution. We realized that the problem is even much more bigger and global. We have 600 million people in Africa that still use kerosene lanterns. We have 1 million seabirds that die yearly just because of plastic waste. And then we have this lantern that uses non-rechargeable batteries that cause battery pollution. I and my team were able to create one plastic. While growing up with my single mom, I didn't have the opportunity to be able to be in school and to be able to get adequate education. And my solution has been able to give children this opportunity. So how we do it is that we create this solar lantern that uses waste plastic bottles. So we'll go to rural communities, we set up smart solar charging stations which are IoT powered and managed by rural women. We distribute these lanterns to women and also to children. They come to our charging stations to charge these lanterns. And we've also been able to patent our IoT technology. Through us, we have been able to send children to school because of those women that manage those solar charging stations are being able to get income that can be able to send their children to school. We have been able to impact 30,000 children with our solution. While we are in a rural community, last week we reached 2,500 people. One of the child walked up to me and told me that I want to be like you. It's stories like this that impact us, that inspire me to keep doing what I do. Winning the Falling Walls is not just my win, but a win for every child out there. A win for every child that uses a poor light source when the sun goes down. A win for every woman that cannot be able to send their children to school. This I feel, is one of the most important things we can do for the world at this current time. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Cancer Treatment. Rocio Vázquez Martinez, Falling Walls Lab, Spain.
Today, despite scientific and technological advances, cancer remains one of the most formidable challenges humanity is facing. Unfortunately, the range of available therapies is limited, and even the most effective ones do not guarantee success. The rising incidence of treatment resistance, as well as the severe side effects and the increasing cases among younger population, underscore the urgency of the situation. Developing new therapies is no longer just a goal, it is a necessity. And this is precisely what we propose, the development of a novel cancer therapy called magnetic hyperthermia. Hyperthermia, which involves the use of elevated temperatures, has been studied for its direct cytotoxic effects on cancer cells, as well as for its radio, chemo, and immunosensitizing properties, making it a highly promising cancer therapy. However, conventional application methods remains controversial, which is where the magnetic component becomes crucial. By using iron oxide nanoparticles once inside the target cells, heat can be generated locally when exposed to alternative magnetic fields. We propose to go a step further by coating these nanoparticles with a polymer, enabling surface functionalization. We will attach antibodies which targets overexpressed receptors on cancer cells, as well as triphenylphosphonium, a molecule that directs the nanoparticles to the mitochondria. This is highly interesting due to their key role in the dysregulated energy metabolism characteristic of cancer cells. The nanoparticle would have triple functionality: nanoheaters, nanothermometers, and drug carriers. As nanothermometers, the nanoparticle will enable real-time temperature monitoring during therapy. To achieve this, we will incorporate two lanthanides, samarium and europium, whose emission intensity ratio can be correlated with the absolute temperature by using a pre-established calibration curve. Technology already patented by our group. And as drug carriers, the nanoparticle could deliver chemotherapeutic agents directly to the cancer cells. So, in summary, what we propose is a non-invasive method with minimum side effects that enhance radio, chemo, and immunosensitivity, allowing magnetic hyperthermia to serve also as an adjuvant therapy, therefore providing a solution to all the problems to cancer treatment worldwide. Thank you so much.
Breaking the Wall of Physics Education, Min Chuan He, Falling Walls Lab, Hong Kong.
Hi, everyone. Today, I will break the wall of physics education, making the invisible visible. Imagine if you are a high school student and you found physics is very hard. Wave function, atomic physics, electromagnetic field, right-hand rule, very hard. And then 37% of physics enrollment decreased in the Western Australia from 2015 to 2023. 48% STEM freshmen in the United States leave this field in 6 years. And 1/4 OECD teenagers has a very low performance in science field. What's the consequences? Number one, we have fewer future engineers and scientists. Number two, teacher shortage deepen. Number three, this society is struggling to the science-based decisions. As you all know, during the pandemic, people question this, question that, and we cannot make decisions, and it makes problems, makes massive situations. This is a world of physics education. But why is physics hard? Because it's abstract. It means it's invisible. Energy, invisible. Probability, invisible. Wave function, invisible. Everything is invisible. If you cannot see it, how can you learn it? So, what's the solution? What if we made the invisible visible? This is a new technology. We use the VR technology to make the invisible visible. Here, we have developed the VR software. You can see we can drag and rotate the quantum state. It provides students an immersive learning space to interact with the quantum concepts. Also, we have developed many modules of the quantum concepts. We have tried at the university class, and the feedback is very positive. These 3 girls said it greatly enhanced their learning experience. And this is a professor in Taiwan, and he said that this is the very first time he can touch the wave function. And many professors said they want to adopt our software. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of maternal deaths. Tino Tenda and Jajawa. Falling Walls Lab, Zimbabwe.
A few months ago, a distraught fisherman came into my pharmacy with a prescription from the labor ward. The medication cost more than twice what he makes in a month. But he was willing to pay, desperate to protect his wife and their soon-to-arrive baby. 5 hours later, he returned to buy powdered milk. Why? His wife had died soon after giving birth. This is just one of the many maternal tragedies I've witnessed as a community pharmacist. Up to 75% of maternal deaths in Africa are caused by infections, severe bleeding after birth, and hypertension. These are worsened by multiple systemic barriers, most critically, lack of skilled birth attendants. Up to 75% of maternal deaths in Africa can be prevented with properly trained and equipped health workers. And yet still many nurses and midwives in remote areas have no access to practical, ongoing training. Traditional programs are costly, centralized, and they're often outdated by the time they reach rural clinics. At Kariba Hospital, I spoke directly to maternal health workers who shared the constraints they face, and their insights helped build a solution shaped for their realities, not despite them. This is Nyamukuta, meaning midwife in Shona. It's a mobile, gamified learning app that trains maternal health workers through emergency simulations they can access anytime, anywhere, even offline. Each module places the user in realistic maternal crisis scenarios, helping them build decision-making skills, speed, and protocol mastery in a fun and accessible way. After all, gamification improves knowledge retention by up to 70%. Instead of passive learnings, users interact with visual decision trees and case-based learnings. Nyamukuta explores the feasibility of integration into existing health systems, making it practical and scalable. It aligns with SDG 3 goal to reduce maternal deaths to less than 70 per 100,000 live births by 2030. With early detection and timely care, we can save 182,000 women across Africa each year, and thousands more worldwide. This isn't just medical, it's about equity, access, and survival. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Construction, Zarifa Asadulayeva. Falling Walls Lab, Azerbaijan.
Imagine driving across a bridge, relying on its strength to keep you safe. The city hums in the background, the sun is shining, and one day it fails. Not because of an earthquake, but because of the infrastructure's hidden enemy, the cracks. Today, the wall I want to break down is construction. Concrete is the most second-use material on Earth after water, but yet it is one of the unsustainable. Take an example of 100 square meter house. Over 10 years, in order to fill the cracks in that house, from 215 to 14 kilograms of CO2 emission is happening. Also, as the crack occurs, it leads to corrosion and expensive maintenance process from $1,000 to $2,000. So, the infrastructure beneath us is crumbling up while being the major contributor to climate change. And we are solving this problem by giving concrete ability to heal itself like a human cell. I know it sounds magical, but let me explain. Our procedure starts in the laboratory. Firstly, the selected bacteria are grown in the medium unless they reach the abundant population for encapsulation. Then we encapsulate them in these hydrogels, and this encapsulation helps the bacteria from being squeezed while they're mixing the concrete. Also, they keep the bacteria dormant until the crack occurs. Then our capsules are ready for mixing with the cement, and our self-healing concrete is ready. At that case, we are giving the concrete ability to heal itself without human intervention. So when the crack occurs, these capsules just open up because of the abundant water ingress, and the bacteria become activated. Inside the bacteria, we have urea. This urea undergoes continuous hydrolysis processes, and it generates calcium CO3, which is concrete itself. So it results in the reduction of cement use, and it increases the structural longevity. Some people may wonder that if we add capsules inside the concrete, does it affect its mechanical strength? That's why we have done mechanical strength tests, and it shows that our product is within the industry standards. And it has wide application areas, including marine structure, underground structure, tunnels, bridges, and of course residential buildings. So let's go back to that bridge again. This time, when the crack occurs, they can heal themselves naturally, quietly, and safely. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Smart Wound Care, Abdul Rahman Qudsi, Falling Walls Lab, Jeddah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start with a quick story. When my daughter had cochlear implant surgery, we didn't notice the infection till the buds was removed. Millions of patients in the worldwide suffer because the regular wound dressing hide the infection. The previous solution use pH check only, artificial dyes, nanoparticles. That's lead to the limitation. No natural sign, no healing support. That's lead the late of detection, cause pain, slow healing, slow recovery, and risk high cost. We developed a smart wound dressing with delegate the sutures. It combines 2 plant extract. First, it's red cabbage into cyanine. The pH base to change the color from the purple to green once the signal infection happen. Second, Chemophoria murra, dissolve on the wound, fighting the microbes and accelerate the healing. Let's today breaking the wall, no hidden infection, just visible healing with the natural smart wound dressing innovation. And that's the prototype of the smart wound dressing. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of cure and contamination. Marcelina Jureczko. Falling Walls Lab, Wrocław.
Ladies and gentlemen, look around this room. Statistically, 1 in 5 of us will face cancer in our lifetime. And unfortunately today, I will not present a miracle cure nor a vaccine that prevents it. Instead, I bring a different truth. Cytostatic drugs used in chemotherapy are not only a treatment, but also a threat to the environment. And now you are probably wondering, how did the wall that connects cure and contamination arise? When unmetabolized parts of drugs are excreted from patients' bodies, they end up in the municipal sewage. Due to low biodegradability, they are not effectively removed at wastewater treatment plants. Consequently, they end up in surface water, groundwater, and even drinking water. And this is the moment when the heroes of our story turn into its villains. Generally speaking, anti-cancer drugs are not cancer-specific, and they can also affect and damage normal cells and be toxic for whole organs. I personally verified the impact of the selected drugs on the representative organs. The results indicated that we are dealing with extremely toxic substances that may also be harmful to humans. And what now? Of course, we can ignore this fact. After all, we are all going to die anyway. But I realized that this story couldn't end like this. That's how my collaboration with white rot fungi began. These organisms can, for example, eliminate dyes or decompose pesticides. So why not to use them to degrade cytostatics? I collected chosen fungi on my own, identified them, and then cultivated them with selected drugs. At that point, the wall began to break down. Fungi released low specificity extracellular enzymes in the solution, which cleaved my compounds into smaller molecules. Others eliminated these pollutants through sorption, absorbing the drugs into the porous body of the fungus. Finally, to bring the wall down completely, intracellular enzymes came into play. When I concluded the research, the result was clear. Fungi had removed the drugs. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a happy ending. Fungi can be used as living biomass, as dead sorbents, or today powerful enzymes. They not only eliminate pharmaceuticals, but also actively detoxify them. Applied at wastewater treatment plants, they ensure that cytostatics are no longer a threat to the environment, but solely a treatment for a disease. Thanks to fungi and my research, the wall that connected cure and contamination had fallen. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of mobile magnetic imaging. Julian Bopp, Falling Walls Lab, Berlin-Adlershof.
Yeah. Who has taken a photo with a mobile phone today already? Please raise your hand. Yeah, many. And this is possible because today we have small sensor chips that we can integrate into every mobile phone. Those camera chips, they measure the light intensity at every pixel. And by combining all the pixel measurements, we can then reconstruct the photograph. But how do we record images of electric currents? For example, currents in batteries for electromobility to improve the batteries and to monitor their operational state. Or currents in our body, for example, action potentials propagating through nerves or brain activity. All those questions boil down to the question of how to record images of magnetic fields, because all currents are surrounded by a magnetic field. To investigate a brain activity, there are huge, complex and expensive magnetoencephalography machines. But because they are so expensive, only a couple of hundred of them exist around the world, most of them in the US, in Europe, and in Japan. So, what if we had a small, handheld, chip-integrated magnetic field camera of the size that you can put it into the mobile phone? In that case, we might be able to bring magnetoencephalography to the entire world. In fact, we developed such a quantum magnetic field camera. You can see it here on the photograph. It consists of a diamond piece in the center surrounded by optical fibers. All of them are glued onto a polymer substrate. We excite now one entire row of pixels by shining green laser light through the diamond, and perpendicularly we measure the infrared transmission. And where both beams intersect, this is now the active pixel we read out. We can move on to further pixels by just turning on the pump light through another row, and we can switch the column by turning off the infrared light through that column and doing the infrared transmission measurement through another column. By turning on and off the respective laser beams, we can loop through all the pixels to acquire a magnetic field image. Exemplarily, we put a magnet on top of one of the sensor corners and captured a magnetic field image. And you can clearly see now that the magnetic field which we have acquired is highest underneath that magnet. Within a startup, our patented quantum magnetic field camera can now be developed into a product. A product to improve batteries for electromobility, for drug discovery in the frame of lab-on-a-chip applications, and to simplify medical diagnostics. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of schizophrenia detection. Dalia Elosh, Falling Walls Lab, Tunisia.
Good morning. I'm Dalia Elosh, an assistant professor of linguistics and Schizophrenia International Research Society award winner and mentor. My research in decoding language impairment has revealed a shocking truth. Schizophrenia is diagnosed far too late. Globally, 24 million people live with this disorder, yet diagnosis takes 2 to 5 years. Years of cognitive decline, social stigma, missed opportunities, and shattered lives due to the lack of objective and linguistic biomarkers. The result, late diagnosis, irreversible damage, and $155 billion annual burden. But what if we could detect it years earlier, cheaply, non-invasively, and objectively? My solution builds on findings from our 2 large-scale meta-analyses. The first showed that excessive use of first-person singular pronouns, such as I, me, and my, and the second showed significant impairment in both the comprehension and production of grammatical structures. Based on these discoveries, an AI algorithm is trained to analyze key linguistic features, such as pronoun use, syntax comprehension, production length, and phrasal complexity, to assess and analyze a 10-minute linguistic assessment, and to provide a schizophrenia risk score. So the high score signals the need for a proactive clinical evaluation, and this leads to early treatment at a time where therapies are most effective. So this solution is scalable. It can be applied everywhere through languages and contexts. Data is anonymized, processed locally, and analyzed securely in compliance with international ethical standards. So early detection is my vision, to provide care early care and clinical intervention. And this will enable to have in high income settings, we can detect schizophrenia earlier, and this will help reduce the costs and the millions spent on healthcare. And in low settings, this will enable to detect schizophrenia years earlier. Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of breast cancer models. Unati Ramashala, Falling Walls Lab, Johannesburg.
Most breast cancer research today largely reflects Caucasian populations. And this is because of a long history of underrepresentation of Black participants in both research and clinical trials. This is significant because breast cancer acts differently across racial groups. For instance, Black South African women with breast cancer are usually diagnosed below the age of 55, while white women are usually over 55. The 5-year survival rate is significantly lower in Black patients than it is white patients, and Black women are more often diagnosed with aggressive types of breast cancer. And despite these disparities, Black women are still an underrepresented cohort in breast cancer research. This is a health gap. It leads to inadequate care and poor outcomes, highlighting the need to include more African participants in research. Furthermore, most breast cancer research uses two-dimensional cell culture, which is a model where cancer cells grow flat on a plastic surface. However, less than 10% of commercially available cancer cells originate from women of African ancestry. And even though this model has been a foundational tool for research and drug development for decades, they do not capture the three-dimensional structure, complexity, and genetic diversity of real tumors across patients and populations. This has therefore led to the development of a new model called breast cancer organoids, where instead of 2D flat cells, organoids grow as 3D spheres that keep the natural structure, genetics, and behavior of its original tumor. They are made directly from tumors of patients, so they more accurately replicate the patient's own genetics. And some studies show that patients respond to treatment the same way their organoids did in the lab. Because this model better mimics the disease, they can serve as representations of patients and populations in the lab. We are therefore expanding upon this model to include organoids made from Black female South African patients, with the goal of creating a biobank of African patient-derived breast cancer organoids. Because this model will better reflect the genetic diversity of Black South African women, we can finally research breast cancer in an African context. These organoids can be used for drug screening to predict the most effective treatments for patients, as well as create treatment tailored for Black South African women, laying the foundation for the establishment of organoid biobanks from other African populations. This will further advance the global effort for personalized medicines by including genetically diverse populations. By representing African patients in these organoid models, we break the wall by making research and treatment more fair, accurate, and inclusive, and above all, better at saving lives. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of unsustainable farming, Mitesh Shrestha, Falling Walls Lab, Kathmandu.
Good morning, Burden. For the past 200 years, the world has been dependent on chemical fertilizers and pesticides to feed its growing population. We got high productivity, high-end food security, but at what cost? Our soils are dying, our water is polluted, our foods are contaminated, and we are trapped in debt and disease. Now, chemicals are not all that bad, but there's a huge gap between what we expect and what we get, right? So there's a lot of studies that shows the impact of pesticides. Now, this is where my research comes in. My research, COSMIC. COSMIC is consortia of streptomyces with many indivisible compounds. So streptomyces are natural compounds that are capable of producing various plant growth promoting as well as plant protecting compounds. That is indivisible, right? Then in my research, I have isolated streptomyces from various agroecological zones of Nepal, and we know that they can protect the plants, they can promote the growth of plants, as well as enhance their nutrient uptake. So my vision is to develop a consortia that replaces synthetic chemical fertilizers and pesticides, synthetic pesticides with microbial intelligence. And through COSMIC, I want to transform how the agriculture is done, especially replacing chemical dependency with microbial intelligence and reconnecting farmers with nature-based sustainable solutions. So finally, I want to break the wall of unsustainable farming, because the next step in the next evolutionary step in agriculture will not be coming from chemicals. It is going to be microbes. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of single-cell diagnostics. Tayyaba Sakari, Falling Walls Lab, Vienna.
Cancer is responsible for 1 out of 6 deaths globally. Early stage detection of cancer is critical for a successful treatment. Yet 50% of cancers only diagnosed when they are in advanced stage. The current diagnostic methods are based on molecular biomarkers. They are slow, expensive, and leading to countless lives lost. So to address this, we need to find a better way to distinguish cancer cells from healthy ones. The current method, when a cells become cancerous, besides changes in the DNA and molecular level, electromechanical properties change dramatically. What if we use those? Could that make early stage detection of cancer possible? Good news is yes. Better news is I even developed a method for that. So to understand how my method works, let's look at a simple everyday analogy. Here, I have a basket of eggs. They look similar, but they are actually different. Some of them are boiled, and I want to know which one. From our kitchen knowledge, all of us know if I spin them, they will spin differently. And the reason is difference in their mechanical properties between the boiled one and raw one. So we apply exactly this principle on much smaller object, cells. We discovered a phenomenon we call electroacoustic spinning. By applying electric field and acoustic field simultaneously, cells spin. Like for egg, this spinning depends on the hidden properties of cells. In this case, electromechanical properties. Exactly what we need to distinguish cancer cells from healthy ones. Electroacoustic spinning can be used not only for early detection of the cancer, but also in drug development to develop more functional medicines. And now I'm going to give you the best news. Beyond cancer, the same technique can help to treat other life-threatening diseases, such as Alzheimer's, hepatitis, and malaria. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of regenerative therapy. Akira Ono, Falling Walls Lab, Sendai.
Wow, so many people in front of me. I'm a bit nervous now. I can feel my heart beating, and it's around 11 a.m. What did you eat for breakfast? Your stomach would be digesting the food. And right now, as you listen to my talk, your brain is working hard to understand what I'm saying. That's when I realized that our life totally depends on our organs. But what if our life is threatened by organ damage? In this presentation, I will talk about organ regeneration. When organs fail due to fatal diseases such as cancer or diabetes, the final life-saving option is transplantation. Due to the advances of medical treatment, there are some examples of transplantation in liver, kidney, heart, and so on. But today, the demand far exceeds the number of available donors. In 1 year, only 4% of patients can receive a transplant. That means the other 96% are left behind. I want to save all of them. We need another option, that is, artificial organs. Researchers worldwide are trying to make artificial organs from scratch, but the bottleneck has been the construction of vascular networks. In the case of the liver, liver has a small hexagonal unit called lobule consisting of liver cell. We can culture liver cells like this, but without vasculature, we cannot deliver oxygen and nutrients into the center. Also, liver has radial networks to liver-specific function. That's why I'm developing a new technology to make microvasculature in user-defined geometry. In my research, I combine laser microfabrication of scaffolds and cell culture to guide vascular formation into user-defined geometry. With this technology, I can make any shapes of microvessels. Bifurcated, straight line, folding the wall, all possible. I believe that constructing organ-specific vasculature is a key to break the wall regenerative therapy. Ultimately, I envision a future that all patients have ubiquitous access to a transplantation, and that belief is what drives me every single day. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of learning barriers. Bara'a El Orfi, Falling Walls Lab, Oman.
Imagine this. You're a student staring at hundreds of pages of textbooks, telling yourself, I've got time. But when you actually start studying, reality hits. It's not just difficult, it's overwhelming. We are all expected to study the same way our parents did, by reading, summarizing, and hoping it sticks. But the world around us has changed completely. I was one of the students who felt the struggle, but I thought to myself, why do we keep searching for solutions when we can create them ourselves? From here came the idea of creating an AI-powered educational platform. We called it Ilmify. But along the way, we uncovered an even bigger issue, one that's often ignored. Thousands of people with disabilities face the same learning barriers, but they barely have the tools they need to succeed. We always ask if they are okay, but we don't really ask if they have what they need to truly thrive. So we made a commitment. Ilmify won't just help some students, it's going to help all of them. And let me show you how. As soon as the user enters the platform, they'd be able to upload their books, slides, notes, whatever, into the platform. Then, the platform's going to take these materials and transform them into smaller sections. Each one of these sections would have its own text summaries, audio summaries, mind maps, and quizzes. It's also going to provide them with flashcards that would help them with memorization, as well as YouTube recommended videos that would save them time on trying to find the right video to study from. The chatbot that we have not only answers their questions, but also directs them to the reference from their own file. After each quiz, Ilmify instantly analyzes the student's performance, providing them with a personalized feedback, giving them their strengths and weaknesses, recommending their next step depending on their unique study habits. It's going to give them daily, weekly, and monthly progress reports. These insights would help them organize their time and prioritize their tasks more effectively. If they still need extra guidance, then they can book sessions with personal tutors from the field to help them on what they are struggling in. Ilmify is going to transform mountains of information into a clear, personalized learning path for every student. It's going to be the bridge of connecting the students with the knowledge they need the way they need it. And that's how Ilmify is going to break the wall of learning barriers. Thank you all.
breaking the wall of accessible culture, Keiu Veeru, Falling Walls Lab, Tallinn, Estonia.
Igasuguse innovatsiooni aluseks on side inimeste vahel. This sentence was probably accessible for the only other Estonian in the room. But if we don't hear or understand the language, we might not access the culture. Well, this slide, not proud to say, I have done a terrible job. Well, it has too little contrast, but it does not have alt text for screen readers that blind people use. But without visuals, we might not have access to culture. So those are just small examples. What I'm talking about today is access to cultural events. And access to culture is a human right. But we know from research that cultural participation supports well-being, it supports education, social cohesion, and it is not a minority issue. For example, in the United States, 1 of 4 adults lives with a disability. So what is missing? It is not just about ramps or captions. In my research, I have seen a pattern. Cultural professionals who work with accessibility almost always have a turning point, and it is very personal. It is the moment where they witness the impact of inclusion. So this is where my solution comes in. I have called it Ember Agora, but it's a brainstorming format that has roots in the theory of change and social hackathons, and it works like this. Artists, producers, and people with disabilities or special needs come together for a few focused days. They meet, they exchange, they co-create ideas for new, accessible, and inclusive culture events, and they plan how to secure initial funding. So, direct output of this format, new accessible culture events. But it also builds a rich data for researchers and, of course, connections. So, Ember Agora as a format, it is scalable, it can travel, it is reachable, it brings together academic research and real cultural practice. So, it might sound as a cliché, but we do live in anxious times where democracy, social cohesion, even truth can feel fragile. This format helps to build a bit more inclusive world and, as I said at the beginning, in an Estonian language, the foundation of any kind of innovation is a human connection.
Hello again, everybody. Don't worry, I'm not going to be doing a presentation about science because I'm not sure exactly what I would talk about. What we are going to do now for the next 2 minutes, and we'll be doing this also in section 2 and section 3, is something we like to call here at Lab Falling Walls a brain break. It's what it sounds like. It's just a break for your brains. We have just experienced an incredible amount of information. So for the next 2 minutes, we're going to just change it up a little bit, have a little conversation with our neighbors, the people next to us or behind us, just to kind of relax, maybe roll our shoulders back a bit. So I'm going to give you a prompt, and you're going to have about 90 seconds to talk about it. Your prompt is this. Your prompt is this. We have people from over 60 countries in this room, and yet here we are all together in this one room. Your prompt: if you could teleport anywhere for 24 hours and then right back to this room, where would you go? If you could teleport anywhere for 24 hours, then right back to this room, where would you go? Have that conversation with the person next to you for just a minute or two. Also stretch. Shoulders back, stretch. Running about 5. Fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. If we can all start to settle down. If we can all start to settle back down. Thank you very much. Some fascinating conversation, I'm sure. If we can all start to settle back down, that would be wonderful. A quick 2-minute brain break for yourselves. Okay, if we just settle it back down. Thank you very much. Everybody, take a deep breath in and breathe out. Roll your shoulders back. I would say stretch out, but do not stretch out because there are people very close to you. Everyone, let's bring our focus back in. We have 17 more incredible pictures in this section, and then we'll be having our coffee break outside. Everyone relaxed, everyone focused, everyone ready? Wonderful. I said, are you ready? Yes. That's more like it. Let's begin.
Breaking the wall of heart pump implantation. Florian Meissner, Falling Walls Lab, Baden-Württemberg.
Imagine your heart is not pumping enough blood through your body. Climbing this stage feels like running a marathon. Your heart is failing, you are suffering from heart failure, just like 64 million people worldwide. 75% of these patients die within 5 years, and each of them costs the European healthcare system 26,000 euros a day. When medication is not working and there's no donor heart for a heart transplantation, then the last treatment option are heart pumps, mechanical heart pumps that pump the blood from the heart chamber to the aorta. To implant these pumps, you have to cut a hole the size of a €1 coin into the heart wall. And if you tried this on a beating blood-filled heart, the blood would splash up to the ceiling of the roof. To nevertheless perform surgery, cardiac surgeons use a so-called heart-lung machine, redirecting the blood around the heart chamber. This machine has 3 disadvantages. It prolongs the surgery by about 1 hour. It increases the risk for severe bleeding and stroke by more than 20%, and it contributes to the high cost of more than $200,000 per case. We want to change this. We want to perform surgery without this machine. Our goal is to make heart pump implantation faster and safer. For this purpose, we developed the implantation set HeartGate, consisting of a patent-pending introducer sheath and a coring tool. We successfully tested this device in 5 sheep, implanting heart pumps minimally invasively and without heart-lung machine. HeartGate is making the implantation of heart pumps safer. Moving on to clinical trials, clinical experts expect less severe bleeding, less neurological events, and improved survival by more than 25%. Without a heart-lung machine, we can shorten the duration of surgery by more than 1 hour. Due to less complications, we can decrease the duration in intensive care unit and in the hospital. Because we make the implantation safer, we can offer a new therapy option to high-risk patients. And because we shorten the duration of surgery and recovery, we can save up to 50,000 euros per case in Europe and the US. This convinces not only key opinion leaders and investors, but the German government, who supports this project with more than 4 million euro to develop a medical device within the next 5 years. Now we need you. Support us with your experience, with your network. Let's transform heart failure therapy together. Let's break the wall of heart pump implantation. Support HeartGate and let it beat.
Breaking the Wall of Invisible Forces. Natalie Fardian Melamed, Falling Walls Lab, Science Abroad, Israel.
Every second, invisible forces shape life and death decisions we never see coming. In your body right now, cells are pushing and pulling with forces that determine whether you stay healthy or develop disease. A cancer cell applies 100 piconewton more force than a healthy cell when it begins to invade tissue. But we can't see it. In your cell phone, your laptop, electric vehicles worldwide, batteries are silently building up stress. By the time we detect it, it's too late. Many systems experience over 5 orders of magnitude of force, but today's sensors are like binoculars fixed at only one distance. They either see molecules or cells, never both. We are blind to 99% of the force landscape that controls our health and our safety. This isn't just inconvenient, it's catastrophic. We have shattered this wall by creating nanoscale sensors made out of photon avalanching nanoparticles, tiny crystals that take in a tiny change in input and translate it into a dramatic change in output. When forces compress these particles, this changes the photon avalanche within. We have created the world's first force sensor with vision from the piconewtons all the way up to the micronewtons, from the extremely weak to over 10,000 times as strong. That's like having a single ruler that can precisely measure both the diameter of a coin and the length of a soccer stadium. This 10,000-fold range in a single 30 nanometer particle surpasses every existing technology. We also have different modalities. You have sensors that get darker with force, those that get brighter, and those that change color with force. All this with no extensions, no wires, no cantilevers needed, just light, and not just any light, infrared light that penetrates deep into materials and living tissue. Now we can see the full story of force. Watch a cancer cell's first steps through tissue when invasion just starts, when treatment is still simple. Monitor batteries' stress accumulation continuously, not just at failure, but throughout their lifetime. Predict problems long before catastrophe. Design robotic grippers and surgical instruments that can sense and adapt tension at ultra-high resolution. Create smart agriculture, smart infrastructure, predicting drought and cracks early on. Forces were in the shadows. Today, we're bringing them into the light. We are making the invisible visible across all scales that matter, for both life and technology. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Implants Failure, Balchandur Navanitan, Falling Walls Lab, Taipei.
Hello, everyone. Metal implants are used in a wide range of reconstructive surgeries, primarily to restore anatomy and structural support. These implants are either smooth and polished or rough and porous. Smooth implants suffer from poor tissue adhesion, so metal 3D printing introduced rough and porous surfaces to improve the integration. But this comes at a cost. The metal implants rub against soft tissues, causing chronic inflammation, which results in fibrous encapsulation over the actual tissue integration and bone resorption. The result is implant loosening and failure. The impact is huge. Revision surgeries occur in up to 20-30% of patients, which can be much higher, rising up to 75 to 100%, depending on anatomy complexity and aging. And these repeated surgeries also bring pain, complication, and enormous cost. Hence, these implants are mechanical success, but biological failures. To overcome these failures, we developed a soft 360-degree conformal fiber blanket for metal implants, as schematically shown here with hip acetabular implant. This is enabled by our in-house autopilot single-jet 3D electrospinning platform. As you see in this video, a single jet seamlessly deposits fiber from top to the bottom, conformally covering complex 3D shapes. What makes them unique is the way they function. Microscopically, they act as a soft cushion around the implant, reducing the friction and the fibrosis. Microscopically, they mimic native extracellular matrix and with the pores that promote cell attachment, migration, and a true tissue ingrowth. The result is stable mechanical fixation, but now with functional biological integration. This fibrous porous wrapping also avoids dead volume, making them infection-free. The silk-like single-strand approach also avoids fiber fragmentation, while the use of FDA-approved biodegradable PCL ensuring safety and gradual remodeling with tissue. In essence, we transform a rigid, biologically inert metal implant into a soft, tissue-friendly interface. Our work has been recognized by these awards, which underscores its clinical and translational potential. Thanks for your attention.
Breaking the Wall of Hunger and Pollution. Beatrice Ali Piri. Falling Walls Lab, Lilongwe, Malawi.
Today, over 24,000 people are going to die because of hunger. And 860 million people face food insecurity all over the world. And our cities that choking on carbon emissions and heat, whilst climate change is shrinking our fertile land. So, envision this, where deserts could bloom, rooftops could grow vegetables. We need a solution, don't we? This is where I come in. So, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you solar soil. Solar soil is a biodegradable fabric that can turn any surface into a microgarden. It is built with 3 powerful science layers. The first layer, as you can see, is a hydrogel and a nanoclay layer. That layer can help plants grow with 80% less water and it stores water and nutrients. The second layer is solar-powered microchannels. This helps to take water directly to the roots, no pipes, no pumps, because it uses microfluidic forces. The third layer is the carbon capturing microbes. This will capture carbon dioxide from outside and release natural fertilizers. So, what can this do? 1 square meter of solar soil can grow vegetables or grains for a family. It can capture carbon dioxide for like a small tree, and it can cool urban areas through plant cover. Isn't that impeccable? So, we're not just, this isn't just a fabric. This is revolutionary, and this is revolutionary. Solar soil is the future. Solar soil means no child goes to bed hungry. Solar soil is building hope. It's not just growing plants, building hope and resilience. No child will go to bed hungry, and no child, solar soil is not just a fabric. No child will go to bed hungry, and cities will breathe cleaner air. Thank you very much.
Breaking the Wall of Water to Clean Hydrogen. Alexandra Corina Iacoban. Falling Walls Lab, Romania.
Let me begin with a simple question. What happens when the fuel that powers our world runs out? I believe that we can all agree that at this moment, the world is facing a serious energy problem due to the fast depletion of fossil fuel resources and the increase in the environmental pollution. Right now, the resources we are using are running out, and we are approaching a future energy crisis. So, what can we do about this? Our duty as researchers is to find a sustainable solution, such as renewable energy sources, in order to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. Our solution focuses on hydrogen as green energy fuel. Why hydrogen? Because 1 kilogram of hydrogen contains as much energy as 3 kilograms of gasoline, but without pollution. Our solution focuses on photocatalytic water splitting using only water, sunlight, and a photocatalyst. While water and sunlight are available all around the world, finding a photocatalyst that is both efficient and stable is remaining the main challenge today. So, titanium dioxide is one of the most commonly used photocatalysts all around the world, but it presents several limitations. In this direction, we have been thinking, what if we could redesign the traditional titanium dioxide? So this is exactly what we did in this study, and we have been focusing on one-dimensional titanium dioxide lepidocroside that has a graphene-like structure and is prepared through a simple, bottom-up, inexpensive, and scalable process from low-cost, earth-abundant titanium precursors such as titanium diboride or titanium carbide. And our idea worked. We have obtained 1 millimole of hydrogen per gram of photocatalyst with a high stability over 6 months of irradiation and in the water methanol mixture. More than that, we are on the right pathway to a affordable and scalable process in order to obtain climate neutrality by 2050. And in the end, I would like to say, let's break the wall of fossil fuel dependence and let's split water, not the planet. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Cancer Evolution, Ivan Civattini, Falling Walls Lab, Italy.
If cancer was a chess game, we are playing blind. I'm an oncologist, and every day I used to face this reality. 2 of my patients had the same cancer, the same age, and received the same treatment. One recovered, the other one unfortunately relapsed. And so as a doctor, I kept asking myself why. Same treatment, same cancer, same age, yet 2 completely different outcomes. And this question changed my life. I left clinical practice to study cancer evolution because I understood that what matters in cancer treatment, it's not only about what we see today, but it's about cancer's future. And predicting the future of cancer is one of the biggest challenges in oncology today. Cancer is driven by mutations, but when we diagnose it, we see them all at once, like a snapshot. We don't know the story behind them or what's coming next. But mutations follow a precise order. One opens the door for the next one. But current clinical predictive models ignore this. They freeze cancer in time. But if we miss the story, we miss the chance to act sooner, target better, and save lives. That's why, together with my colleagues, we created EvoClean, a university-based project that uses our machine learning models to predict the future of cancer. EvoClean turns the static snapshot into a timeline, predicting chains of molecular evolution that goes from the past to the present into the future of the patients. And when we integrate this evolutionary path with clinical data, we don't just simply describe the disease, but we predict its outcome. Trained on more than 100,000 patients, EvoClean learned to predict the next genetic move cancer will make. And when we follow patients over time, what we call longitudinal validation, EvoClean reached a 96% prediction accuracy in predicting the next genetic move cancer will make. And this matters because treatment for cancer is a balance. Treat too early and you harm, treat too late and you lose the chance to act. So EvoClean could help doctors make better decisions. Who needs treatment now? Who can wait? What's the next mutation? Can we anticipate it and even stop it in time? So by modeling how cancer evolves, we can see what's coming. And if we can see it, maybe we can change it. Our goal at EvoClean is simple: bring molecular evolution into clinical practice so we can predict the future of cancer and maybe get there first. So in conclusion, cancer evolves, and I think it's time we do the same. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Medical Energy Storage. Veronika Shedayova. Falling Walls Lab, Czech Republic.
We all know someone with a pacemaker. our grandma, our granddad, our parents, even our friends. Pacemakers keep our hearts beating and lives moving forward because every heartbeat matters. But pacemakers, as incredible as they are, they also have their limitations. They rely on tiny batteries and capacitors to deliver precise electrical pulses to the heart. But like every battery, even the one in the pacemaker eventually runs down. Traditional capacitors, they store only small amount of energy, and they are not efficient enough to draw energy from the batteries over decades. This causes periodical replacement of the batteries, and the current devices cannot get much smaller. So for patients who may be older or fragile, this means invasive, risky, and also expensive surgeries repeated every 5 to 10 years. Multiply that by the millions of people worldwide with a pacemaker, and it's clear, it's more than a medical issue, it's a human one. And there is the wall we are breaking. At the heart of our work is a new material, a graphene derivative. This graphene enables a new generation of supercapacitors. These capacitors are 3 times smaller, they are more long-lasting, more compact, and they are able to store and deliver energy much more efficiently than these traditional capacitors. With it, with our graphene, patients can finally have what they have always wanted, more reliable device requiring far fewer replacement surgeries and able to provide them with much more peaceful life. Basically, our material is carbon-based, meaning it's more biocompatible and thus safer than others, because in the end, we are all made of just carbon and water. This innovation doesn't stop at pacemakers, though. With our graphene, we can power other medical devices. We can power even consumer electronics, space, aerospace. Basically, anywhere you need safe, compact, and reliable energy, a graphene-based material can make a difference. This material is already produced in kilos. Here is a quarter of a kilo within my spin-out company. And we are already redefining the very foundation of energy storage systems. Basically, together with our partners and with the medical industry, we are already taking the first steps into introducing our black magic into new generation of devices. Every heartbeat powered by our graphene can give us more peaceful moments with the ones we love. Because if you get a pacemaker with our material, you can get one for life. So never again you are going under the knife. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of trauma fatalities. Subia Hussain, Falling Walls Lab, Bengaluru.
Namaste, everyone. First of all, thank you for this stage. Today, I'm going to introduce you to this nanomaterial that will stop bleeding within a minute of application, potentially saving millions of lives worldwide. But before that, a quick heads up. My slides contains real medical images of bleeding and trauma, but they are really important to show you the urgency of the problem we are solving. In 2014, my father and I had a horrific accident, and I still remember my desperation and failure to stop his bleeding while I was rushing to the hospital. But that's just not about me. Many of you might have faced similar situation. According to WHO, more than 6 million people bleed to death every year. That's like the number of people we lost during COVID. And the tragic fact is, almost 90% of them could be saved if bleeding is stopped early. But unfortunately, we have pressure and tourniquets as the standard of care. And we rely on these individual materials which have inherent property of blood clotting, and they're introduced in different forms and shapes, out of which nanofibers have shown the most promising results. Now, when it comes to nanofibers, that's a complex image. And yes, electrospinning, it's a complex. It involves millions of dollars, and also the question is how to standardize it at a larger scale. We found a solution to that, this glass beaker. So this is a process we came up with, combining those off-the-shelf materials into a nanomaterial altogether that will outperform those base biopolymers. We have 11 patents across 7 international regions. Now the science. So this is the world's first material to produce a very similar clot like a natural clot, but with a much more higher mechanical strength compared to the gold standards. We also have tested our product in a large volume of blood loss. This is a pig model. This is a protocol prescribed by the military itself. In such a case, a person can bleed to death by losing more than a liter of blood in just 10 minutes. So as you can see, we have punctured the artery, applied the material, and just hold it for 45 seconds. So that's it. Bleeding got stopped. And if you keep it for another 20 to 30 minutes, you can simply take it out without causing any rebleeding, just like that. And I'm also very proud to share with you that right now we are serving people at a trauma hospital in India. So lastly, I just want to conclude by saying, I was lucky enough to save my father, not everyone. Please support Stop Bleed to save lives. Thank you.
Jaroslava Schalik, Falling Walls Lab, Switzerland.
Hello people, today we're going to talk about soil and war. Military tactics often involves massive land mining of agricultural land. As an example, today a large part of Ukrainian territory is or was mined. Removing mines releases high concentrations of heavy metals into the soil. It intoxicates crops, making them unsafe for consumption and impacting not only Ukraine, but also import-dependent countries. So we face the wall. Heavy metal distribution cannot be traced by available methods on such a huge scale. And here's why. Today, to check your soil, you grab a sample to a lab. The problem is that results are showing you the status only of few dots across the entire field. So we developed a method that can trace heavy metal pollution not only in samples, but basically visualize it on the soil. And it has three components. First, we apply an organic reagent that we are mixing with water or with fertilizer on the field. It is based on curcuma longa, which is very well known for its strong UV fluorescence that disappears in contact with heavy metals. After the application, we scan the field with a drone equipped with UV light and optical hardware. After that, using our computer vision script, we map the contamination hotspots and share this data with the farmer through our app. And this data enables targeted local remediation that wasn't possible before. Now, instead of blind sampling, farmer can select targeted soil sample, and based on the lab results, we can design a remediation strategy. For example, we can use phytoremediative plants on polluted areas. They will absorb toxic particles, and after that, they can be reused for technical purposes, while the rest of the field can still be involved in the food production. At this stage, we are calibrating our solution for different soil types, as well as evaluating its potential impact on the soil health in the future. Nevertheless, we have already developed our MVP, which includes the solution itself, computer vision script, and drone hardware. And we did all of it because heavy metal pollution is not only a Ukrainian problem. By the way, we just have had our first pilot in Ukraine a week ago, I forgot to mention. So, we do it all because it's important for us. Our mission is to empower people to restore their land with accessible tools. Soil is resilient, and with the right care, so are we. And great thanks to my team that I'm representing today. It's Team Chernozem. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of selective gas sensing. Margot F. Verstreken, Falling Walls Lab, Leuven.
This is my dog, Sammy, and my name is Margot. I want to introduce you to Sammy because she can do a really cool trick. Sammy can detect diseases just by sniffing your breath. In particular, she's trained for diabetes detection. 1 out of 10 people suffers from diabetes, and that number keeps on rising. But regular screenings can enable early detection, and that can make all the difference, because timely changing your diet and physical health can prevent you from developing kidney failure, blindness. Well, the list is long. Although I hate to admit it, Sammy is actually not so special. Dogs can smell diseases, like diabetes or lung cancer, and that's because a dog's nose is the most advanced gas detection system that exists. Now, unfortunately, it's probably also the least practical one to use. But early disease detection, simply by regularly checking your breath, well, that would revolutionize healthcare. And it's exactly where my work comes in. We've developed the next generation of gas sensors. We integrate nanoporous materials, which are basically tiny microscopic sponges in sensors. We combine nanoscale chemistry with sensor technology. It's like putting a dog's nose in a device. And imagine you have one of these devices. You bring it close to your mouth, you breathe in, breathe out, and a notification pops up. Please see a doctor, because you have an indication of this or that disease. Why does this sound unreal? Why can't we beat a dog at smelling yet? Well, our breath is composed out of a mixture of thousands of different gases. And only some specific gases are linked to a specific disease. We call them biomarkers. But current sensors have trouble in only selectively detecting these biomarkers, while there are so many other gases flying around. So let me share my secret with you. With my sponges, I can measure how fast gases move. Small gases will go fast, while larger gases will move more slowly. And the measured speed is linked to a specific gas. It's like a fingerprint. It's efficient and it works. And it sounds simple, a subtle changing property, but it has a tremendous impact. Because one of our sensors easily outperforms the combined response of 10 commercial sensors. We've proven it for a case going towards diabetes detection. But gases are everywhere. Not only diseases, but also objects produce gases. And imagine that we could screen all public areas and public transport on explosives like bombs or drugs, or in your house detecting toxic gas leaks. Or maybe you're just interested in checking whether that chicken that you bought a couple of days ago is still safe to eat. This is a novel platform technology.
Breaking the wall of chronic pain. Ankit Parikh, Falling Walls Lab, Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Good morning. Do you know anyone who suffers from long-term back pain or neck pain, arthritis, migraine, or fibromyalgia? These are just some examples of chronic pain conditions. Many people report suffering from these conditions for years or decades. Chronic pain affects around 1 in 5 adults in the Western world. This number is likely higher in lower-income countries. Chronic pain is defined as pain that persists beyond the usual recovery time. It impacts a person's health, mood, and overall quality of life. Chronic pain costs billions in healthcare and lost productivity. Medications are only about 30% effective, and opioids carry serious risks. While surgeries and alternative treatments like cognitive therapies, exercise, or acupuncture help some people, we need more effective, drug-free, non-invasive, and home-based options to break this wall of chronic pain. Now, pain becomes chronic due to factors like overactive pain processing in the brain, immune system dysregulation, and body's overactive stress response. Research shows that electrically stimulating the vagus nerve through its branch in the ear can help manage pain by regulating these factors. And if that stimulation is timed with exhalation, it's even more effective. However, until now, research examining these effects of exhalation has been carried out only in laboratories, as portable equipment didn't exist. To address this challenge, I've developed a portable system that delivers in-ear stimulation only during exhalation. The system fits inside this case and consists of a stimulation subsystem, a sensing subsystem that detects changes in respiration and measures heart rate data, and a mobile app that controls the system wirelessly. Using this system, I conducted a pilot study in which 12 participants who had rheumatoid arthritis used the system daily for 20 minutes over a 2-week period. The results of the study are promising with excellent compliance, high usability ratings, and no serious side effects. Additionally, participants reported reduced pain and improved mental health. These results suggest that home-based use of the system is safe and feasible. Furthermore, research also supports potential use of the system in the treatment of high blood pressure and depression. Finally, the system inside this case is ready for future long-term trials and has the potential to become a drug-free, non-surgical option, not only for pain management, but also for improvements in mental health and well-being. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of whole tissue imaging. Francesca Kastner, Falling Walls Lab, Austria.
Dear audience, I want to welcome you to my presentation about how to break the wall of whole tissue imaging. Before I want to dive right into it, I want to define a really important word: nanobody. A nanobody is a small protein structure with similar functions to an antibody. This will be important for the following slides. Till this day, we use 2D visualization methods to image samples of tissue. This could be in the medical field, but also in the research field. Therefore, we use antibodies to stain our slides. The tissue samples have to be cut into really thin slices to visualize them two-dimensionally. But there is one major issue, as displayed on the left side of the presentation. There you can see two cases. In the first case, we have a tissue sample, in this case from blood vessels. There we have two not connecting blood vessels. In the second case, we have a blood vessel that spreads into two blood vessels. If we now cut it to visualize it two-dimensionally, we get the same image. This is a major problem currently in our research. We don't get any spatial information. Therefore, we found a solution. We have to go into the next dimension. Now we look at three-dimensional visualization of tissue samples. But there's one major issue. We don't cut the sample, so we can't use our antibodies. So we have to downsize and use the thing I mentioned before, the little small nanobodies that are similar in function to the antibodies. We use our nanobodies that are able to penetrate the whole tissue sample without cutting it. And as seen in the video, it works. There we visualize with the help of a nanobody the blood vessels in a human skin sample. The audience, with this technology, we are able to get better in-depth knowledge of our samples and to better understand our research samples. In future, this can be used also in the diagnostic field. The audience, I want to thank you for your attention and hope maybe get a little bit more understanding of visualization and why nanobodies are really lovely little fellows. Thank you a lot.
Breaking the wall of unsafe workplaces. Sarwan Shafiq, Falling Walls Lab, Erbil.
I would like to start with a story. In 2013, my dad was working in one of the construction sites in Iraq, Kurdistan specifically, and one day, out of a sudden, a wall was fallen on him. And he got very badly injured, and he couldn't work after that in the construction site. Actually, my dad is one of the 2.3 million workers that die each year or get injured in the construction sites. And also, it's one of the top 3 most dangerous sectors that people work on. We actually work to live, we don't work to die. And the thing is here that only 40 to 50% of the workers are willing to wear the PPEs, the personal protective equipment. Sometimes they forget it, they don't want it, and nearly 1
nearly 1 in 6 work-related deaths is happened in construction sites. We daily see it in the news, we see it everywhere. And we have came to a solution that we have built an AI system that can detect the missing PPEs, and also with the wearables like a wristband that detects the worker is not wearing like the PPEs, and it detects them. And we all know the HSE, the human safety engineers in the construction sites. It will make their work easier, and the compliance will be much better. And yeah, our system sends instant data to the workers and to the HSE engineers, and also to the construction manager that is have the responsibility of the workers. And yeah, our PPE, the PPE can cut the 60% of the probability to die or get injured in the construction site. Okay. So at the end, I would like to say that maybe some wall falls in our lives, but we have to make sure that no one gets hurt. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of destructive papermaking. Erchissaran Ganbold. Falling Walls Lab, Mongolia.
Paper. It's a really simple material which we use for all sorts of things, from writing, packaging, to even sensors and batteries. And paper market, global market, is valued at hundreds of billions of dollars, but there lies a hidden cost. To make paper, we are cutting more than 40,000 square kilometers of forest every year, and the traditional paper-making method is very resource-intensive. It uses harmful chemicals such as sulfur and chloride. So I thought to myself, there must be a better way to make paper, because it's a simple one, right? So I searched for a long time and found a very unusual but excellent raw material, which is cow dung. In fact, any grass-eating animal dung contains cellulose, which then can be extracted and used to make paper. And then cow dung is already half processed, so to extract the cellulose, it needs less energy and less chemical. So for the last 3 years, my team and I have worked on developing a paper-making technology from cow dung. And then we have successfully created our MVP and established a paper-making studio and patented our technology for 20 years in Mongolia. And I hear some laugh from the audience. So if we make paper from cow dung, instead of cutting 20 trees, we just need 2 tons of cow dung, and then it will give us 1 ton of paper. So for the next couple of years, my team are working on establishing an automated paper manufacturing facility, which will then save 16,000 trees and then prevent an emission of 1,500 tons of CO2. And this idea can be replicated everywhere around the world, wherever there is a grass-eating animal and paper demand. Thank you so much.
Breaking the Wall of the Silent Womb. Beyza Üstün Elayan. Falling Walls Lab, UK.
When do you think you started hearing for the first time? Was it when you were a baby? Most of us assume that's when it starts, after birth. For generations, science told the same story, that nothing meaningful happens before birth, because the womb is dark, isolated, and silent. It's a place where babies simply grow, but do not yet experience the world. But what if that story is wrong? By holding on to the idea of a silent womb, we risk missing the very beginning and the most critical stage of human development, a time where we may already have sensory experiences, such as hearing. This curiosity led us to ask a simple but radical question. Can fetuses hear and respond to different sounds in the womb? And if so, how can we measure their responses? Here is how we set out to find the answer. In the last 3 months of pregnancy, we invited 100 healthy pregnant women to our clinic at Cambridge University. Using 4D ultrasounds, we recorded fetal behavior in real time while playing different sounds located near the mother's belly. And these sounds included such as baby babbling, like simple speech sounds, and non-speech sounds, such as white noise. We then analyzed these ultrasound recordings frame by frame to observe how the fetus reacted to each type of sound. And what we see is remarkable. Some fetuses open and move their mouth almost as if trying to mimic what they hear. Some turn their head toward the sound, trying to locate where the sound is coming from. And even more interestingly, when we repeated the same sound again and again, their responses become more subtle, suggesting they're already figuring out what is new, what is boring, and what is worth responding to. This is a sign of habituation, one of the earliest forms of learning, and it reflects brain development. So what our research shows is that all of these responses, from mouth movements to head turns through these reactions over time, are not just random movements. They are clear evidence that fetuses are hearing, responding, and even remembering, all before birth. So all of these responses tell us a different story, that the womb is not just a silent place of growth. It is our first social environment. So let me ask you again, when do you think you started hearing for the first time? Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of diagnostic inequity. Shahir Ahmed, Falling Walls Lab, FCCU, Lahore.
Hello, everyone. A year ago, I lost my sister to sepsis. And not because there wasn't a treatment, but because the diagnosis came too late. And every year, hundreds of thousands of people lose their lives just to delayed diagnosis. And that is the wall that Hemidex is trying to break. So let's start with a simple blood test, right? It takes a few minutes, maximum of 15, to stain a blood slide. But give it a setting of a public hospital where there are hundreds of thousands of people coming every day, that time starts to grow. And in a very urban setting where there are many patients, that can take up to several days for a simple blood report. Just in Pakistan, there are about 60 to 62% of people that are living in rural areas without access to advanced medical care. And in such a setting, misdiagnosis and limited accuracy in tests become a standard, becomes a norm. So for a country that has about 2.6 pathologists for every million people, getting a solution that speeds up the diagnosis is very important. Because even after that stain is done, you have the stain, still, the stain varies by the handler, it varies by the quality, and it varies by the area where it was performed. So what is Hemidex? Hemidex is a system that digitizes blood staining by introducing AI and deep generative technology instead of chemicals and reagents. How it works is that from blood collection and slide preparation, now instead of having to perform a chemical staining process, you just simply place it under a microscope and take an image. And it doesn't matter what camera you use. You could use the newest and the most expensive Sony or Nikon, or you can just use the cheapest smartphone you have to take an image, put that image into the application, after which it will go through a process of generative staining. That stain image will then be classified to figure out what cells are present there and what type. After an analysis, it will give you a report about what the prognosis can be for the specific blood sample. This can help to drastically ease the process of diagnosis for doctors as well as for patients. And after that, you can see the diagnosis or the output right there. I'll just finish this. That the chemically stained output is very much similar to what the model for the AI does. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Forever Chemicals. Mabel Day. Falling Walls Lab, Australia.
How many people woke up this morning and brushed their teeth? I'm hoping most of you. Maybe you cooked breakfast in a Teflon non-stick pan or grabbed a takeaway coffee. Given the weather in Berlin recently, you may have even worn a waterproof rain jacket. So, while you're doing all of these things, did anybody stop and think about the impact on your health or the environment? All of the products that I've just mentioned, and many more in your daily routine, contain per- or polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, which you may have heard about referred to in the news recently as forever chemicals. As their name suggests, PFAS last forever. This means they won't degrade naturally in the environment, and they won't break down in your body. So once you've got them, there is no getting rid of them. In fact, nearly everyone here today will have some level of PFAS in them, with studies showing 99% of people with detectable PFAS in their blood. But why should you care about this? PFAS have been shown to increase your likelihood of cancers, diabetes, obesity, as well as lowering your immune response. Not only this, but PFAS can be passed from the mother to the unborn child, resulting in serious birth defects. So what am I going to do about this? Currently in Australia, there are no approved methods for PFAS destruction, and internationally, incineration poses risks of toxic byproducts. So I thought, as PFAS is a human-made chemical problem, we'd turn to chemistry for the solution, and that's where my research comes in. My research utilises carefully designed nanoparticles made from earth-abundant, cheap, and non-toxic materials to break the strong carbon to fluorine bonds present in PFAS when exposed to UV light. I've optimized these materials to break down PFAS into safe and non-toxic products. I conduct experiments in a continuous flow reactor, breaking down PFAS in water, which is the primary route of exposure for humans. These modular flow systems will eventually allow our lab-based results to be translated to larger scale remediation and portable treatment plants. My results so far have been really exciting. And we've actually been able to show a full degradation of PFAS into these safe and non-toxic products within a matter of hours. I've also successfully degraded PFAS field samples from contaminated water sites around Australia. So as I continue to work to take the forever out of forever chemicals, if you're wanting to do something about PFAS at home, I'd recommend switching out that scratched up Teflon pan for a stainless steel alternative. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are at the end of session 1. Wow, 35 pictures. Give it up for all the pictures so far. We now have a coffee break until 12 o'clock. You have a few different areas you can use. There's the area out here and also a very large meet and eat area downstairs as well. So go explore there. Session 2, please be back in here at 12 sharp. Jury members, please leave your iPads on your seats. And session 2 pictures, please stay here for your briefing right over there in the corner. Otherwise, take everything with you and we'll see you back here at midday. Thank you very much. Welcome back for session 2. Please start to take your seats so we can proceed with the global finale for Lab. If you are sitting further back, also feel free to come a bit further forward. There are some prime seats over here especially, and a few over here. So if you're sitting at the back, feel free to come a bit further forward as well. Wonderful, as we all come in. Most importantly, do we have all of our jury members here? Yes? Wonderful. I'll broadly trust you. Fantastic. So welcome back to session 2 of the Lab Global Finale. We have already had 35 incredible pitches that I was really amazed and inspired by, and I have no doubt that things will continue in that same vein. In this session, we will have 30 pitches, like I said, followed by lunch. And in the middle of those 30 pitches, I'll be joining you again on stage for a little special brain break as well. So if everyone's pretty much ready, seated, comfortable, shoulders rolled back, ready to focus on 30 incredible pitches, without further ado, let's begin.
Breaking the wall of late cancer detection. Elisa Grassi. Falling Walls Lab, KAUST.
Cancer is the second leading cause of death globally, accounting for nearly 10 million deaths each year. And the issue is most cancers are diagnosed when it's already too late. If cancer is diagnosed at an early stage, it's not a death sentence. However, if it is diagnosed at a late stage, it can be. Now ask yourself, when do we usually go to the doctor? When we experience a symptom. However, cancer gives symptoms only when it's already at a late stage with very low chances of survival. Therefore, here, screening becomes fundamental, but screening programs nowadays are still inadequate. They are invasive, such as colonoscopy for colorectal cancer, or expensive and uncomfortable, like mammography for breast cancer. And for many other cancers, we do not even have a screening program yet. Therefore, our approach to tackle this issue is to take a deeper look into the bloodstream. Cancer alters it in so many ways. It releases DNA fragments, metabolites, and in general, it modifies the normal balance of biomolecules in the bloodstream, creating a distinct signature of the disease. And with Raman spectroscopy, the technique I'm working with, we are able to detect this distinct signature. How does it work? Raman spectroscopy is an optical technique that uses a focused laser light to probe a sample, in our case, a small drop of blood. After the laser light hits the sample, most of it bounces back unchanged, but a tiny fraction of this light bounces back with a change in color depending on the molecule it interacts with. And after we put together all these changes in color, we obtain a Raman spectrum, a pattern of peaks that help us identify the blood samples showing signs of cancer. Now, we applied our patented method to classify blood samples coming from breast and colon cancer patients against their healthy controls, and we achieved an accuracy higher than 95%. Now, imagine this test as part of every routine blood panel. No more invasive and painful procedures, just one added value into the blood report. It could help detect cancer early, monitor cancer recurrence in between normal screenings, and even assess the effectiveness of a cancer treatment in real time at a biomolecular level. Therefore, by breaking the wall of late cancer detection, we move towards a future where cancer is not a death sentence anymore, but a disease called early and defeated. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of scarless wound healing. Schulte Yuen, Falling Walls Lab, Guangzhou.
Hi everyone, I'm Shijie from HKUST Guangzhou. Today I will talk about the scarless wound healing. I believe all of you are very familiar with the wound healing as well as scars. But let me tell you, a scar is not just a flaw in our appearance. For a violinist, a scar across their hand can end their career and silence their music forever. For a patient after surgery, a scar is a constant reminder of the painful illness in the past. For a child with a facial scar, it can become a wall of isolation, built by stares and questions from others. So how to break these horrible walls? 3 factors are keys: moisture, hypoxia, and inflammations. So, without the moisture, the wound will form a darkened-colored scab, which blocks the flowing of the oxygen. And without the oxygen, the wound will heal significantly lower and low quality. And of course, infections impede healing. So we need a material that is breathable, that allows moist healing, and prevents pathogens. However, the material that is breathable often not so good at preventing pathogens, for example, gauze. And the free flowing of the oxygen means the loss of the pressure moisture. So here, we develop a material that is called ultra-thin polyethylene nanomembrane. As you can see on my hand, it's only a few nanometer to a few micron thick, and it's only 1/1,000 thickness of our hairs. But it's the thinnest freestanding materials in the world. And you can see its structure is very similar to a fishing net, that it has a lot of pores to allow the oxygen to flow freely. However, its pore is small enough to prevent the bacteria and viruses, but big enough to absorb the wound exudates. And the molecule it absorbs helps to maintain a very good amount of moisture and prevent the formation of scab. And here we use the animal experiment to see how well it accelerates the wound healing. And we show that it accelerates the wound healing rate by more than 30 to 50%. And also, we visualize a protein in green color that is called alpha SMA, which represents the formation of scars. And you can see in the GP nano, which is our materials group treated, it's virtually disappeared. And the similar and remarkable healing outcomes happen on one of our human volunteers as well, which is me. And in this year, we are advancing the commercialization of this product, and hopefully we will bring it to the hospital, offer the patient the freedom to heal completely without a wall of scars. No one can live without getting hurt, but from now on, we can start to imagine and start to build a world without scars. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of hidden electronic waste. Johanna Zikulnig. Falling Walls Lab, Austria.
Hi. So we all know that electronic waste is a huge issue. We imagine discarded smartphones or old laptops. However, there is a more subtle but equally alarming dimension to this problem, the hidden electronic waste. Every day, hundreds of thousands of small electronic devices are integrated in everyday devices like smart packaging, textiles, or for logistics. However, due to the high level of integration, they are discarded with the product, so they won't end up in electronic waste. Instead, they will most likely end up in municipal waste. In the European Union, 50% of the municipal waste is recycled. However, this mainly applies to sorted waste like plastics or metallics. The small integrated electronics is most likely to be invisible to the recycling system, which means it will land in incineration or in landfilling with all of the valuable materials which are integrated like batteries, cars' raw materials, silicon chips just being lost. And with the emerging Internet of Everything and ubiquitous sensing, the issue is going to escalate. In my work, I've developed a wireless, modular, and sustainable sensing platform, which is designed to minimize the environmental impact in disposable sensing applications. It's built around a wireless sensing chip with a printed antenna, sustainable substrate materials, and so on. And what truly sets this work apart, actually, is that sustainability is not just a claim, but it's considered from the very beginning. I applied life cycle assessment, which is a tool, a scientific tool, to quantify and assess the environmental impact of a product or system. And with this, I took this to make informed design choices. Like here, for example, you see that although the weight % of the substrate is the largest of this whole sensor tag, it only contributes the least to the actual environmental impact. Also, by using digital technologies for manufacturing, we can adapt the design on demand without the need for wasteful tooling or batch sizes of millions. To summarize this, it's battery-free, it's a bio-based and recyclable substrate. It uses printed electrodes and antennas to form a sustainable solution for single-use applications. This work was published in Nature Scientific Reports, and I believe it really shows that functional sensing does not have to come at the cost of sustainability. And with doing so, I aim to break the wall of hidden electronic waste. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of UNESCO marshlands. Yosef Alwa-Eli, Falling Walls Lab, Iraq.
If you Google the word Iraq, most images show destruction and conflict. But Iraq holds other stories, stories of life, resilience, and heritage. One of them lies in its southern Iraqi marshes, which is listed 10 years ago as a UNESCO heritage list. These lands are submerged in water with floating communities on human man-made islands that survived for over 5,000 years, having their own traditions and ways of living. If we take one of these islands, we will see where families grow to reach 10 members or 15 members. We will see a large reed structure made of reed, which is called madif, or it's what's called madif. What a tradition was found in the archaeological findings in Mesopotamia, while the other living spaces are made with reed structure and mud covering. Today, with the climate change, these areas have, in southern Iraq, reached from 40% to 10% of its area. And with no mechanical waste system, the dropping water levels had led to diseases and destruction of these communities, which was before forming as 30% of Iraqi rural sector, now had dropped to less than half of that, leading to migration and disappearing of these unique communities. To break this wall, I started by studying the formation of these lands. I discovered that the river split into small branches that keeps running whenever the marsh dry up. So I proposed a new spatial system that depend on making these houses aligned to these natural branches and keeps expanding alongside them. I also proposed elevating these islands to separate the drainage from it. Also, I studied the process of building the ancient Madif house or guest house, which is starting from the large reed arches with ending and with mud covering. By scaling this method, I developed a new vernacular house where they use the same materials as same known methods. It provided an open, semi-open environment, protection from direct sunlight, cooling with the humidity, and protection from polluted environment. And most important, it provides an inner expandable system for family growth. This new system is totally done with no budget, by using local knowledge, local hands, and local materials to preserve the marshlands as not as memory, but as a living image of Iraq. Thank you all.
Breaking the wall of diagnostics speed. Picting Izzy Chung. Falling Walls Lab, Hong Kong.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm sure, as we all are aware, cancer has deeply impacted us.
As researchers, our best hope to change this is to radically speed up the medical diagnosis and relevant research. So we know some cancers can be detected early through the cancer screenings, go over the biopsy, and it will be sent to a lab. But what happens behind the curtains in the lab? So the tissue sample will undergo processing with a specialized technique called immunohistochemistry, or IHC, in which the tissue sample is treated with specific antibodies or cancer biomarkers. So traditionally, the sample will be placed on a slide and manually analyzed under a microscope. So you can see examples of CD3 markers for T cells. This is the immunopositive cells depicted in brown, stand out from the negative cell, which is blue. The color contrast is actually very important because by quantifying the positive and the negative cell patterns to see the percentage and the distributions of the positive cells, we can pinpoint those specific markers that are linked to different types of cancers. Unfortunately, this approach can be very slow and challenging because the whole process can take days, costs are very high, could be potentially affected by human errors. So, as a physicist, I wanted to approach the problem very differently by translating the physics of stains and light into mathematical precisions for pathologies. So my research is using machine learning algorithms to build up systems that's based on light matter interactions and spectral stain properties to precisely lock on to different and particular color signatures. You can think of it as you're trying to tune the radios to gather clear signals in the forest. So by doing this, we're able to isolate the cancer biomarkers and still keep the morphological features of the positive cells. So you can see the image can be uploaded in a matter of minutes. It does not just count cells. It also calculates the sizes, density, approximate areas, locations on a micron scales. And this is also one of the first cell analysis models for IHC, and I'm very proud to say that it has been publicly available to veterinaries worldwide since last month. This is not just to break the wall of diagnostic speed, but it also builds a bridge between physics, AI, and pathology. Can you imagine a world where it can save all of our loved ones by detecting diseases early? Thank you.
Breaking the wall of unsustainable hygiene. Penelope Berlanga. Falling Walls Lab, Peru.
Hello. You know, when I was coming here, I remember the first time I came to Europe and went to this fancy restaurant in Paris, and even toilet paper felt luxurious. It was white, soft, and perfect. Nothing like the rough, recycled kind we often have back home in Peru. You know, the one that exfoliates your body and soul at the same time. I laugh at that contrast, but then I made myself a question. What's the true cost of discomfort? The answer is actually alarming, because every year in Latin America, we use more than 2.5 million tons of toilet paper, and most of it comes from virgin trees. This process requires massive amounts of water and energy, and to make it white and soft, it's treated with PFAS, forever chemicals that never degrade, and actually accumulate in our body, soil, and water. Toilet paper, once a symbol of hygiene, has become a silent threat to both our health and our environment. So what's the green alternative? Recycled paper? It still contains dyes, inks, and bleaches, so basically processed waste. The system is broken. We need a radical change, and the change is here. At Pompon, we turn value where others saw waste. We create luxurious, biodegradable toilet paper from a surprising source. Cellulose recovered from rabbit manure. Through safety protocols and green chemistry, we transform this resource into a superior product, from the source to the final sheet. And this isn't just a concept, it's a validated reality. We have received around $10,000 from National University of San Marcos and have won the Yale Green Chemistry Accelerator Award for our innovation. Today, we are in the lab, but tomorrow, with your support, we can turn our prototype to production, creating jobs, regenerating lands, and proving that green chemistry isn't just possible, but profitable and essential. So the choice is clear. You can continue founding a system that cuts down our forest, or you can invest in one that grows them back. Join us breaking the wall of unsustainable hygiene, and let's make this world soft for us and kind to our planet. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of anti-malarial discovery. Khoi Nguyen, Falling Walls Lab, Australia.
Think of a hydra, a serpent that can grow back 2 stronger heads for each one that's being cut down by Hercules. Humanity is facing against a similar monster, malaria, a parasite that exponentially targets and destroys our red blood cell. Although there are many drugs on the market used to treat malaria, just like the hydra, malaria parasite has become resistant to all available anti-malarial. Every year, malaria claims more than 500,000 lives, where most of the mortality and cases are in resource-poor settings, where a patient can't easily access the treatment that they need. Over the last decade, global malaria elimination progress has stagnated and is projected to worsen with recent funding cuts to research and development. We are in dire need for novel anti-malarial. However, making a drug from scratch is a long journey that can cost up to billions of dollars, up to 20 years of work, and also not all preclinical data can be translated into clinical settings. Most drug candidates fail at human safety and toxicology testing, leading up to 90% of drug candidates fail to reach clinical trials, wasting precious time and resources. But despite the towering challenge of the drug discovery process, there are still 20,000 other regulatory approved human medicine for other indications available on the market. What if they can also be anti-malarial? Sounds simple, but by repurposing existing human medicine for which the human safety profile and dosage has been established, we are only focusing on the medicine's efficacy on the disease of interest, cutting down 5 to 10 years and reducing the cost by up to 90%. Compared to the traditional pipeline. And that's exactly what I've been doing in my master research project in the past 18 months. By studying 600 FDA-approved medicine for the activity against Plasmodium falciparum malaria, or the deadliest species of malaria, I have found 3 candidates that displayed remarkable activity against all stages of malaria that lives in the red blood cell. And upon further testing, I am so pleased to tell you that our silver bullet, which is an existing oral antiviral, is not only available for manufacturing en masse, but it's also so powerful that it has strength rivals some of the current anti-malarial, but the parasite can also not resist it after 6 months of drug challenge. With these exciting results, my lab and our collaborator are now setting up mouse malaria model to test these compounds in living organisms before moving them into human clinical trials. With hope, we would like to bring this lead compound into the market with only 5 to 7 years from now. So fellow innovators, just by repurposing existing human medicine, we are breaking down the seemingly indomitable wall of anti-malarial drug discovery process. By streamlining the drug development process, we are allowing life-saving treatment to reach the 300 million people who are so deeply impacted by malaria quicker, cheaper, and more efficient than ever. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of cardiovascular disease. Hadas Omer, Falling Walls Lab, Israel Academy.
I'm developing a new treatment for the world's #1 killer. Let's understand the problem. Plaque builds up inside blood vessels, narrows them, then triggers the formation of blood clots. If the clots block vital vessels, for example in the heart, it can cause severe damage and death. There's a powerful drug that dissolves clots, but it's hardly ever used, because once injected, it travels freely through the entire bloodstream, and when it reaches the brain, it causes fatal brain bleedings. Imagine someone having a heart attack. The ambulance arrives, but the medical team is helpless. They can't treat him during those first, most critical moments. Even if he makes it to the hospital, surgery is the only option. So too often, it ends in death or permanent disability, simply because treatment comes too late. If only we had a way to deliver this drug directly and immediately to the clot. That's where my solution comes in. I invented and developed a new nanocapsule that carries the drug safely through the bloodstream and releases it exactly where the clots are. It's a tiny hollow box sealed by 2 lids, far smaller than any vessel, and it's made entirely of DNA, so it's safe and naturally degradable. How does it know where to open? That's the main trick behind this invention. Let me explain. Narrowed blood vessels create a dramatic rise in the forces of the blood flow. I engineered the capsule to sense and to respond to these forces. Each lid is sealed by a DNA spring that I developed and carefully crafted and tuned so under normal flow it stays closed. But under pathological flow, where the flow forces are much higher, the magic happens. The spring flexes, the capsule pops open, and the drug is released. With a single shot, millions of capsules could be injected. They'll circulate and release the drug at the dangerous spots. An immediate, simple treatment when every second counts. This isn't science fiction. I've already built the capsule. These are real microscope images. And this is a real 3D image. I'm offering a game-changing solution to our top cause of death and disability. A one-of-a-kind capsule that could save millions. And also be a platform for more smart solutions. Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of limits. Drone 3D tech. Tian-Yi Liu, Falling Walls Lab, Taipei.
As researchers, we face limited time and resources, needing an agent to deal with these time-consuming and mundane tasks so we can focus on a bigger picture. Drones can be our agent, and as drone engineers, we design them to maneuver through spaces and apply it across different disciplines, from agriculture, civil engineering, and even archaeology. Yet we are still bound by many walls, tangible and intangible. The first wall is GPS navigation. Signal is transmitted from top down and gets blocked by rooftops and walls. So when drones enter to perform inspection, they will become lost and fail. The second wall is the different limits in 3D reconstruction. For example, LiDAR scans a target to create precise structures, but this result cannot show color and texture, making it impossible to identify the material. Meanwhile, traditional structure from motion method is really slow and struggle with recognizing repetitive patterns such as overlapping signage you see on the streets. So to solve the problem of one-way GPS transmission, we integrated Visual SLAM, which builds a 3D map by pinpointing corners and the surroundings. And using this map, the drone can now fly to any designated position. What's more, to identify complex overlapping patterns, we designed a Gaussian splatting pipeline to reconstruct the scene. It's like carving a statue, but rather than carving from stone, we're molding it out of clay. While traditional methods compare millions of pixels across photos, we simply mold color blobs into the right shape and texture, making it a faster process, all while preserving every texture detail. With this system, we're not just breaking the wall of space limitation, we're building a foundation for cross-industry cooperation. With applied physics, we can use 3D reconstruction to analyze airflow and surface geometry of power plant cooling towers. Our drones can capture their shape and allow physicists to simulate thermal efficiency and optimize energy generation. The same technology also connects agriculture with civil engineering, monitoring plants in greenhouses and look for infrastructure deformation. It even also bridges disaster management with emergency response. So upon reaching a disaster site, drones can scan patients and deliver preliminary assessments, allowing first responders to provide targeted treatments. This system has the potential to become the universal language that breaks the walls all researchers like you and I face: time and space. It is a technology that transcends disciplines and environments, bringing us one step closer into fully understand the world around us. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of lung cancer with light. Maria Leonor Ribeiro, Falling Walls Lab, Portugal.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leonor, and I want you to think on this question. Can a beam of light beat lung cancer? But first, to give you some context, lung cancer is one of the most diagnosed cancers and is the deadliest. This is due to the fact that current therapies are not efficient. They lack specificity, and they cannot go against cancer cell resistance. So we need new treatments. And photodynamic therapy is promising. It works through the activation of a drug, a photosensitizer, by light, so it acts in the local of the tumor. This leads to the creation of reactive oxygen species, leading to oxidative stress and cell death. But not only that, also to a local immune response. So our own immune cells can also act against the tumor. But for every therapy, there are drawbacks. One, it's not efficient in hypoxic tumors due to the absence of oxygen necessary for the reactive oxygen species. Two, not specific, so it will damage healthy cells around the tumor. And third, even if it creates a local immune response, you know, cancer cells are smart. They overexpress a molecule, PD-L1, at their surface, masking them from the recognition of our own local immune cells. For that reason, I have developed a novel nanoparticle in which I have encapsulated a photosensitizer, an oxygen carrier to resolve the problem of absence of oxygen, and functionalize it with a PD-L1 peptide for cell targeting, but also to unmask the cells. So let's recap. How does it work? The particle is internalized by cells, and upon internalization is activated by light, leading to the creation of reactive oxygen species, even in the absence of oxygen, due to the oxygen carrier. Then it creates a local immune response, and now immune cells can kill the cancer cells, since, well, they are busy interacting with the nanoparticles. But actually, how do I see if this works? Light enters again. Cells are autofluorescent. They have molecules that can be studied. And through the study of these molecules, we can infer their metabolic shifts, if they are responding to the treatment, if they are resisting, and the treatment can be adapted accordingly. So in my work, light can be destructive, but actually can also give me a lot of information. So let's go again. Can a beam of light beat lung cancer? Well, yes. I'm making it possible. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of data center heat waste. Federico Giulio, Falling Walls Lab, Italy.
Thank you for the introduction and good morning, everyone. I would like to start this speech by showing to you this image in which you can see me with some friends of mine at San Siro Stadium in Milan, Italy. And keep in mind that this image has been generated using artificial intelligence, starting from a real photo. And the generation of this kind of image requires a lot of energy, even higher than the energy that is required to fully charge a smartphone. And of course, you can imagine that this huge quantity of energy generates a lot of heat that must be correctly dissipated in order to avoid the failure of the electronic components in a data center. But unfortunately, nowadays, the standard cooling methods at one limit the computational capacity and at the same time are not environmentally sustainable. Indeed, the cooling accounts for at least the 40% of the total power consumption in a data center. And this is not sustainable. So our idea to break the wall of data center heat waste is to use a thermoelectric cooler to cool down the electronic components in a data center. A thermoelectric cooler, like the one that you can see in my hand now, is basically a solid-state device without moving part, so it is noiseless and low maintenance cost. And moreover, it is scalable, so we can localize the cooling, and it is a well-known technology that displays a long-term stability, up to 25 years at least. Our idea is to make a thermoelectric cooler based on silicon nanowires. We are already able to prepare this kind of unique structure that is composed just by silicon nanowire, that is not only efficient, but also scalable and reliable. With this solution, we can couple the advantages of silicon in terms of geoabundancy and no toxicity with the advantages of nanostructuration that can significantly enhance the cooling performance of the material. Theoretically, with this strategy, we can increase the CPU computational efficiency by the 30%, and at the same time, we can make data center more sustainable with a total power consumption reduction by the 20%. That's all, and thank you very much for your attention.
Breaking the wall of exclusion in disasters. Fadila Tria Wulandari, Falling Walls Lab, Indonesia.
Living in a disaster-prone country and coming all the way from eastern part of Indonesia, where there is a massive environmental degradation and even worsened by climate change, my life is at risk. Well, the lives of 200 million people in Indonesia are at risk, and having an effective early warning system are undeniably can save life. However, if you ever realized, most early warning systems are designed based on the assumption that everyone can see. You know, flashing alerts, likes, text-based notifications, SMS, as if everyone can hear the siren. We often think that climate disasters affect all people equally, but what about people who are blind, deaf, or use wheelchairs? So together with Hasanuddin University, we have been working closely with people with disabilities in Indonesia, and they have shown us that the biggest barrier is not their disabilities, but it is the systemic exclusion that neglected them in the discussion around climate adaptation or disaster preparedness. So what we are doing now, we use participatory approach to identify their climate vulnerabilities, to map their needs, to unlock their barriers. And we invited them to co-design an inclusive early warning system that will not only work for the majority, but for everyone. Let me take you through Siaga Difabel, and let's think about how people who are blind, they could receive a vibration or audio-based alerts when the flood water rises in their area. What if we could provide an evacuation map for people who use wheelchairs, so they could highlight the barriers they could face on the ground? What if we could provide a simple, clear visual information on climate risk about strong wind, extreme weather, falling debris, or evacuation simulations all delivered in sign language? Let's go further. What if people with disabilities are the messengers themselves, where they live report warnings? They inform their communities directly with their own language, with sign language. This is what we call a peer-led resilience. A web content accessibility guidelines will ensure that all types of disabilities can access the platform without barriers, so that no one left behind. If we can make this happen in one city with 4,000 people with disabilities registered, we can reimagine how climate adaptation and disaster preparedness look like everywhere, not only in Indonesia, but all across the world. Not only we are going to save more lives, but we will also create a safer, fairer, and just world by breaking the walls of climate injustice and exclusion in disasters for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Molecular Monotony. Karen de la Vega Hernandez. Falling Walls Lab Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions.
When I tell people that making medicines is like ordering pizza, I get that look. But I've tested this theory. Hear me out. One night, my friends and I tried to order a pizza with all our favorite ingredients. As you can imagine, the pizzeria said, no way, only one topping per pizza. That same "you can't" is the wall we face in chemistry when we try to make medicines better. Think of paracetamol. It's great for headaches, but too much damages your liver. Now imagine a safer version, a paracetamol 2.0. How do we get there? It's like making the perfect pizza. We start with the original base and make small changes until we find the best one. The problem is developing that better medicine requires hundreds of versions, but we cannot make them. Most tools only let us create one new version. Pepperoni? Fine. But pineapple? We need a different tool or start from scratch. It's slow, expensive, unsustainable, and a bit heartbreaking, because we know those better versions could exist. So it's time for a new recipe. My job is to create tools that let us make as many versions of a medicine as we need. This new compound is our tool. It's like a multi-plug adapter. We plug it to a medicine, and it gives us 3 sockets ready to attach any topping we want. Now we can make hundreds of versions from the same base. And we've already used this tool to modify medicines for hypertension, diabetes, multiple sclerosis, and more. With a robot, we made 24 versions of one medicine in just one day instead of weeks. And the beauty is that 80% of all existing medicines are already compatible with our adapter. So this one tool could help improve most of the medicines we all rely on. But that pizza night wasn't over. Just as I hit order, a friend shouted, "Wait! I'm gluten intolerant." Now the problem is the crust. And in medicine, sometimes the crust, the core of the molecule, isn't good enough. But changing that is much harder, like making your pizza gluten-free after it's baked. Impossible, right? Our second tool makes that possible. It edits the core, adding an extra carbon atom, creating a new base we can decorate to make many more versions. Tiny tweaks can spark big changes. Our tools make those changes possible, because every wall we break in chemistry isn't just molecular, it's human. It's a wall between disease and cure, between what is and what could be. This is our slice of that future, our contribution to making medicines better for everyone. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Safer Childbirth. Anthony Wong, Falling Walls Lab, Illinois.
Hello. By the time I finish my presentation today, 1 woman will have died from complications of childbirth. That's 700 women every single day. Tragically, about 75% of those deaths are preventable. One of the most common causes is something called obstructed labor. That's when the baby gets stuck in the vaginal canal during delivery. For this, doctors use a procedure called assisted vaginal delivery, where they use forceps or vacuums to help guide that baby out. However, rates of this procedure are decreasing rapidly worldwide, with rates as low as 1% to 3% in low-resource countries. The WHO defines 7 basic obstetric care functions, of which assisted vaginal delivery consistently shows as the least utilized. Why are we losing this life-saving skill? Well, there are 3 primary reasons. 1, there aren't enough doctors being trained in these procedures. Secondly, there's a lack of access to the right tools. And third, there's fear. A fear of complications, including brain bleeding and nerve damage for the child, as well as lifelong pain for the mother. That often leaves us with no choice but an emergency cesarean delivery. That's a risky abdominal surgery that in low-resource countries could cost the mother and child their lives. But it doesn't have to be this way. I want to introduce you to our team's solution, PeriAssist. This is a ring-shaped device designed to wrap around the baby's head. Unlike traditional metal forceps and vacuums, The ring shape distributes that pressure evenly, reducing the force required. That protects the baby's skull and nerves from damage and prevents tears and lifelong pelvic floor injury for the mom. Our early studies show around an 80% reduction in injury compared to current tools. Secondly, PeriAssist is designed to be easy to use. It's designed for one-handed operation, so the doctor has the other hand free to help the mother. It gives doctors the confidence they need during these critical moments. Lastly, PeriAssist is designed to be scalable, affordable, and accessible. With an estimated cost of around $5 for manufacturing, PeriAssist is designed to be delivered across the globe. So please join us. Let's make safer childbirth a reality for every mom, everywhere. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of solid tumor shields. Elena Barba Sarasua. Falling Walls Lab, Spain.
The clock is ticking and cancer is winning. Every year, 20 million people are diagnosed with cancer, which is almost 1/4 of the population of Germany. And every year, 9.7 million people die of cancer, which is almost 3 times the population of Berlin. But why is this happening? Because conventional treatments like chemotherapy and radiotherapy are not working. Almost 40% of the patients relapse within the first 2 years of treatment. So we turn to immunotherapies, where we have bispecific T-cell engagers that form a bridge between the T-cells and the tumor cells, enabling these T-cells to kill the tumor cells. And then we have the very well-known CAR T-cell therapy, which are engineered T-cells that can recognize and kill the tumor cells. These immunotherapies have shown impressive results in some blood cancers, like leukemia or lymphoma. But in the case of solid tumors, they fail in 80% of the cases. So it is urgent to find an alternative for these patients. And that's where we come in. We're engineering T-cells to stab cancer. Stab T-cells act as living drug factories as they are continuously secreting bispecific T-cell engagers. So they act as effectors, but they also recruit bystander T-cells, this massively amplifying the immune response in the tumor site. Take multiple myeloma. Today, the standard immunotherapy treatment is CAR T-cell therapy. And yet in mice, they seem to control disease in the beginning, but in the long term, they end up relapsing. Now, can you imagine what happened when we treated these mice with a stab T-cell therapy? They're 100% cancer-free. We published this work in Science Translational Medicine, and we worked really hard to patent this strategy. But do you know the best out of it? That we're treating the first 15 patients in the upcoming months. So this is getting real, and now we're scaling it to solid tumors with a multi-target strategy. For that, we're engineering stab T-cells against surface antigens, but also against intracellular antigens that are expressed on the surface. And on top of this, we're engineering these T-cells to secrete NK cell engagers. So just by modifying a few number of T-cells, we're generating a local immune cascade that stabs and destroys the tumor. So while the clock is still ticking, we're all in a mission to go from this to this, stabbing cancer. Thank you.
Hello, it's me again. And once again, I'm not going to be doing a 3-minute pitch. Instead, we're going to be spending the next 3 minutes doing something a little different. This is your moment for a brain break. And this is the brain break that normally gets the most interesting feedback afterwards. So this is a little more of a game than the conversation we had earlier. And this is a game that hopefully most people in here are familiar with. And in English, it has a very simple name. And in German, it has a very different name that I'm reliably informed. We're going to be playing a game called Schnick, Schnack, Schnuck. So Schnick, Schnack, Schnuck, otherwise known as scissors, paper, rock in English, goes a little like this. you turn to the person next to you and you just go, schnick, schnack, schnook. And then, this is how we're going to be doing it, schnick, schnack, schnook. And then you choose scissors, paper, or rock. Simple rules. Scissors beats paper, paper beats rock, and rock beats scissors. Okay? I don't know which schnick beats schnook and schnook beats schnack. That part doesn't matter as much. It's just a fun set of words to say. So we're going to play for a couple of minutes. Play the person to your right, play the person to your left, play the person behind you. One other thing, there's also there are a few seats just here, 3 or 4. So if you are standing towards the back and you want an even better view of, not of me, but of our pictures, then there are a few seats here as well, so feel free to move. This is a 2-minute break, and then we will be going straight back into the pictures. Fantastic. Off you go. Schnick, schnack, schnook. Schnick, schnack, schnook. Oh, we do that. Okay. Schnick, schnack, schnook. Schnick, schnack, schnook. Schnick, schnack, schnook. Come on. Schnick, schnack, schnook. You win. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Please all retake your seats. Like I said, if you are sitting further back and you'd like to come forward, there are a few seats in the second row here. But if you can calm down after that extremely fun game of Schnick, Schnack, Schnook. I know it's hard to settle back down after such exhilarating sport. But we have to calm it back down, refocus. We have to calm it back down and refocus. Thank you. Please take your seats. Wonderful. A quick show of hands. Who won their game of Schnick, Schnack, Schnook? All right, it should have been half of you, so I don't know why there was less than half the hands up. I don't know if that makes any sense. Hopefully, you enjoyed that Schnick, Schnack, Schnooking, which is probably not a verb, but I'm turning it into one. We are about to settle in for our final 15 pitches before lunch, and then we will be back in here after lunch for the final session of 35 pitches. So we have 15 pitches left. Can everyone roll their shoulders back? Get set, get comfortable. Make sure we are paying full attention to the next 15 pitches, which I'm sure are going to blow us all away, just like the previous 50 have. We are halfway through our entire day. Currently, we've had 50 pitches, we have 50 more. So we're already halfway through, and I can't wait to see what we have in store. So if everyone's ready, are you ready? Yes. I can't hear you. I said, are you ready? Yes. Perfect. So next 15 pitches before lunch. Let's begin.
Breaking the wall of textile waste. Manly Chabosh. Falling Walls Lab, Erbil.
What if the clothes that we wear today can be a part of the solution to address climate change and rather not the problem that addresses it? Because right now, out of the 100 billion garments produced each year, over 92 million tons end up in landfills, which contribute to over 20% of global wastewater. Now, a lot of these garments can take up to 200 years to be discarded. We live in an age where the shopping bags that we use are made of cloth, but our clothes are made of plastic. Plastic that is inspired by the fast fashion industry and all the synthetic textiles full of microplastics that they use, which are harmful for the environment, and they even infiltrate in our blood. These kind of problems are very hard to address, but solutions have to be made. And today, I'm literally wearing my solution. My entire outfit, starting from my blazer, trousers, tie, even my watch strap and the shoelaces that I wear are all from upcycled materials that were once discarded. Through the simple phase of upcycling, we could contribute to lowering the climate change impact by 42%. We could also save up to 7 kilograms of CO2 and 2,700 liters of water. And this has all been done by a project that has been from 14 team members. In less than a year, we've been able to rescue 5,200 items from landfills, from ending up in landfills, and upcycling 2,400 items, and produce 1,700 products that are unique, fashionable, and eco-friendly. But these numbers are not so impressive, because we are trying to do much bigger. Through creating a system that has an infrastructure and brings together a lot of different collaborators and stakeholders that addresses the problem of textile waste by filling in the gaps regarding data collection, regarding conducting research, and creating a system that can distinguish all the different fabrics and all the uses that we could make. To break the wall of textile waste, we need more than technology. We need to collaborate together to reach a global impact by addressing creativity and everyday action. So let's change the story of fashion by starting with what we wear today. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of anxiety with 5-minute VR. Eni Mamuchashvili, Falling Walls Lab, Georgia.
Anxiety. Your heart races, your palms sweat. You're pitching your idea, and suddenly your brain says, whoa, that's dangerous, because it's just trying to protect you. But when stress keeps coming, it learns to always expect the worst. And soon, this is how anxiety becomes your default. 300 million people worldwide live with diagnosed anxiety. 73% never start therapy, and 40% of those who stop therapy too soon. And even though the world loses $1 trillion every year to anxiety and depression alone, therapy remains a wall. Too slow, too expensive, painful, and inaccessible. Because in the European Union, there are only 18 therapists per 100,000 patients. At Neuropilot VR, we are breaking those walls. What if managing anxiety did not take months, just 2 5-minute VR sessions? Neuropilot VR is a science-based virtual reality experience that guides the brain from anxiety to calm state without talking about trauma. Our method, the Desire Therapy, uses precision-guided mental imagery, not to think about emotions, but to recalibrate them, which needs no therapists in this session. Each session is designed to calm the brain by increasing the alpha waves, decreasing the beta frequency in the prefrontal cortex, and regulate the heart rate, which are the key signs of emotional balance, relaxation, and ability to learn and focus. We have run over 2,000 sessions, including 1,500 in VR across Germany, Georgia, Japan, and the USA. Our clinical research shows 67% success rate. Mental disorders cost the world $5 trillion every year. With a simple 5-minute solution showing 67% success, even a 1% impact could save $50 billion annually. That's not a small change, that's a system change. Your brain is not broken. It's doing what it is evolved to do, to predict danger, to keep you alive. With our 2 5-minute sessions, we recalibrate those predictions from danger to safe. Let's break the wall of anxiety together. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of financial illiteracy. Lucrece Adikponzi. Falling Walls Lab, Benin.
My mother, a civil servant, often struggled with money. At age 10, I sometimes worked kilometers selling tomatoes on the street to help out. But eventually, I realized that we did not have an income problem. We had a financial planning problem. Hello, everyone. According to a 2024 empirical studies, in Benin, less than 15% of women receive financial education. They silently struggling to manage their own finances, falling into debt with high interest lender just to cover daily needs. And a single emergency, like a child medical bill, can trigger a major financial crisis. And yet, they support our economy at work and at home. I've spoken to caregivers, civil servants, women working in both public and private sectors. The truth is striking. Their expenses rarely align with their long-term dreams, like investing wisely in their future to escape the cycle of high interest debt and saving money for their children's health and educational needs. The results? 0 savings, 0 investment, 0 financial peace. We're not facing here a lack of motivation. We're facing a wall, the wall of financial illiteracy. To break this wall, my team created WOMA, the Women Money Academy. It's the first hybrid financial education platform designed for young Beninese women. Women who have income but lack tools and guidance to manage it wisely and invest sustainably. WOMA comes with short audio lessons and an AI-powered voice coach, all offered in local languages. This means, for example, for a young woman trying to go back to school and provide for her children can benefit both from simple advice to better plan her finances and emotional support to help her power on. When a woman understands her money, she becomes a better investor in her life, in her children's education, in country, and the planet. In 2025, we launched our pilot with 50 women in Benin. Over 80% of women created their first saving plan. By 2030, we aim to reach 1 million across Africa. Because at WOMA, we believe when you give women the keys to finance, they unlock the doors to true development. So I invite you all to join us in achieving this mission. Thank you so much.
Breaking the wall of late anemia diagnosis. Danielle Otao, Falling Walls Lab, Ecuador.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel, and I've lived with sickle cell anemia since I was a child, which is a genetic condition where the red blood cells, normally round and flexible, become stiff and shaped like a sickle. These bloods can block the blood flow, causing pain and also leading to chronic anemia, which is a lack of healthy red blood cells to carry oxygen to the blood and the rest of your body. But anemia is just one out of many kinds. There are many types of anemia, and it affects from 1.6 to 1.9 people around the world, especially children and pregnant women. So this population is the one that we need to protect, especially. Now, what happens and what is the situation around the world? In places like Colombia, my country, or the sub-Saharan parts of Africa, and also the rest of the world, South America and the rest, having access to a blood test is extremely complicated sometimes, expensive, and takes a lot of time. So I created HemoHelp, which is a non-invasive device. You just have to put your finger here. We turn it on. We put your finger. It takes just 5 to 7 seconds. And it's gonna show you the amount of hemoglobin that you have. 15.3 is my amount right now. So I'm not in risk. But what happens to those people at the sub-Saharan parts of Africa, waiting 2 months, 3 months for a blood test? What happens in Colombia and other places from the world? What happens when there's no lab, no needles, no early detection? You already know the result, right? That's a wall, and that's the wall that I'm trying to break. Because no one, and I mean no one, should suffer from anemia. Not anymore, thanks to HemoHelp. Thank you so much.
Breaking the wall of toxic textile dyeing. Edena Angianzat, Falling Walls Lab, Madagascar.
Take a look at your outfit. Red, green, blue, nice. But today, let me tell you that those colors would fade and say goodbye in the next wash if the producer didn't use the essential ingredient called mordant. Mordants are used to fix and intensify colors on fabrics. But there is a problem. 20% of the global industrial water pollution comes from the textile industry. Because of this, more and more people are using natural dyes, which is great. However, even in natural dyeing, most mordants still contain toxic heavy metals. And those metals pollute water, kill the aquatic life, and cause serious diseases such as cancer and allergies. In Bangladesh, rivers are polluted. In India, the soil and crops are contaminated. And all that just to keep our clothes colorful. So what can we do? Should we give up and fix colors only in our imagination? Of course not. There is a solution, and it comes from nature. We produce this powder, a natural mordant extracted from lycopods plants that absorbs metals, but in safe organic forms. Those plants grow wild in Madagascar and in many other parts of the world. So, as a chemist, I took the plants to the lab, analyzed the chemical compositions, and extracted the biomordant. So, then, with just a small proportion, it made colors stronger and keeps them even after several washes. And that's not all. The whole process is 100% natural and safe. Why? Because the extract was tested for toxicity and the result was clear. The use of this natural mordant is non-toxic, eco-friendly, and effective. So not only does it reduce pollution, but it also protects human health and adds value to the biodiversity. To sum up, I want to remind you that some people and even the entire ecosystems have suffered from toxic production and water pollution just to keep our clothes colorful, just to fix color on clothes. So from now, let's act to protect our future and break the use of toxic heavy metals in natural textile by using natural mordant. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of the tumour prison. Paul Talat, Falling Walls Lab, UK.
Let's talk about one of the deadliest walls of all, the wall of the tumor prison. According to the World Health Organization, nearly 10 million people die from cancer every year. 1 in 5 of us will be affected by this devastating disease. That means it's not just a statistic, it's personal. It may affect our friends, our family, and yes, maybe even ourselves. But here's the good news. We are not helpless. Each of us is born with a remarkably powerful weapon against cancer, our immune system. It's smart, adaptable, and vigilant. And at the heart of this defense system are dendritic cells. Think of them as undercover spies. They sneak into the tumor, gather intelligence, and when everything goes right, they escape through lymphatic vessels and report back to the headquarters. The T killer cells, the precision killers of your immune system. Once alerted, those killer cells storm the tumor and wipe out the enemy. But here's the twist. In many cancers, this system breaks down. Why? Because the tumor turns itself into a prison. It builds a wall, a barrier, that traps the undercover spies inside. They can no longer deliver their critical message. And without that warning, your killer cells remain blind to the threat. So, what do we do? How do we break that wall? In our lab, we are investigating exactly that. We had a close look at your undercover spies and the lymphatic vessels, the tunnels that allow them to escape. We found that those tunnels were nicely developed at the tumor margins, but they didn't reach into the tumor core, meaning that the undercover spies in the tumor core cannot escape. By understanding how the tumor prison works, we can find ways to dismantle it. We may be able to develop drugs that promote the growth of those tunnels right into the tumor core, allowing your undercover spies to escape and sound the alarm. Because when we break down the wall of the tumor prison, we reactivate one of the most extraordinary forces in nature, your immune system. And that's how we turn understanding into action and walls into breakthroughs. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of infected wounds. Anita Nzia Donkor. Falling Walls Lab, Ghana.
Imagine a world where no one dies of infected wounds. Assuming you are a nurse at a rural area in Ghana, a 7-year-old boy is brought in your facility, but unfortunately, you are out of gauze. You will be forced to improvise, right? Knowing very well the effects of infected wounds and improper wound dressing. This is the story of Kwame, a 7-year-old boy whose leg was cut and dream of becoming a footballer was cut short due to infected wounds. This story plays in millions of health facilities in Ghana and worldwide. Dr. Charles Awinate is a private health clinic owner at Sandema. He is passionate about providing quality health care to his patients, but he complains about the high cost of gauze in the market, which results in insufficient supply of gauze in his facility. According to the World Bank, Ghana relies solely on importing of this gauze, costing $1.7 million annually. Meanwhile, according to the Ministry of Food Organization, or Food and Agriculture Agency, Ghana is ranked 14th when it comes to the production of pineapple. But the sad reality is that the leaves of these pineapples are either bent or left to decompose, releasing methane gas into the atmosphere. Nearly 36% of health facilities in Ghana face this challenge, which in turn increases the risk of infection on both the sides of patients and healthcare providers.
That's why Hail Fiber is here with our groundbreaking solution that's making clinical gauze from pineapple leaf fibers, which helps in wound healing approximately 30% as compared to the normal gauze. Due to the presence of bromelain, an antimicrobial property, how do we intend to do this? First, the leaves will be decorticated after harvest, refined into yarn, sterilized, processed into gauze, and packaged for sale. We intend to create impact by reducing methane gas emission by 2035, increasing the income of farmers, and also ensuring this gauze reach rural areas in Ghana. At Hail Fiber, when we say we are healing, our audience respond with a natural touch of nature and a year. So everyone, we are healing with a natural touch of nature. Yeah, thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Oceans Pollution Legacy. Carme Pathin Salvador. Falling Walls Lab Santiago de Compostela.
I grew up by the seaside, with the sound of the waves as part of everyday life. But so was the sight of the plastic on the shore, the oily sheen on the water, the smell of something not quite right. So even as a kid, I could tell the environment around me was getting worse. Every headline seemed to tell the same story: pollution, acidification, extinction, in short, destruction. So I started studying coastal pollution. I was ready to keep reporting bad news about the environment. And yes, I knew there were environmental policies regulating fossil fuel compounds, international agreements and conventions, environmental law, and protected areas. But I kept wondering, are they really working? So let's imagine the current situation as a kind of balance. On one side, we have growing population and the emergence of technological waste. But on the other, we have stricter and stricter rules. So we need to know the score. But to do so, we need to know what's happening today by looking to the past. And how do you do that? You need a time machine. And we found one, the brown algae. So these amazing organisms have been quietly recording what's happening to the sea year after year, much like human hair records traces of drugs. In my home region, in Galicia, northwestern Spain, we have an environmental bank of samples of brown algae from more than 170 sampling sites from 1989 to 2021. So we can know what's going on. We were, again, ready to report this bad news about the environment, but the data told us a different story. Metal pollution wasn't rising. It was falling dramatically. Mercury, cadmium, chromium, their levels had dropped over the decades. And they match perfectly with the implementation of environmental law, such as the global ban of leaded gasoline. So after all the bad news, we finally have something good, something to be happy about. So is it time to celebrate? Is the job done? Not quite, because now a new challenge is emerging. Climate change and ocean acidification are changing the rules. So even lower concentrations of pollutants can have more toxic effects on organisms. This is why we still need all eyes on pollution. And for that, we'll keep listening to our silent witnesses, the brown algae, storytellers of how our oceans are changing. Thank you very much.
Breaking the Wall of Tissue Monitoring. Nethin Sadish, Falling Walls Lab, Eastern Finland.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pretty sure everyone here enjoys simple activities like taking a walk, a run, or for those who are more adventurous, even a trek. But for 600 million people, these simple activities are often accompanied by pain, and that's because of osteoarthritis, a silent condition that basically destroys your articular cartilage between your joints, which then leads to progressive pain, immobility, and a growing socioeconomic burden. Currently, close to $100 billion are spent every single year in order to treat osteoarthritis. Yet, there's no form of treatment that helps in the long-term restoration of the joints. But over the last decade or so, tissue engineering has emerged as a promising alternative where you combine the principles of biology and engineering to develop an artificial cartilage, which is then surgically implanted into the patient suffering from osteoarthritis. But despite the large potential, currently, the quality of the engineered tissue is unknown. And this is because there's no protocols which help for the real-time monitoring. The current approaches are basically destructive, time-consuming, and are basically based on trial and error. So people might be wondering, why is this quite an important wall to break? It's quite simple, because out of the 600 million people, 300 million people require implant-based surgeries. And by implementing a simple quality control approach in terms of tissue engineering, we can use tissue engineering as a form of treatment in order to treat osteoarthritis. And that's where our solution comes in. We combine the principles of near-infrared light and machine learning together to what we call as NIR Sense, which helps in the real-time and non-destructive monitoring of the engineered cartilage. So how does NIR Sense work? It's quite simple. It uses light, specifically in the near-infrared range, to detect the chemical changes not only in the tissue you're growing, but also in the surrounding media, as well as the scaffold that helps in the growth process. By detecting the chemical changes across all of these platforms, the researchers and clinicians will be able to develop and regulate the growth protocols and also personalize it specific to the patient suffering from osteoarthritis. Our main aim with NIR Sense is quite simple. We want to remove the trial and error process in terms of tissue engineering and make it more data-driven and precise. NIR Sense was something we conceptualized in 2022. Since then, we have published our research finding in various peer-reviewed journals, making us one of the first people to implement NIR in terms of tissue monitoring. And we are currently in the process of, we have also got our invention disclosure, taking us one step closer to prototype development as well, and which will in turn take us one step closer to clinical translation as well. Finally, I would like to say that with NIR Sense, we are very confident that we can break the wall of tissue monitoring, and it will light the way to better tissue engineering decision so that people suffering from osteoarthritis can enjoy the simple joys of life again. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of algorithmic distortion. Fernanda Roca Sanchez Umaña, Falling Walls Lab, Chile.
Let me ask you, have you ever viewed Instagram or TikTok and suddenly realized you have no idea how much time has passed? This happens to you, to me, and to everyone. Because what it happens with social media is no longer social. And maybe you might think this is about willpower, but it's not biological. Algorithms hijack the brain's reward systems, especially affecting young adults at our starting point, who are the most connected generation in history, despite being the highest level of loneliness. And this isn't mental health crisis limited to screens. It's fragmenting our societies. And as polarization escalates, it threatens our democracies. That's why I present a framework for cognitive sovereignty, built on 3 pillars. The first one is the algorithmic mirror. This is the first app that makes the invisible visible by quantifying your digital footprint, showing you, 1, how much of your feed is from you and from the algorithm, 2, the thematic pattern. For example, mine was 45% humor and 25% violence, and 3, engagement, if it's passive, just scrolling, or active with likes or sharing. So, with this now, we know what's happening. However, knowing doesn't change the pattern. Action does, and that is the pillar number 2, the cognitive method agency. Here, based on gamification, we transform the apps inside into personalized challenge. First individually, and then with peers, with all. If we want sustained change, we need systematic strategic action. And that is the third pillar, from data to action. Here, by using differential privacy, aggregated data reveals collective trends without exposing data of the individuals. This helps to health systems and to schools to understand real needs and to understand targeted responses. So, together, these pillars are a blueprint from a new digital reality, one that can help on the foundation for the first generation of algorithmic conscious human beings, proving that the most powerful algorithm of all is still the human brain. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of implantable power. Nicht Sand. Falling Walls Lab, Western Switzerland.
More than 6 million people live with a powered medical implant. Pacemakers and defibrillators for the heart, neural stimulators in the brain, or an artificial pancreas. These devices, they all save lives, but they're all held back by the way they're powered. The batteries we use today are rigid blocks of metal, usually made of lithium or of nickel. They were designed with performance in mind and not for compatibility. When you try to make them softer, we have to introduce liquid electrolytes, and they become toxic and often flammable. In contrast to that, you have the human body. It is soft, it is curvilinear, and introducing such a rigid metallic piece inside it can lead to irritation, inflammation, or even mechanical failure. So today, there are no batteries that are soft nor mechanically adapted enough for the human body. So what if instead of forcing such a battery inside of our bodies, we design a new battery that really fits the body? Nature already knows how to generate electricity that is compatible with living systems. Take the electric eel that can generate 800 volts using nothing but soft living tissue. In specific cells, the eel takes advantage of charged particles. They are guided by selective membranes and driven by concentration gradients. Every single cell generates a tiny voltage, and having thousands of these cells stacked up, these voltages get amplified into a real usable power. And we as scientists, we are reproducing exactly that with materials that are called hydrogels. Hydrogels, they are soft and water-rich materials. They can bend, they can stretch, and they can take up a lot of these charged particles. So when we then introduce selective membranes and concentration gradients, we get an electric power out of this with materials that speak the same language as the human body. And this is not just a theory. We already have working prototypes. Here it's wrapped twice around the glass pipette, just to show a bit its flexibility. It's less than 1 millimeter thick, with enough power for an implant, a sensor in the brain or in the heart. Make it the size of a sugar cube, and it's ready for the next generation of artificial pancreases. So nature showed us that life and electricity, they can be compatible. And we're bringing this concept now into medicine, with power that adapts to the body and not the other way around, and soft batteries that are inspired by nature and designed for life. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of tuberculosis diagnosis. Hira Farid, Falling Walls Lab, FCCU, Lahore.
Here's an alarming fact. In the next 3 minutes, 7 people are going to die from tuberculosis. Not because we lack the treatment, but we cannot detect that on time. A bacterial disease majorly affecting lungs and 20% other organs of the body, having discovered in 1882, and the treatment was given to the world in 1960s, still killing more people than HIV and malaria altogether. Like every 22nd, a person dies of tuberculosis, making 1.3 million people dying in a year. This disease is affecting 10.6 million people each year. Out of that, 4.2 million are never diagnosed, and 3.5 million people are misdiagnosed or never treated. So the diagnostic challenges are coming from labs, the labs which are under-equipped, having shortage of trained staff, and having a slow turnaround time of testing, leading to compromised accuracy, testing delays, and high cost of testing. I saw that firsthand being a TB coordinator when I saw a young mother die of coughing and never detected. Made me ask in that moment, what if diagnosis become as fast as a click and as accessible as a smartphone in your pocket? This is where TB AI come in to break the wall of diagnosis challenges in tuberculosis detection. Our brainchild TB AI is an AI-driven telepathology cloud platform which diagnoses tuberculosis by just taking a mobile phone image of a sample slide through the eyepiece of bright field microscope, uploading it on the platform, getting the result in just few minutes with 95 to 98% accuracy. It is deployed in 65 labs in Pakistan, patented, licensed, trained on a proprietary data and a noise-tolerant AI and a double filtration layer to beat type 2 challenges. The aim is to deploy it to all the 1,400 labs in Pakistan, 43,000 labs in APAC region and beyond, and want to spread my message aloud to every part of the world where TB does exist. I want you to endorse TB AI so that nobody can die waiting for test results. Say yes to TB AI, say yes to saving lives. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of the unbanked sector. Lovemore Chinyoka, Falling Walls Lab, Zimbabwe.
This is Sarah. Every morning, she wakes up and sets up a fruit and veg store in the bustling streets of Harare, Zimbabwe. Sarah makes about $40 a week, which is barely enough to take care of your 2 kids. When your child falls sick, Sarah is forced to borrow from a loan shark at an interest rate of 50% per month. 50% per month. The system is against Sarah. Sarah's story is not just folklore. She is among the billions who are financially excluded globally. It is estimated that 60% of the global economy is in the informal sector. And that translates to 2 billion unbanked people. Which of those 2 billion people, 90% lacks insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reality of the world that we are living in. I introduce you to the war of financial exclusion. What Sarah is experiencing is very difficult. The war of financial exclusion. Why is it there? On one hand, the banking sector requires collateral, it requires credit history. And on the other hand, due to years of being declined, the informal sector no longer trusts the formal banking sector. So they exclude themselves. In order to break this war, I bring to you Fuma, which in Shona means wealth. Fuma is my chisel and my hammer to bring down the wall of financial exclusion, where on one hand, we have borrowers like Sarah, who are clustered into trust clusters, and on the other hand, we have the lenders who are coming from the same community and beyond. And this platform utilizes insurance to ensure that there's trust between the borrowers and the lenders. It also utilizes mobile wallets, social media, as the rails that are used to move funds from borrowers to lenders. And also, these 2 rails are utilized to gather the data that is needed to quantify the risk correctly and ensure that it is properly priced for the borrowers and the lenders. Ladies and gentlemen, Puma is not just a financial tool. FUMA is a tool to bring humanity into finance. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of damage-free microscopy. Karina Karnitz. Falling Walls Lab, Baden-Württemberg.
Imagine you are a scientist, a material scientist, working in a lab, working on the pressing problems of our time, maybe creating a more sustainable filter for clean water. And after days, months, maybe years in the lab, you have come up with a promising new material. You take it to a microscope to investigate it. And while looking at it, it disappears right in front of your eyes. What happened? In order to image, to see something, we need light, a wave. And the size of the light, the wavelength, has to match the size of the object we want to have a look at. This becomes very challenging when we want to have a look at atoms, for instance, because optical light is just way too big for that. Or have you ever seen an atom? So what do scientists do instead? They use the wave nature of electrons, because those have the handy feature that they get smaller when we make them faster. So we just use super fast electrons to image materials. But this is also what destroys our materials. So what can we do? So instead of taking those super fast electrons, we can replace them by slower, more gentle atoms. They have the same wavelength at much lower energies, and additionally, they are not charged. This is an advantage because they are more gentle to the material, but also a disadvantage because it makes them incredibly hard to manipulate and control. Probably this is one of the reasons why no one has done transmission atom microscopy so far, or until very recently. Because during my PhD, I built up this beamline from scratch that does exactly that, using atoms as a light source to shine through a material, a crystal, and to image it on the atomic scale for months without damaging it. Additionally, I can not only study the structure of the material, but by comparing to simulations, I can also get a glimpse into the chemistry of the material, how the atoms are bound together. So now imagine you're a material scientist studying new materials, and you can look at your sample for months on end. This saves you a lot of time, a lot of resources, and you produce much less waste by using the same sample over and over and over, and maybe even seeing how the sample changes while you look at it, and maybe swap out a tiny atom and see how the chemistry is changing. So, by using atoms as a light source, I am breaking the wall of damage-free microscopy.
Breaking the wall of cancer with bacteria. Taif Ul-Qaidi. Falling Walls Lab, Oman.
I know all of you are imagining your lunch right now, so don't worry. I'm not going to ask you to imagine anything. I just want you to look at the reality. Every single day, somewhere in the world, someone loses their life because of cancer, which is not just a huge number. It's families. It's people with big dreams. So, most of us here have already heard of the word chemotherapy. But what's the problem with chemotherapy? The problem is the chemotherapy do not differentiate between the actual cells and the cancer cells. It just destroys every single cell it's going to see. So what if we have another way, a smarter way, a way where we only use a small, tiny creatures, where we use bacteria? I know that look. Bacteria, isn't that what make us sick? Well, some of them do. But with the help of science, we can now reprogram these bacteria and make them heal instead of harm. That sounds crazy, right? I'm going to tell you how. Now, we can reprogram these bacteria to go directly to the tumors. As I told you, do not differentiate. So we're going to use this bacteria to differentiate or to go directly to the tumors. Most of you know that the bacteria love the low oxygen environment, which is the cancer have. So that's the perfect place to bacteria to grow. So it's going to go to the tumors with the help of engineered bacteria. So we're going to make this bacteria as a smart cancer therapy. What's new in our idea is we are going to combine two types of bacteria. One of them going to go directly to the tumors, and the other one is going to release the substance that is going to create that or treat the tumors. So now I just presented to you the future. The future where the cancer therapy is not a harmful therapy. And it's not a nightmare anymore. I know most of you think that it's gonna be expensive and whatever, but no. Trust me. You know that if we are going to make like millions of bacteria, how many bacteria are we going to use? Only one. Bacteria can multiply herself really fast. So one lab can treat like millions of patients. So trust me, with this bacteria, with engineered bacteria, treating cancer is not a nightmare anymore. People can live their life normally even after get a therapy. Why people now afraid when you told them they have cancer? Because of chemotherapy. But that's a smart therapy. Thank you. Thank you.
Experience has told me not to stand between people and their lunch, and so I will make this brief, and then you will have your lunch break. Firstly, please give another huge round of applause for our previous 30 pitchers. Well done. Very, very inspiring hour and a half we've just had. So, as I mentioned, we are about to have a 1-hour lunch break. 2 bits of housekeeping. Number 1, jury, please leave your iPads on your seats. Everyone else in the room should take everything with them. Number 2, people who are pitching in the final session, please be back here for your briefing at 2:25. For everybody else, we will be starting our final session and our final 35 pitches at exactly 2:45 on the dot in 1 hour exactly. Lunch is out there, and especially in the downstairs room. Go out there, network, relax, mingle, get some fresh air in the beautiful Berlin sunshine, and we'll see you in an hour. Thanks very much. cool. Welcome back to the Lab Global Finale. We are in session number 3. Thank you very much for joining us or rejoining us. I hope you had a nice lunch. Overall, did people enjoy lunch? Yeah, I too enjoyed lunch. I had 3 different ones. We are in for a real treat for the next 2 hours, or just under 2 hours. We have 35 pitches remaining. 2 of them will be over video. You know the drill by now. We have an amazing set of people. This is the last session, so pay attention, enjoy. I'll be back about halfway through for a short brain break as well. Please ensure your phones are once again muted. If you took them off mute during the break, please ensure they are muted. But feel free to keep posting on social media. There's been a lot of great buzz going around, so we're really, really pleased to see that. And once we've done that, if everyone's ready, are you ready? I said, are you ready? Great. Without further ado, session 3, let's begin.
Breaking the wall of body odor decoding. Emily Duval, Falling Walls Lab, Paris.
Blood test, urine samples, stool collection, biopsies, scalpels, needles, waiting, anxiety. Medical screening is a burden. Piercing the skin, invading privacy, these aren't just medical procedures, but walls that keep people from seeking help early. But what if the answer isn't inside the body, but right on its surface, in something we all emit constantly? Body odor. It sounds unusual, yet dogs in clinical trials can sniff out cancers, infections, COVID with up to 95% of accuracy. Every scent released by our body tells a story that can mean life or death, because illness doesn't wait, and too often we do. Skin cancer makes that brutally clear. In 1990, there were 300,000 cases per year. Today, over 1.6 million. In the United States, 1 in 5 people will face it in their lifetime. Caught early, 95% survive. Detected late, only 17%, while the cost of the treatment is 18 times higher. The real enemy isn't just the disease, it is the detection delay. We have awareness, we have treatments, but not enough dermatologists to catch it early. So we wait, and cancer grows. We need a frontline tool for fast and accessible screening. And this is where body odor becomes more than an idea. It's a signal. Every disease has a unique scent. When a disease alters metabolism, it triggers the release of volatile organic compounds, VOCs, tiny molecules emitted through the skin. Together, they form a chemical signature of the disease. To read it, we're developing an electronic nose, a non-invasive screening tool detecting disease before symptoms appear. Think of it as a dog's nose, only this one never gets distracted by a snack. In just 15 minutes of contact with the skin, our patented VOC sampling device captures the signature. Then, a network of nanosensors decodes it instantly in our reading device. No lab, no wait, no pain. It starts with our clinical study on skin cancer, but think bigger. Early-stage cancers, asymptomatic infections, chronic conditions. Each sample brings data. Algorithms decode these patterns, building a growing library of disease fingerprints. Step by step, we're creating a collaborative screening ecosystem that could be used by any healthcare provider. And because early detection should belong to everyone, this device can be deployed anytime, anywhere. Pharmacies, hospitals, even in remote communities through mobile units, reaching people before it's too late. Let's no longer react to illness. Let's anticipate it before it strikes. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of data center energy use. Kaylin Yim, Falling Walls Lab, San Francisco Bay Area.
What's up, guys? So did you know Did you know data centers have already surpassed the airline industry in the amount of energy that they use? They use, by 2030, it's going to be 20% of the entire world's global energy emissions. And data centers are bad for the environment, obviously. Like, anywhere you build them, they use land, water, infrastructure. They destroy the environment. It's bad. So, another problem, which Federico kindly mentioned earlier, is that 43% of the energy data centers use is completely wasted because you have to use it for cooling. Well, with AI going the way it is now, everybody uses AI, right? They go like, oh, what's the weather like today? And then that one prompt uses enough energy to boil like a banana worth of water. And everybody in the world now uses it. So with the way things are going, this is going to happen. What if there was a way to fix that? See, we could be using computers for heat, not the other way around. So there's this really cool technology called distributed computing, which allows computers anywhere across the world to connect at a moment's notice. And basically, these computer heaters can be put in any type of environment, be it like greenhouses, any industrial furnaces, even like water heaters. So yeah, that's very useful. And if we use it for heat, then we double the energy efficiency of the computer. And furthermore, distributed computing allows us to reuse existing hardware for computing. And right now, with all computers, about 80% of the energy used in its lifetime is actually used in the manufacturing phase. So if we don't reuse e-waste, we're losing out on a lot. Yeah. And so with distributed computing, we can do much more efficient calculations. There are some existing distributed computing initiatives out there. The top left one, Folding at Home, actually helped pioneer the COVID vaccine. Without their help, we would not have one. And with distributed computing, we will be able to do complex tasks and use computers and AI, continue to use computers and AI the way we do now, while keeping the world sustainable. This will change the future of computing and pave the way for a greener future. Thank you for listening.
Breaking the Wall of Fruit Waste with Randol. Fatima Iskan. Falling Walls Lab, Erbil.
Last year, I visited a valley full of apple and peach trees. It was colorful and wonderful. But what I saw shocked me. When I got closer, most of the fruit were laying down on the ground, and under the hot sun, they were about to completely spoil. And the smell was so bad, so strong and sour. And the temperature was so high. And even the soil becomes so dark. At that moment, I realized that fruit waste is not only food waste. It is harmful for our environment. How can something such a full of life goes to waste and becomes trash, while 1 million people around the world are starving? Imagine every year the world wastes 1 billion tons of food waste. So 1 million tons is fruit waste, and it releases more than 500 million tons of CO2 gas into the air. And of course, all the water used to grow these fruits, like around trillion liters, is completely wasted. This is a very huge number. So if we don't do any action, then this will destroy our planet. So that's why I created Randol dried fruit. Randol dried fruit is the only solution for this big problem. We collect fruits from local farmers and from different places, and we bring them and we dry them with the electric dryer, and we package them in eco-friendly packaging and make it available for people again. This gives a longer life to fruits and protect our environment. So imagine if we just dry 500,000 of fruits around the world, how much CO2 gas we can reduce and how much water and energy we can save. And even though how many people around the world will be fed. So for the next time, if you see a bag of fruit, it's not just a fruit, it's a long story. So Rundle dried fruit is not just a business, it's a movement, turning waste into opportunity. Thank you so much.
Breaking the wall of surgical automation. Artem Kushnarenko, Falling Walls Lab, Toronto.
I would like you to picture this. Texas Heart Institute, 1970. Dr. Cooley performs a coronary artery bypass. Professionals from 7 nations and 12 states cramped into one operating room studying every move of the master. That's how surgical skills spread from human to human, one room at a time. But 55 years later, this doesn't work anymore. Imagine your parent needs a life-saving surgery, but the only qualified surgeon retired last year. The next closest specialist is hundreds of miles away and the wait list is months long. Why? Because training a surgeon takes years of mentorship and thousands of hours in the OR. It is expensive, fellowships are scarce, and every year more surgeons hang up the scrubs than we can replace. Meanwhile, the demand for care climbs with aging population and chronic diseases. We try to bring help from abroad, but limits on international training raise the first wall. So with resources and workforce stretched thin, we turn to the optimization and automation, but only to hit another wall of data being so fragmented, it's like learning the surgery from puzzle pieces scattered across the hundreds of rooms with no picture on the box. So for your parent and millions of others waiting, the OR has no room left. Therefore, we offer a solution that transcends the walls of surgical automation. At its core, it's a real-time surgical training system that captures a synchronized, actionable feed from the operation room. Video, motion, annotation, procedural flow, all in context. Born in Hamilton, Canada, during COVID-19, it has first proved its value by teaching medical students shot out of the ORs. It has since grown to empower biomedical engineers with live surgical insights. And now, we're expanding the infrastructure globally, reaching even to the war-torn Ukraine, enabling training where it's needed the most. So with this network in place, we're building towards a breakthrough. Autonomous surgical cognition system that learns from the best surgeons in real time. Each case gets mapped step by step, timing, tool paths, voice cues, benchmarked to real surgeons' expertise. And once we know how great surgeon thinks and acts, we can teach a pattern. We go from prediction to assistance to autonomy, from one overcrowded OR to a network training humans today and robotic surgeons tomorrow. We scale surgical mastery grounded in trust, driven by data, and shaped by real surgeons. Let's scale surgical knowledge together.
Breaking the wall of cancer therapy guesswork. Danica Ivovic, Falling Walls Lab, Slovakia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, imagine sitting on a hospital bed during morning rounds and being told, it came back. We'll try this new drug and hope it works. For many cancer patients, that's not imagination. That's a reality. You've probably heard about stronger weapons against cancer, about better drugs. But what if I told you the problem isn't just the drugs? The problem's also we don't even know when they stop working. Globally, treatment decisions are still educated guesses. We only know the drugs are failing when scans show growth and certain biomarkers spike. But these aren't early warnings. These are consequences. Medicine has still very few tools to see resistance as it starts. This means we are exposing patients to toxic drugs that may already be failing, while losing the chance to act in the window where we could still make a difference. So maybe cancer therapy isn't just guesswork. Maybe it's also reacting too late, while hoping we are still in control. My research shows tumors begin to signal their resistance much earlier than we thought. Resistant cancer cells emit a stress code. Their energy factories, the mitochondria, change how they work. They tilt towards oxidative stress. And they release a distinct pattern of stress-linked regulatory microRNAs.
These signals aren't random, though. They are coordinated survival strategies consistently linked with resistance. And these stress signatures could form a basis of an early warning system I like to call strata, or stress response tracking in tumor adaptation. Strata integrates layers of stress biology into one system. And unlike today's biomarkers that track tumor size or burden or focus on one single molecule, strata listens to the overall tumor stress code. It can warn doctors that the therapy is failing before relapse becomes visible. Our research is on testicular cancer, the #1 solid malignity of young men. But this concept goes far beyond pancreatic cancer, triple-negative breast cancer, ovarian cancer. Some of the deadliest malignancies all rely heavily on stress adaptation to survive. This means strata can be developed into a diagnostic platform, guiding treatment decisions across multiple malignancies. And even a small change in the way treatment failure is detected could save hundreds of millions of euros in both direct medical costs and indirect economic losses. Therefore, on one easily accessible blood test, strata has the potential to reshape the future of precision oncology. So while many others are looking for better cures, I aim to build a better way to know when they fail before real people pay the price. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of chemical pesticides. Zinat Niaz, Falling Walls Lab, Sendai.
Good afternoon, everyone. Have you ever heard of second most destructive pathogen in the world? If not, I am talking about Ralstonia, which causes the wilting in plant. This pathogen infects more than 250 different plants, including tomato, potatoes, and eggplant. It can survive in a soil up to 40 years. Moreover, it causes the yield losses 10 to 90% and causes the economic losses of $1 billion in the world every year. So, this poses a real threat to the food security. That's why its designation as a quarantine pathogen in Germany is well justified. The most common way to control this pathogen is the use of chemicals. However, the chemicals have some disadvantages, such as antibiotic resistance and environmental pollution. Chemicals deplete the ozone, degrade the soil and human health. Moreover, there is no commercially available eco-friendly drug against this pathogen so far in the world. So I ask you, shouldn't we look for a better and sustainable solution? I have the solution of this problem using the nature against nature. The bacteriophages are the viruses. They are the natural predators of the bacteria. They look like a tiny spaceship. They are self-multiplying, eco-friendly, and present everywhere around us. So, considering these traits, we decided to explore the nature. And guess what? We isolated the novel jumbophage, which has a larger DNA as compared to the ordinary phages. This larger DNA is a good thing. It helps them to survive in a diverse environmental condition, and it allows them to control the multiple strains of bacteria at once. So our lab and field result shows that this jumbophages suppress the disease and plant look healthier and robust. The best thing was our studied phage did not influence the beneficial microorganisms present in the soil, making this the truly sustainable solution. So our study offered the sustainable solution by breaking the wall of chemical pesticide, enhancing the food security and disease management in the natural way. That's all. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of blind hospitality. Talal Jeba, Falling Walls Lab, Jordan.
Right now, somewhere in the world, someone is sitting in a restaurant about to take a bite that could send them to the hospital because they didn't know that meal contained an allergen. And they're not alone. More than 220 million people around the world live with food allergies. And about 1 in every 5 allergic reactions happens inside restaurants. Hello, I am Talal Jaber, a computer engineering student at the German Jordanian University. And I believe technology should make dining safe again. At the same time, many restaurant owners are working blind. A recent study showed that 70% of managers don't use their own data when deciding what to cook, stock, or price. These two pressures are like a volcano building under the surface. Fear and blindness. Like one side holds the fear of getting hurt, the other the stress of not knowing what's really going on. That's why we built DineLink, a smart browser-based system that connects everyone in the restaurant in one simple platform. For the customers, we've built the AI smart ordering assistant. The customer can simply scan a QR code and ask or say, I want something gluten-free, or I'm allergic to milk. The menu instantly adapts to show what's safe. No guessing, no fear, just confidence and the joy of eating freely again. For the managers, we've built the AI Business Advisor. The manager can simply ask, how can I improve my service this week? And the advisor responds with insights from real activity. It's like the mind of the whole restaurant. With DineLink, restaurants can finally see everything in one place. No more blind spots, no more risky meals. Because we believe technology should make dining safe. And this is not just about making restaurants smarter. This is about human connection, safety, and trust. Let's make dining safe again. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Heart Failure. Oriane Drack, Falling Walls Lab, Australia.
Picture this. You're watching a building being demolished. The wrecking ball swings, hits the wall, and it crumbles. Dust fills the air, and what was once strong and standing now lies in ruins. This is a heart attack. The flow of oxygen and nutrients feeding your heart suddenly stops. Within minutes, billions of heart cells die, and they won't grow back. Instead, your body patches the hole with scar tissue. Think of it as emergency concrete. But this concrete is really stiff, impairing the heart's ability to pump and leading to heart failure. 1 in 5 will develop heart failure in their lifetime, and half of those won't survive past 5 years. Sorry. Okay, so how do we fix this? I'm using 2 ingredients. The first one, a silk cocoon. It may not seem much, but it is nature's strongest biomaterial. I extract a protein and re-engineer it into a molecular scaffold that perfectly matches the structure of the heart. But the scaffold alone is not enough, because the heart is incapable of rebuilding itself. So we turn to the building experts of the body, stem cells. And stem cells have a secret. They send text messages called extracellular vesicles. In the lab, I intercept those messages, read them, and identify the critical instructions they contain to tell cells how to regenerate. The breakthrough moment came when we combined those 2 entities together, providing the heart cells with both the ability to grow and a scaffold to grow onto. But we have another problem. How do we get this to the heart? Well, here's the cool thing. I turn this silk cocoon into this solution. Silk in a liquid form can be directly delivered through the heart through the heart through a tiny keyhole. Then, with just the flash of a light, it turns into a sticky patch, like a Band-Aid. And all that without ever opening the chest. We tested these on mouse that had suffered a heart attack, and the results were exciting. When we placed the heart Band-Aid on the heart, instead of a hole, it was now replaced by healthy heart muscle. And this is just the beginning. We could theoretically apply this to any organ that needs repairing. So with silk as our scaffold and stem cell messages as our building blocks, we are paving the way for a heart that can heal itself, one silk thread at a time. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of drinking water treatment. Ali Reza Farsad, Falling Walls Lab, Arizona.
I was only 20 years old when my father passed away from Alzheimer's disease. He wasn't even 60 yet. That was heartbreaking, but did you know that early life exposure to arsenic in drinking water can be one of the reasons for cognitive problems like Alzheimer's later in life? Yes, arsenic, a carcinogen that naturally exists in groundwater. And groundwater is the source of drinking water for billions of people around the world. Although arsenic is regulated, the truth is that there is no real safe level for arsenic in drinking water. The real situation is even worse because arsenic usually coexists with some other toxic compounds. When we think of more sensitive groups like pregnant women and infants, the danger is higher. Even prenatal exposure to low concentrations of arsenic in drinking water can lower the child's IQ by 15 points. So there is a pressing need to develop an extra layer of defense to reduce arsenic and metals exposure by 90% right at the tap. And that's where our breakthrough technology comes in. We modify the most publicly accepted water treatment filter, carbon block. You know, originally, carbon blocks are designed to remove only organic pollutants and taste and odor, but they cannot do anything against arsenic and metals. However, we take advantage of the unique properties of metal oxides and their high affinity for removing arsenic from water. We modify these carbon blocks chemically with metal oxides to enable arsenic removal. The cutting-edge technique creates a multifunctional filter that can remove arsenic and heavy metals like lead without sacrificing the original abilities of carbon block for removing pollutants. As opposed to RO membrane systems that waste up to 80% of water, our technology doesn't waste any water. And it's even 90% cheaper. I'm talking about 30,000 liters of clean water per household per year. That's a swimming pool. And here is the best part. Our technology is not just designed to remove arsenic. It can simultaneously remove a variety of pollutants from water within one single compact module that can fit right under the sink in your kitchen. It can provide you with clean water for 6 months for only less than 1 cent per liter. So addressing health, money, and water scarcity. That's sustainability. The promising results from the real water treatment experiments has resulted in protection of biotechnology with 2 US patents. So let's embrace the opportunity our technology provides and provide people with healthy water.
Breaking the wall of brain cancer treatment. Annika Benson, Falling Walls Lab, Atlantic Canada.
That's the plan. Yeah.
Yes, testing, testing. How are we doing? Test, 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 test. 1, 2. Okay, we can hear something. All right, I'm just gonna I'll reintroduce. Yeah, totally. I'll reintroduce. Yeah. Do you want? I think you can just wait for the side and then. It should be. Check with. Surprise! I cut the tech so that I could come back on stage and make you play Schnick, Schnack, Schnook, except I did notice there were only a couple of people playing and the rest of you did decide to have a networking conversation instead of playing Schnick, Schnack, Schnook. I'm not angry, I'm just a little bit disappointed. Okay, thank you so much for your patience while you waited, and the round of applause for the tech team for getting things back up and running. We had a complete cut of frequency there. Which is completely unusual and nothing they could do about that. But we're back up and running, only a few minutes into it. So I'm going to get off stage. We're going to resume the pitches where they were, and we'll be back in a little while. But yeah, lock back in, keep enjoying, and yeah, let's continue. Thanks very much.
Breaking the wall of brain cancer treatment. Annika Benson, Falling Walls Lab, Atlantic Canada.
It's called breaking walls, so I figured it was time someone actually broke something. Once, when I was observing a brain surgery, the neurosurgeon said, removing brain tumors is kind of like picking your nose. You really want to get it all out, but if you go too far, there are consequences. As odd as it sounds, it's a rather apt analogy. When removing brain tumors, surgeons want to get out as much as possible, but if they go too far, they risk damaging healthy brain. So precision is key. But there's a problem. Surgeons often struggle to see the edges of tumors with the tools currently available. As a result, tumors are often left behind, and in the most aggressive cases, the average survival is only 8 months. So how do we improve these outcomes? Studies point to ultrasound. It's affordable, it's radiation-free, and it offers up-to-date views of tumor edges during surgeries. But there's a catch. With current ultrasound probes, they're often too bulky and too low in image quality to be used during brain surgeries. Until now. What you see here is a new ultrasound probe with the potential to revolutionize brain cancer treatment. We have developed a first-of-its-kind, miniature, high-resolution tracked ultrasound probe that shatters the existing limits of size and resolution. With a tip of only 4 millimeters, it is the world's smallest ultrasound probe of its kind. That's a really big deal. It means that it can fit in smaller surgical pathways, enabling use in more surgeries, and it can fit alongside other surgical tools to directly guide tumor removal. It's also extremely high resolution, using frequencies 3 times higher than typical ultrasound. It produces images with hair-width detail, allowing surgeons to better see the edges of tumors. And to make tumor visualization even easier, it's been integrated with a tracking system that displays the position of the probe overlaid with a 3D scan of the brain. In testing this in patients, we've already had very promising results. Using this probe during brain cancer surgery, we've been able to detect leftover tumor that was missed by standard surgical guidance methods, evidence of this tool's ability to improve brain cancer treatment. Every year, 250,000 people worldwide are diagnosed with brain cancer. This tool has the potential to improve the outcomes for many of them. By enabling surgeons to cut the edges of tumors more accurately, this brings a whole new meaning to cutting-edge technology. And for patients and their families, this is more than just innovation. It's hope, it's time, it's priceless. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of human exposure in mining. Martin Berastagui, Falling Walls Lab, Peru.
We all must be happy today. We are surrounded of amazing innovations, innovations that improve our quality of life. But what happens when a life is lost, when we die? None of these innovations really matters, right? Because no matter how powerful an innovation is, a life is irreplaceable. Most of these innovations, including the devices that you have on your hands, depends almost entirely on mining. And even when mining represents only 1% of the global workforce, it keeps the 8% of the fatalities in the world. Also, 70% of these fatalities are related to rock falls in underground. That means that over 1 million of operators are risking their lives every time they drive their machines in underground. Let's remember Berlin Walls, where many people were risking their lives, but was enough one public death to make Berlin Walls fell down. My intention is to do the same thing, expose these deaths in mining to the eyes of the world, hoping to break the wall of human exposure in mining. I come originally from a mining town in Peru, and I know that most of these guys are the only income of their families. Therefore, it's absolutely unfair that they have to expose their lives in order to do their jobs. That's why we create heavy commands, and our solution is teleoperation, which is drive the same machine, which is in underground, from surface, a very safety place without any risk. We can do that with our own technology. We develop our own hardware and software in real time, which we can install in any kind of machine, and we increase production for the mine. In our team, we have over 16 years of experience in mining in LATAM, a PhD in electronics who has been working here in Germany for the last 12 years, a doctor in business administration, and a commercial manager who leads our international sales. We are expecting 16 million in the next 5 years, and we have the support from the government of Peru, Fitbank in Spain, and we are internationally in the Inception program of NVIDIA. Here, we can see a couple of pictures of customers that are using our technology. That means that we are saving lives right now. Please join Heavy Commands and help us to expose machines and not humans. And the next time you look at your phone, your tablet, or do searching on artificial intelligence, remember, everything is made by mining. Let's make sure that nobody risks their lives in order to power our future. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of suffocating safety masks. Jayshree Srinivasan, Falling Walls Lab, Chennai.
Welcome. So, imagine struggling to breathe every time you put on a mask. For most of us, breathing feels effortless. But for 20% of the global population, for nearly 1.6 billion, nasal airway obstruction makes it difficult. Nose blockages. So the causes ranges from septal deviation, valve collapse, and anatomical changes in the nose, to allergies and to cold weathers. So now, masks are essentials, right? With increase in air pollution and rise in PM levels and situations like pandemic. And we also know that since nose is the first gateway to our respiratory system, these blockages that I told can make every breath a challenge. So that's where I thought, for people who are suffering from these difficulties, wearing masks makes them feel even more suffocating. So that's where I'm introducing an innovation in the mask to make it not just protective, but also comfortable. So let me introduce ArrowEase. ArrowEase is a mask integration framework system in which we have a dynamic nasal dilator and a microblower, which is sensor controlled. And traditional nasal dilators, based on magnetic and adhesive, they are nose fits. Wearing them for a longer period will give us uncomfortable feelings. And Our arrow is not based on nose fit, so it's a universal fit. And since they have an inbuilt dynamic nasal dilator, making it both protective and comfortable. So the novelty lies in its mechanism. Here, we are using Cottle manner diagnostic test, which is performed by ENT specialists, specifically for nasal airway obstruction. In this test, they apply an outward push to the muscles that are connected to the nasal cartilages, widening the nasal passage, and that's how the nasal dilators work. So in our system, this one is a dynamic nasal dilator, which widens based on the principle of Cottle manner test. And we have did a stimulation with fluid dynamic models where the traditional nasal dilators were able to reduce the air resistance from 10 to 20 degrees. And our prototype, which is similar to Cottle manner mechanism, can reduce the air resistance from 40 to 50%. So most importantly, ARROW-EASE is non-invasive, non-magnetic, non-adhesive, and non-insertion, offering a completely new standard of comfort and functionality. In short, ARROW-EASE can break the wall of suffocating safety, changing a mask from merely a protective gear into an intelligent, breathable companion. And we can also collect the data of the breathing patterns, use AI/ML for diagnosis further. Thank you.
So it's me again, and you're not meant to laugh, you're meant to say, yay. While we're just still experiencing a few slight sound issues, so while the tech team just gets those ironed out, we were scheduled to have a brain break now anyway, so you thought you'd got away with it without having one with that previous conversation, but here we are. So we're going to have a little brain break for the next couple of minutes, and here's what we're going to do in this brain break. Okay, we tried this a couple of years ago and it worked really nicely, but it involves a lot of crowd and audience participation and discipline. So do you feel like you're ready for that? Some yeses, some definitelys, and some people thinking, why am I agreeing to participate in this? But it's going to be great. It's going to be great once we pull it off, okay? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to split the room, just staying exactly where you are, into sort of 4 broad areas. We've got this corner, we've got this half of the middle, right? We've got this half of the middle, and then we've got this area where there's a lot of you, which is great because it's going to be the loudest. Okay, so one area, so 1, 2, up to about here, 3, and then if you're sort of in this corner, 4, okay? So each group is going to say 1 syllable, okay, and then we're going to sort of do it all together. So this group, you're going to say the word, or you're going to make the sound 4. So everyone together, 1, 2, 3. 4. Nailed it first time. Okay, this group, you're about to see kind of what's about to happen here. This group here is going to make the sound, you're going to go ling. 1, 2, 3. It seems a bit ling. I think we can do a bit better. I'm about to go. that again. And we're coming back on. So I am just going to finish with my the thing that I love the most. And we have a beautiful wide room here to make this really count. And what we're going to do is something called a Mexican wave. That's right, you're going to use your arms. Now, here's the issue with the Mexican wave when we're kind of all together. You could easily hit someone. And we want to make sure nobody gets assaulted here. So we want to we just be a bit aware of your surroundings, okay? And we're gonna, yeah, we're good. Okay, so we're gonna do our Mexican wave nice and quick. We're gonna start over here. Okay, so everyone on your knees, ready? Off you go. And all the way back this way from that end. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Oh, it was beautiful. Oh, it was beautiful. Great. So we've got the sound back up and running. You've proved that you can count to 4, say one syllable, and move your arms. So it's a multi-talented audience we have today, and I really appreciate you. No, truly, I appreciate you sticking with us as we sorted out the tech challenges. They all seem to be back working, so I'm going to get off the stage. We have about 20 more. I think it's pretty much exactly 20 or 21 more pitches still to go. So lock back in, keep enjoying yourselves, and keep being inspired. Ready to go? Great, let's continue.
Breaking the wall of CNT transistors. Al Haytham Al Kabani, Falling Walls Lab, Oman.
Good evening. Let's start with something we have all experienced before. Phones overheating. Or, for example, your battery drains very quickly on your laptops. This happens due to a very important component in our equipment called the transistors. So transistors has been powered from the last 60 years through the silicon transistors. Silicon transistors are basically controllers that switch on and off the current inside the chips, inside our devices. So they have been powering phones to supercomputers. However, through the big demand on the industry of shrinking these devices and the chips industry, silicon transistors face different of issues. As we shrink these devices or transistors, the current inside them, they drain through the terminals. And this will result in different issues, such as scaling limitations, also high leakage of current, limited electric constants, or even poor performance at higher frequencies. So such a series of problems. Take an example. For example, Apple, they spend around $500 billion every year in the R&D of the silicon chips. While Intel, for example, they spend around $5 billion every year just to mitigate these chips. So the wall is clear. Silicon transistors has reached its physical and quantum limits. And these limits affects the companies and the users by itself. So in order to break that wall, we will introduce a new material called carbon nanotubes. So carbon nanotubes are carbon atoms that rolled on sheets, and they have different advantages. They have higher electrical and thermal conductivity. They're stronger than steel. They have excellent flex properties, so they transform these currents very quickly. How we do that? With a lot of numbers. Quantum mechanics. I had a lot of breakdowns until I got this one down, but I used the non-equilibrium green function that tells me how to deliver these electrons through the tunnels. So I was able to do the design model. So we set the carbon nanotubes as the source gate, which will allow us to have high carrier mobility, low power consumption, and even excellent scalability. So we can shrink them as much as we can. So the designs went to different phases. The model itself, we tested the device settings, the interior and exterior device settings, also the environmental settings that helped us to mimic the real-world transistor applications. So different of results we had. So the carbon nanotube itself allowed us to apply until 1 nanoampere of current. So with this carbon nanotubes, we can take one step forward than the silicon transistors and enter the new electronics conductors. Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of late autism diagnosis. Elham Iravani. Falling Walls Lab, Münster.
A 10-year-old girl with autism, nonverbal, and without any way to express herself or understand the communications. I saw her through my work on autism intervention technologies, and I realized how a late diagnosis limits what we can achieve through a therapy in language and cognition developments. But what if autism could be detected years earlier than it is happening today? Not at 4, not at 6, but before a child's second birthday, when intervention matters the most. According to CDC, most children are not diagnosed until the age of 3, 4, or even 6 years old, particularly for children without intellectual disabilities. And we already know how important is this time window to have the best results from the intervention. Before the age of 2, intervention brings the best results in cognition and language developments. Around 3 to 4, gains are possible, but gaps with peers remain. And after 5, intervention mostly focuses on coping and not catching up. Today's diagnosis methods rely on subjective observation, but during my research, I realized that there are distinct motor and sensory patterns in children with autism, the signals which are hidden from human eyes. And that's where my idea comes in, a smart toy for early autism detection. It could be in any shape, a ball or a cube, like this one, soft to touch and covered with pressure sensor to capture the touching patterns, and equipped with motion sensor to capture interaction styles. For a child, it's simply fun, like any other toys, but for us, it's data. The algorithm analyzes the interaction patterns, and if it finds any patterns linked to autism, it would warn the parent through an app. I think this smart toy has the potential to shift the autism detection from too late to just in time. And my vision is to make early autism detection as simple as giving a child a toy, accessible in every home, affordable, and empowering parents with science in their hands. And I believe this toy could break the wall of late autism diagnosis and give the children the best stars in their life when it matters the most. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of permits. Ella Carlson. Falling Walls Lab, Sweden.
Hello. Today, we will hear from 60 nationalities on this stage. 103 researchers, changemakers, and visionaries. All of them a true testament to the power of innovation, and that innovation is borderless. Breaking the wall of permits. Last year, 1.3 million permits were issued by the EU for education and research, and 1.1 for work. We hear headlines from the European Commission about the competitiveness, like the global race for talent, the make or break moment in how competitiveness will be defined. I will not need to tell today's audience what it's like to be an expat in academia, or what it's like to travel or work or build a life in a new country. I will tell you what I've learned from employers. With my startup Permly, I've spoken with over 100 employers, from researchers and universities to startups, scale-ups, hospitals, and large enterprises. In Sweden, a work permit contains 172 data points. One mistake gets you rejected, or you get stuck in processing for months. 1 out of 4 work permits are incomplete. If this room were to apply for permits, a quarter of you would be instantly rejected or stuck in processing until next summer. Consultants and lawyers charge by the hour to fill out paperwork. And HR still need to spend hours on repetitive, manual, and error-prone processes. There's a hiring crisis in the Swedish healthcare sector, and it still takes 8 months to bring in an international doctor. What's the solution? How do we break the wall of permits? I'm a machine learning student, and Permly is a B2B platform automating 100% of the flow. With a Sweden pilot, we have integrations with all key stakeholders to automate applications, with sending in applications, keeping track of renewals, and shifting regulations. We're part of the leading startup incubators in the Nordics, and our work directly targets SDGs 8, 9, and 10. But beyond the technology, there's a bigger vision. I believe in the power of people, and what we've seen today on this stage is such a clear example of it. It's time to let innovation flow freely. It's time to break the wall of permits and to change how the world works. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of rare disease therapies. Harry Wilton Clark, Falling Walls Lab, Edmonton.
Today, I'd like to talk about rare disease, but first, I want to introduce you to a young patient I work with, Riley. Riley is a 12-year-old boy with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a disease causing muscular weakness and breakdown. Riley likes to watch hockey, he likes to play with Lego, and sadly, Riley is unlikely to live past his 25th birthday as his heart fails due to his disease. Unfortunately, the story of Riley is far from unique. Duchenne muscular dystrophy is just one of about 7,000 different rare diseases affecting patients worldwide. And while these diseases are individually rare, collectively, they become incredibly common. Currently, 1 in 15 children is expected to be born with at least one rare disease. Despite the debilitating and even fatal natures of some of these diseases, however, the development of therapies to treat them has been heavily limited for a few key reasons. Firstly, these diseases have very small patient populations. This makes it difficult not only to study and understand these diseases, but also to meet regulatory requirements when we're trying to develop therapies for them. And number 2, drug development is expensive. It takes an average of $172 million to develop a single therapy. When we think about 7,000 different rare diseases, each with small patient populations, there's low financial incentive for large pharmaceutical companies to go through the trials to treat these diseases. As a result, the development of therapies to treat rare disease has lagged far behind our clinical understanding of these same diseases. What we really need is a generalized approach that can treat multiple rare diseases simultaneously. That's where our group comes in. We focused on the development of antisense oligos, or what we like to call genetic bandages. These bandages bind to a mutation in a patient's DNA and hide it from the body, helping to treat disease right at the genetic level. The main benefit of this approach is its flexibility. The same bandage with slight tweaks in the targeting sequence can be used to treat different mutations causing the same disease or even different diseases entirely. And these bandages are applicable to up to 80% of all rare disease right now. Another big benefit of this approach is the safety. Some of you might be familiar with other gene therapy approaches, things like CRISPR. A big issue there is that the safety of CRISPR varies heavily from disease to disease. With genetic bandages, however, the safety profile is very consistent. This has actually led to less legal red tape and a streamlined regulatory process, meaning cheaper, faster development of therapies using this chemistry. Touching back to Riley. For my PhD project, I actually partnered directly with Riley and his family, and together we were able to build bandages capable of treating his muscular dystrophy that will be moving towards clinical trials within the near future. We're hoping that this helps not only Riley and patients with muscular dystrophy, but also establishes genetic bandages as a treatment approach for rare disease. There are 7,000 different rare diseases out there, and 95% have no treatment. We're looking to change that one bandage at a time. Thank you.
breaking the wall of unsustainable batteries. Montserrat Tencio Gomez, Falling Walls Lab, Costa Rica.
Imagine a world where the batteries that we use not only for industrial but also for everyday purposes could be more efficient, sustainable, and cheaper. Well, today I'm going to show how from Costa Rica we're working to make that a reality. Climate change is one of the greatest changes we face today, and that energy storage plays a key role in the goal. Currently, lithium-ion batteries dominate the market. However, the lithium they rely on is expensive and environmentally harmful due to mining and production processes. So we need something more sustainable. One of the most promising options is the aluminum air batteries. Because aluminum is abundant on the air crust, about 26 times cheaper than lithium, it has a high energy density per volume in comparison of metals like lithium and magnesium. However, despite all of these advantages, we face one obstacle when we use it as anode in this kind of batteries, and it is the aluminum self-corrosion. So our research focus on addressing the problem. For that, we use two strategies. The first one is to alloy aluminum with magnesium, which has been proven in previous studies that can reduce the corrosion rate. And the second one is the use of severe plastic deformation techniques, also known as SPD. As you can see in the image, the main purpose of that is to refine the microstructure of the metals, and that improves some properties like the corrosion resistance. So our first step was to determine the right amount of magnesium that we need to add to the aluminum matrix. And to refine the microstructure, we use high-pressure torsion, one of the most effective SPD techniques. So as you can see in the image, we have two dices that apply a strong pressure to the sample, while the lower die rotates, so we have a material with improved properties. With a combination of both strategies, we get very promising results. So our next step is to produce again the anodes, but this time using recycled aluminum from beverage can. So in this way, we can reduce the environmental impact and move closer to breaking the wall of the sustainable batteries. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of deceptive hygiene. Kaan Yetish, Falling Walls Lab, Turkey.
Did you know that infections are responsible for millions of lives every year? To prevent the spread of these infections, we need to care about our personal hygiene. For a very long time, and still today, we have been using soap and water to do that. But it is water dependent. And we can ask the question that how sustainable it is with the world with climate change. During pandemic, hand sanitizers became much popular. They offered quick and waterless solution, but they show some side effects as well. And we all experience that. Skin irritations, allergies, itching. And more you use those products, the side effects become much apparent. Those products, most of the time, contains alcohol inside, and it evaporates, only offer a short-term protection. During the production of those products, has chemicals that has a high carbon footprint and from non-sustainable ingredients. So we are thinking that we are cleaning our hands, ensuring our hygiene, but on the other side, we are not caring about the people who have sensitive skin and the nature. And that's why we need to break the wall of this deceptive hygiene. And the world is ready for this change. If you look at the statistics, there's a demand for non-alcoholic hand sanitizers. And that's why we developed our product, Cordial. We inspired by nature, but chemicals. We use orange peels and crustacean shells to form our core shell nanoparticles. And this is where our name is coming from. In the center, we have silver, releasing its ions to kill the bacteria. And on top of it, there is a chitosan, which is a natural polymer. It allows the gradual release of these ions. And with this, with offering a long-term protection. And we didn't also want any put parabens so that everyone can use it safely, even the babies. And we are using the waste material as resource. And we have plenty of this. I generated this waste during the break. And that's why we have low cost and eco-friendly manner. For these reasons, our project also aligns with UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our growth vision starts in Mersin, which is a city in Turkey by Mediterranean, which is a great location for both orange supply and global trade. And we want to focus on the people who suffer the most: healthcare workers, students, and families, and sensitive skin users. And we believe that by turning the waste into something valuable, we want to build a step further for more safer and sustainable future. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of cardiac monitoring. Abir Al-Amoudi. Falling Walls Lab, KAUST.
Cardiovascular diseases are the leading cause of death globally, claiming around 20 million lives annually. That's more than the entire population of the Netherlands. Today, there are over 600 million people living with cardiovascular diseases. To detect and monitor cardiovascular diseases, doctors look at the heart from 12 different angles using the 12-lead ECG test. However, this only provides a brief snapshot in time. It's like we're trying to judge an entire book by reading one single page. To understand the full story, we definitely need continuous monitoring. Existing wearables, however, are either comfortable but not reliable, accurate but bulky with wires. The question is then, how can we achieve both comfort and accuracy in one single solution? Well, we can have multiple wireless ECG sensors distributed over the body, communicating with a wearable watch for ECG analysis. Here comes the problem, though. Power. You see, these sensors are designed to operate with small batteries, and with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi communications consuming tens of milliwatts, patients are left with constant recharging. But what if I told you that we don't even need Bluetooth or Wi-Fi to communicate? Instead, we can use our bodies. In my research, I use human body communications, where sensors leverage the body's conductivity to transmit signals through the body using ultra-low power pulses within the safety limits. With this, we can reduce power consumption 10 times compared to Bluetooth, allowing the sensors to last for 60 days longer without recharging. Now, for having multiple sensors over the body communicating, we also need to ensure that they communicate without interfering with one another. I achieved this using non-orthogonal body access, or we call it NOBA, where we allow multiple sensors to communicate at the same time, but with different signal strengths. It's like having multiple people speak at once, but with different volumes, so the listener can still distinguish between their voices. With this, we can have up to 25 sensors communicating at the same time without interfering with one another. With this technology, we can move beyond snapshots at clinics to continuous monitoring in the comfort of our own homes, empowering millions of cardiovascular disease patients and other chronic conditions to live healthier and longer lives. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of unsustainable prostheses. Eric Garber, Falling Walls Lab, Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions.
Thank you. Are you wondering what on earth have pineapple got to do with a prosthesis? I will explain. But first, let's see the wall we face today. This is a prosthesis. It helps individuals who have lost a limb through war, road accident, or disease to be able to walk again. The most critical component is the socket, which connects the body to the prosthesis, providing comfort and stability. Traditionally, this socket is made from carbon fiber composite because of its strength and durability. However, carbon fiber creates 3 big problems, including contributing heavily to greenhouse gas emission. It irritates the skin, and the cost of it prevents others from working again. The World Health Organization estimates that 36 million individuals, that is 90% of people who need this, are not able to access it. Now wait, let me ask you, are we here comfortable that these people wake up each day, are not able to work and chase their dreams like you and I are doing today? Think about it. No, I am not comfortable, and I believe neither are you. This is where the pineapple comes in. But wait, the solution is not in the fruit, but the leaves of the plants after the fruits are harvested. Every year, about 34 million tons of pineapple leaf waste is generated. Majority of it left to rot or burn. But inside the leaves lies the hidden treasure. Fibers that are strong can be sustainably exploited for making eco-friendly prostheses. Think of the soldiers from Ukraine, Gaza, and Israel. What becomes of their life? This is a sample of a technically woven pineapple leaf mat. You can change the flexibility and the strength of this using weaving techniques. As simple as that. You can make it strong, flexible to your taste. Now think about it. The next time you are enjoying the pineapple, remember that you are contributing to someone being able to walk again. Like the Berlin Wall came down, uniting people, giving them opportunity to chase their dreams. Together, we also can break the wall of unsustainable prostheses and promote accessibility to those who need it with the help of pineapple leaf fibers. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Methane, Hatai Tanit Tongtong, Falling Walls Lab, Thailand.
Moo! This is the sound of global warming. The sound of cows burping, farting, and yes, it is actually hurting our environment. How? Because every time when they do, they also release a gas called methane, and this methane is actually a greenhouse gas that is 25 times greater in trapping heat more than carbon dioxide. So if you consider all the cows on this planet as one country, this cow country would rank third in emitting greenhouse gas to the world. But cows, they're not going away because people love beef and people love cheese, right? But what we need to do instead is to make cow industry sustainable. And well, there's actually existing solution like the red seaweed that can cut emissions in cow's stomach. However, even though we have this solution, the price is extremely high and it focuses only on the sustainability part. But you know what? Sustainability doesn't always pay. For farmers, after empathizing them, profit matters. So if you want to help save this planet, you will also need to make more money for farmers too. And that's where Local comes in. We discover a groundbreaking solution, a cow feed supplement made from cacao waste. By using just 2% of the normal intake, we can reduce methane up to 44.52% and can make cows grow faster and healthier. So normally farmers would use around like 15 months to raise a cow. But with Local, our product, only 12 months. So you can save around 3 months and save over $300 per cow as well. So with our solution, sustainability finally pays. And you might wonder, how do we do all this? The answer is cacao waste. Every single year, a ton of cacao waste are being thrown out away. Only in my country, Thailand, 10 million kilograms of cacao waste. Over the globe, 24 billion kilograms. So we see that waste, this waste is not just waste. It's an opportunity. We're giving this cacao waste a second life by turning it to something valuable. After extensive research with experts in the cacao and cattle industry, we found out that cacao waste is actually rich in tannins and polyphenols, and that they are acting like a blocking shield, natural shield, blocking those microbes from producing methane inside the rumen of the cow. So we're giving these cacao wastes a second life, also reducing methane from the cattle industry and reducing methane from the cacao industry at the same time, while also boosting more income for farmers and make this world a little greener. So right now, around 1,000 of cows across Thailand are using our products and this innovative ideas and want to expand for more to create a better impact. So from waste to value, from mood to change. This is how we are breaking the walls of methane. Thank you very, very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Breaking the wall of the untreated. Panayotis Potos, Falling Walls Lab, Greece.
So, as this big brother voice said, I'm here to tell you how to break the wall of the untreated. Untreated are diseases such like autoimmune, idiopathic diseases, or complex diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, brain tumors, Alzheimer, etc. 35% of the population have such diseases or are about to have them. The common thread among these conditions is the fact that with no causality there is no cure, and so on, there is a low quality of life. Besides the therapy, there is also a problem with the diagnosis of these diseases. A mean time for correct diagnose them is about 4 to 5 years. 4 or 5 years before now, our Greek Giannis Antetokounmpo won the NBA Finals, or we were in the middle of the pandemic, just to let you know how much this is. So, our project is called ETIA, and it comes from the Greek word etia, which means cause. We seek to explain the invisible architecture behind of each such complex disease. Our methodology starts with the part of AI hierarchical clustering, an AI algorithm, interconnection algorithm that connects people people with the same condition to the same group. After this, we have find a classic genetic formula that we have evolved it to a new one in order to find a way to put in it not only the genetic angle of the problem, but also the environmental, the epigenetic factors, the microbiome factors, the psychological factors, etc. This formula provides us with causality probabilities that connect each factor with each disease. Finally, we have constructed a visualization, a hyperchromosome that connects all the factors together, all the factors, and it is based on Minkowski space geometry. Through this methodology, we provide with valuable material, pharmaceutical entities, research companies, etc., in order to find new therapies for further research and with the hope for better and higher quality of life for these patients. I work on this project for about 6 years, and I draw strength to do more and more years. We're not here to ring the doorbell of this sound effect. We're here to crack this wall. Okay? Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of brain tumor environments. Julia Bugajska, Falling Walls Lab, Switzerland.
Welcome to talk number 89. I hope you're all still with us, because this is the first talk that focuses on children. So as you all know, our environments are very formative as we grow up. It turns out the same goes for brain tumors. They grow, they adapt, and they resist therapy depending on their own environments. So our goal is to unravel that complex environment for brain tumors in children. And brain tumors are actually the leading cause of cancer-related death in kids. And among them, high-grade gliomas are rare, but they are devastating. It's a diagnosis that gives families only 9 to 12 months. And one of the reasons why we still lack effective treatments is because the map of the tumor microenvironment that influences therapy is still incomplete. So without this map, we're navigating therapy almost blind. Now, today, spatial proteomics can partially draw this map. Multiplex immunofluorescence is one such method, where you can visualize dozens of proteins inside and around the tumor. But this method is expensive, it's slow, and it's rarely used in clinic. On the other hand, the workhorse of the clinic is an H&E stain. It's cheap, it's fast, it's used everywhere. The problem is it only shows us the basic tumor structures, not the molecular detail. So we want to break the wall between these two worlds by predicting the tumor microenvironment directly from the H&E using AI. Now, as we all know, to build an AI model, we need lots of data. So we built the largest pediatric brain tumor data set that focuses on high-grade gliomas. Each of these little dots you see on the screen is a tissue sample from a child's brain. And our data set has over 800 of such tissue samples. And each of those has a paired H&E and immunofluorescence image. Now, with this unique data set, we built a prediction tool that is able to predict the spatial protein distribution from an H&E image. And this tool is based on very powerful pathology foundation models that were pre-trained on hundreds of thousands of H&E images. And now, here you can appreciate how spatially accurate these predictions are, even on an independent set or cohort of H&E images. So what once took days in a lab can now appear on screen in seconds. And with this whole tool, we want to bring molecular insights to centers and hospitals that do not have a high-tech lab environment. And we can also unlock knowledge in pathology archives which have tissues that are too old for molecular analysis. So by breaking the wall of the invisible tumor microenvironment, we will navigate the next generation of brain tumor therapy for children.
Breaking the wall of microbial teamwork. Tanvi Taparia, Falling Walls Lab, Denmark.
What a long and warm summer we had this year. For many, it was perfect beach weather. For farmers, it was a disaster. Over half the harvest lost to drought and to disease. And this is not an oddity. Climate extremes are becoming the new normal. To cope, we rely on some very harmful agrochemicals that seep into our soils, our water sources, our bodies. But nature has a solution: microbes. Tiny, tiny things that live in the soil that naturally protect plants against stress. There's a twist, though. They also attack and defend, trade and compete, collaborate and cheat. Despite their very social lives, most microbial products that farmers have access to are single strains, a solo performance, and they do not work as they should out in the field. Imagine just violinists trying to create a symphony. Well, it'll be pretty hard without the other instruments, right? Enter my scientific breakthrough, microbial orchestras. Teams of microbes that are designed to work together. By zooming in literally on individual grains of soil, I discovered that microbes respond to peer pressure, just like we do, and they choose their neighbors very wisely. So, in this 1 gram of soil are more alliances and betrayals than there are people on Earth. And I effectively mapped alliances that would allow me to assemble microbial teams that cooperate. The result? A 20% increase in yield compared to chemical treatments in real farms in Denmark. My startup is now scaling across multiple crops and stressors with upcoming trials in the fields in Italy and India. With this, We have opportunity to have crops that are tolerant to stresses, a broken dependency on chemical pesticides, insecticides, fertilizers, a restored soil biodiversity. Here is opportunity to feed a growing population in the face of a changing climate and without poisoning our environment. By simply decoding microbial behavior, we can turn the soils under our feet into a symphony. If only we are open to listening. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of unsustainable carbon. Niladrisha Harshocha, Falling Walls Lab, Singapore.
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, today we face a paradox. 39 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide flood our atmosphere annually. Our current solution to reduce these emissions, it's just like emptying a swimming pool with a teaspoon. Direct air capture is energy intensive and economically broken, costing between $600 to $1,000 per ton. Even nature's brilliant system, photosynthesis, is too slow and inefficient for today's time. But what if I say that we can engineer this photosynthesis and create something that would work some hundreds of times faster? Yes, it's no more a science fiction. This is my promise of breaking the wall of unsustainable carbon conversion. So let me take you through what we do actually. We turn this carbon dioxide into fuel precursors by just using solar energy. How? By using artificial quantum-enhanced photosynthesis. Our biohybrid arrays would amplify this conversion by 500 times and then capture this carbon dioxide and turn it into valuable fuels, targeting a gigaton scale sequestration. Okay, let's imagine this whole thing. Imagine giving the nature's enzymes or photosynthesis a supercomputer and a solar amplifier. We use quantum-engineered, ultra-efficient light harvesting materials. This light harvesting antenna would capture solar energy at an efficiency of over 45%, and with quantum coherence, transfer this whole energy that we observe to our synthetic bioenzyme networks. Now, our bioenzyme networks has one task, and it does that flawlessly, converting this carbon dioxide into valuable chemical bonds, and that too at a breathtaking rate. This architecture, a quantum biohybrid array, is a breakthrough in nanomaterial fabrication and protein engineering. The result, a system that is 85% efficient in converting carbon dioxide into chemical bonds like ethanol and formic acid. We are going ahead with 70% more energy efficiency and getting the capture costs down to $150 compared to $600 of direct air capture. That's less than 4 times. So now we also break the economic wall, by creating a revenue stream from the cost of converting this carbon to make the world cooler. And that too for just formic acid of 2.5 billion USD. And that market is also expected to rise up to 3.2 billion USD. And imagine, if it's just for formic acid, what about the other chemical bonds? Our solution is scalable, powered solely by sunlight, and paves the way for a sustainable carbon economy. Thank you, everybody. We break the wall of unsustainable carbon conversion.
Breaking the wall of antibiotic resistance. Luma Clarindo Lopez. Falling Walls Lab, Manitoba.
In June 2023, 18-year-old Thomas did something many of us do without a second thought. He popped a pimple. But just days later, he developed excruciating neck pain and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors quickly admitted him into the intensive care. The shocking diagnosis: he had been infected by a superbug, a dangerous type of bacteria resistant to most antibiotics. That tiny spot had given the bacteria a doorway into his bloodstream. none of the antibiotics worked, and within a week, Thomas tragically lost his life. Stories like his reveals a silent crisis, antibiotic resistance. Bacteria are evolving faster than our medicines, and the drugs we once relied on often no longer work. In 2019, antibiotic resistance was linked to 5 million deaths around the world, and by 2050, this death toll could reach 10 million annually, turning routine infections into life-threatening emergencies. Doctors can run tests to find the right antibiotic, but these tests are slow, expensive, and require specialized labs. Results can take days. In emergencies, doctors are forced to guess, trying multiple antibiotics and hoping one works. But half of the time, those treatments fail. Patients get sicker, resistance spreads, and lives are lost. But what if doctors could know the right treatment within minutes? That's what my research is working on, the pocket sensor. Imagine a device small enough to fit in your pocket that it can identify antibiotic resistance and recommend the best treatment in only 15 minutes. Here is how it works. A patient sample goes into a small chamber. Inside of this chamber, bacteria interact with a sensor that detects signs of resistance. And the results appear instantly on a smartphone or a tablet. It's fast, affordable, requires no special training, and can test multiple antibiotics at once. And because it's portable, it's ideal for remote clinics or low-resource areas where infections are common, but healthcare is scarce. Finding the right antibiotic quickly can mean the difference between life and death. Thomas's story might have ended differently if such a tool had been available. The fight against antibiotic resistance is one of the greatest challenges of our time. But with innovations like Pocket, we have a chance to turn the tide. Faster answers, better treatments, and most importantly, lives saved.
Breaking the wall of biomarker measurement. Arash Mirhashemi, Falling Walls Lab, Eastern Finland.
Joint problems like pain, stiffness, limited range of movements are among the most common signs of aging. In most cases, the problem is a chronic disease called osteoarthritis. It damages the cartilage tissue that cushions our joints. 240 million people suffers from it worldwide. In the US alone, around $136 billion is the cost of healthcare annually. 1 million cases end up with knee or hip replacement surgery. To change this, we need better research, and the first step is to be able to characterize the cartilage, that is, to measure its properties, or the so-called biomarkers. Things like tissue thickness, water content, chemical composition, and mechanical strength. But the problem is, the current methods, such as those based on histology, like the slide I'm holding here, it takes time to prepare these, and the sample is destroyed in the process. So you can't measure changes over time or combine techniques. So that's the wall I aim to break, to measure biomarkers non-destructively in real time. Our solution is based on hyperspectral imaging. Unlike the RGB cameras in your phones that captures 3 colors per pixel, red, green, and blue, a hyperspectral camera collects hundreds of wavelengths, giving a rich, light-based fingerprint at every point. So we hypothesize that this fingerprint contains clues about key tissue biomarkers. So you can estimate indirectly these biomarkers from the spectral data. For example, imagine you want to measure the thickness of the cartilage on this sample. So what you want is this thickness map. All you need to do is to capture the spectral image from the surface of the sample. Then our trained AI model estimates or approximates the answer for you. No cutting, no waiting, just capturing an image and running the model. Over the past 2 years, we have developed a working prototype, tested it with bovine and human sample data, and applied a European patent. Although currently the focus is on research applications, our method is designed for clinical use. Once miniaturized, it can fit into a surgical arthroscope and shows doctors the location, extent, and severity of the cartilage injury. It helps surgeons to decide if they want to preserve, repair, or replace the tissue. It enables early intervention before damage becomes irreversible and pain permanent. Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of insect protein risks. Nicolette Marocai taught. Falling Walls Lab, Budapest.
Insect protein is used for animal feed. Why? It requires less resources. Insect protein could reduce Europe's croplands by over 50%, freeing up space to grow food for humans, saving vast amounts of water, and cutting CO2 emissions. Insect protein is not just a trend. It is the key to a sustainable future. On one hand, the insect protein market is expanding dynamically. By 2030, its estimated worth is about $1 billion. On the other hand, this field has one issue, which is quality assurance. After every step of insect protein production, they need to check for hazards, like bacteria, to make sure that it is clean and safe. But quality assurance was not made for insect protein. As a result, producers need to transport hundreds of samples every day to external laboratories, where they check for hazards one by one and take over a week. During this time, infections don't just show up, they multiply. Moreover, this costs around 25,000 euros every month. We aim to solve this with our quality assurance system that consists of three main parts: a spectroscope, our chemical compounds, and a software for data analysis. Our system is based on multi-component analysis, meaning we can detect all hazards at one time at the same go. So this way, it is cheaper, costing only 10,000 euros instead of 25,000 euros, and it is faster, taking only 1 hour instead of 1 week. We are unique in our approach because with us, insect protein companies don't have to seek help externally. Our device can be integrated into their factories. Our product is under development for market entry. Our next step is proving its efficiency, not only in a laboratory, but in a pilot plant as well. We have secured the financial stability this requires, and Hungary's biggest insect protein company is ready to test our product. Our team is filled with a variety of professions and experiences that allow both for business expertise and for technological advancements. Our goal is to enable insect protein companies, because improved quality assurance improves our world. It makes the production faster, and more insect protein means more sustainable animal feed. It's for our environment, and it ensures that diseases do not spread and do not eventually infect our food systems. It is for all of our safety. We are solving a real issue. We are enabling sustainable options. Thank you for your attention.
Breaking the wall of hidden heart damage. Mokshit Satish. Falling Walls Lab, Riyadh.
If you could all briefly close your eyes and imagine this. A young mother in her 30s, seemingly healthy, is laughing with her family while watching her favorite sunset. But a few hours later, she dies from a sudden heart attack. Right now, as I'm speaking, someone's mother is calling her fatigue just another long day. Someone's sister is blaming her racing heartbeat on anxiety. And someone's partner is swallowing an antacid for what feels like indigestion. But little do they know is that they could be minutes away from an impending heart attack. But here's the harsh reality. Doctors are 7 times more likely to misdiagnose them simply because they're women. This isn't rare, but routine. cardiovascular disease is the world's single largest health burden, affecting over 520 million people globally. It remains the leading killer of women worldwide, claiming over 9.6 million women life every single year. That's more than all cancers combined. This isn't rare. Here in Europe, it claims the lives of over 55% of all female deaths. And in Germany specifically, it's responsible for 40% of all deaths. And this is the wall I'm here to break, the wall of hidden heart damage in women. I present to you the AI patch, a thin wearable patch designed specifically for the female body, a sentinel, silent but vigilant, continuously monitoring the trifecta of female cardiac distress, which includes heart rhythm, biochemical biomarkers, and microvascular changes. Its AI brain is trained on women-specific data, detecting the faint patterns that medicine has often ignored for decades, providing early alert to the woman herself and her doctor before irreversible heart damage is done. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just an upgrade. This is a paradigm shift from reactive cardiology to proactive cardiology. Studies in The Lancet, a leading medical journal, show that this level of AI monitoring could reduce cardiac deaths by up to 30% in high-risk groups. This isn't just data. That's nearly 3 million mothers, sisters, and partners saved from an early end year after year. We have left the hearts of half the world population in shadows, and this AI patch brings it into light, ensuring that every woman's heart is finally seen, finally heard, and finally saved. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we break the wall of hidden heart damage in women. Thank you, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of painful palatal healing. Nick Madiha, Nick Aziz. Falling Walls Lab, Kuala Lumpur.
Hello. Good afternoon. What if I told you that the most painful part of gum surgery, it is actually not at the gum itself. It is where we harvest the tissues from. Every year, thousands of patients undergo gum surgery, while the gum, the site of the surgery, tends to heal beautifully. But the area where we take the tissues from, which is the palate, is left with a raw and exposed area. This raw and exposed area can cause prolonged pain, bleeding, and impaired function. Today, dentists such as myself worldwide standardly place collagen dressing from an animal origin. This collagen sponge is harvested from animals and placed to cover the exposed area. While it tends to work, it comes with 3 different problems. First, the cost, and the cost can be prohibitive for many populations. Second, the environmental cost, the cost of harvesting this from the animals, sterilizing, processing, packaging, sending it all away out. And the third, the most important one for my population, is the cultural beliefs, where some people from their different ethnicities and cultures do not actually accept having animal-based biomaterials in their mouth. So we need a solution that is, 1, affordable, 2, culturally acceptable, and environmentally safe and green as well. And our idea is simple. It is to reuse what we already have. In our double-blind randomized control trial, we recruited 36 participants. For the control group, they used the standard collagen plug dressing from an animal origin, while for the test group, we used the tissues harvested from the palate, sliced it into 2 parts, the epithelial part and the connective tissue part. And the connective tissue part, we reuse it to build the gums where we wanted the surgery to be done. But the epithelial part, which is usually discarded as medical waste, we used this back and sutured it back to the palate, somehow like a natural dressing or natural bandage. So the outcome, it was first, certainly more effective than the old collagen plug from animal origin. Second, patients had less pain and better functional recovery. And the outcome is certainly better. The test group performed better than the control group. So while we developed this technique specially for gamma surgery, this principle of recycling one's own tissue to use in other parts of the body can one day transform how we manage wound care, for example, in burns patients, accidents, or other injuries. By breaking this wall of wound care, we aim to make wound care kinder, acceptable, sustainable, and more cost-effective. Our vision, healing powered by the body itself, nature's own bandage. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of cancer treatment. Esther Marakova. Falling Walls Lab, Wrocław.
That's not me. I'm sorry guys, I'm sorry. That's not me. I wasn't introduced, okay.
Breaking the wall of agriculture. Katlero Botzelo. Falling Walls Lab, Gaborone, Botswana.
Dumelang, good day everyone. My name is Katlero Botzelo. I am a handsome chemist and a co-founder of 4Chem05 Solutions, which is a company pioneered by 4 intelligent forensic scientists and 1 handsome chemist. And yes, we make fertilizer from hair. Every year, Botswana alone produces 600 to 900 tons of biological hair waste, either from tanneries, abattoirs, or maybe even hair salons, most of which ends up being burned in landfills, contributing immensely to global warming. At the same time, our farmers import over 80% of their fertilizers, paying higher costs for chemicals that not only degrade the qualities of our soils, but traps us in dependency. At 4Chem05 Solutions, we ask ourselves a bold question. What if this underutilized waste could be used to grow food? And our answer, ladies and gentlemen, is Fertex, which is an organic bioliquid fertilizer made from biological hair waste and other biodegradable waste resources. With just 1 ton of this underutilized hair waste, we're able to manufacture 3,000 liters of concentrated Fertex, enough to fertilize hectares of farmland. Now, here's why it matters. It is eco-friendly, seeing as though it is made up of an organic molecule. It is easily applied and has slow nutrient release tendencies. It is nutrient-rich. Ladies and gentlemen, hair is a fancy name for protein keratin, packed with nitrogen, calcium, potassium, which are essential for soil nourishment and plant growth. Fertex is also patented and proven, not only in the lab, but through our trials of spinach, onions, rape, that show higher yields, strong and healthy plants, and most importantly, lucrative harvests. And beyond just farming benefits, Fertex also supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which are SDG 2, 12, 13, and 8, among others. And Fertex is just the beginning. At 4Chem05 Solutions, we're also developing eco-friendly pesticides, herbicides, and natural dyes. So the next time you get a haircut, don't just think of style. Think of greens, beans, potatoes, or maybe even the color of your shirt. But the truth is, we're just a startup with a big vision, but small pockets. We need investments to scale up, partnerships to increase trials and validations, as well as mentorship to navigate markets and policies. Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands in nurturing nature naturally by breaking the walls of agriculture, soil degradation, and food insecurity, 1 drop of Fertex at a time. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of cancer treatment. Esther Marakova. Falling Walls Lab, Wrocław.
Imagine you are young, on top of the world, when suddenly your body turns against you. Fatigue, night sweats, bone pain. And then you hear the devastating words, You have cancer. Doctors today have many tools to treat you with: chemo, radiation, surgery. But choosing the right treatment is still like gaming in the dark, and roughly half of all patients don't survive. And even for survivors, the treatment often leaves scars as deep as the disease itself. Now, I want you to imagine a side effect of cancer treatment. When I asked my friends, they all said hair loss. But that's only the surface. The real damage often strikes inside. Traditional treatments attack our whole bodies, even our healthy tissues, and not just the tumor. Suffering from organ damage, cognitive impairment, or even secondary cancer can greatly lower the quality of a patient's life and even lead to their passing. And that is the wall we must break. Our idea begins with a protein called cytochrome C. This tiny molecule already lives in every cell of your body. Under normal conditions, it stays safely tucked away inside mitochondria, the cell's powerhouse. But when a cell receives the signal to die, cytochrome C is released. This mechanism turns cytochrome C deadly and triggers natural cell death. If we could deliver this protein into cancer cells, we could destroy them from within. Unfortunately, however, you have to think of cytochrome C as the teenager you have at home. Sometimes difficult to work with, occasionally moody, breaks down easily, and is very hard to keep in a stable yet active form. And if you think you already have enough problems, this protein will simply not enter cells on its own. So we turn to Mother Nature for inspiration. We built a Trojan horse, bio-inspired lipid nanoparticles. These nanoparticles mimic the very mitochondria where cytochrome C belongs. Thanks to their lipid structure, they can keep cytochrome C in an active state, ready to get smuggled into the tumor. And since they are made of lipids, the same building blocks as our own cells, these nanoparticles are safe, gentle, and accepted by the body. Unlike strange proteins, lipid nanoparticles get eaten by cancer cells very easily. Now, being inside the Trojan horse, cytochrome C can slip inside cancer cells. Once released, it triggers their self-destruct button, killing the tumor while sparing the healthy tissues. This is how we break the wall of traditional cancer treatment, by turning on the body's own weapon against cancer without the devastating side effects. This is a future where cancer is disarmed by the body's own biology and not by collateral damage. Thank you.
Breaking the Wall of Epilepsy Management. Amat Hamid, Falling Walls Lab, Khartoum, Kigali.
Epilepsy is a disorder of electrical charges of the brain. About 50 million people around the world suffer from epilepsy. Usually in the hospital, they predict epilepsy by using medical trained dogs. It smells volatile chemicals of patient bodies like isoprene and acetone and aldehydes. And they treat the disease by surgery by putting electronic device in patient chest and connecting this device with the internal vagus nerve of the neck to make electrical stimulation of brain. Our solution is smart medical watch, consists of a mobile application. This watch predicts epilepsy before an hour, and we're creating smart sensors that detect volatile chemicals like isoprene and acetone and aldehydes, volatiles of patient bodies before seizures. And supporting this sensor with another sensors like heart rate sensor and blood pressure sensor, and accelerometer to detect patient falls down, because epilepsy patients fall down during seizures, and also vibration sensor because epilepsy patients shaking themselves. And also we add EMG to detect brain waves through the hand. And also the watch doing wireless electrical stimulation of brain to treat the disease through the hand by reducing unwanted action potential that making unwanted movement caused by electrical potential between sodium and potassium. The watch also determine patient location by the smart GPS system embedded in the watch. And we validated the project and we won a patent and make preclinical trials of the project and publish it in international organization as a proof of concept. And also we won an international award from Qatar in Entrepreneurship for Sustainability and Impact Conference by University of Qatar, and in Turkey, and from the National Research Council of Thailand. And thank you.
Breaking the wall of clean cooking fuels. Candace Eslick. Falling Walls Lab, Cape Town.
Last but not least, and don't worry, this is safe, completely safe for everyone. Right. The picture you see on the screen shows a group of women traveling home after spending several hours collecting firewood, fuel that they'll burn to cook a meal for their families. This is the reality of over 2 billion people across low-income households in the world, as they rely on polluting fuels like coal and biomass just to conduct everyday household activities like cooking and heating. And this situation is exacerbated in developing countries. These fuels are burned on inefficient stoves. They emit black carbon and volatile organic compounds, which contributes to climate change and severe health consequences. In 2020 alone, the World Health Organization reports 3.2 million deaths were attributed to household air pollution. And it is typically women and children that are disproportionately affected due to their roles in fuel collection and cooking, often facing increased exposure to exhaust fumes and reduced economic and educational opportunities. So, to address this energy inequality, the World Health Organization promotes the use of clean fuels like liquefied petroleum gas, or LPG, otherwise known as gas. LPG is a catalyst for energy accessibility, and its use in household activities results in reduced CO2 emissions. But it is still a fossil fuel, and its contribution to greenhouse gases is equivalent to that of the aviation industry. This wall presents an opportunity to innovate. At GreenQuest, we are developing green liquefied fuel gas, or green LFG for short, a synthetic equivalent but sustainable alternative to fossil LPG, which is made by combining captured CO2 and renewable hydrogen. Now, to convert this feedstock into our green LFG, it takes several catalytic reaction steps to get there. And many of these reaction steps are already commercially established technologies. However, we reach a roadblock in the final reaction step. And this is something that I chose to dive into. So in our lab, we demonstrated that this reaction is possible, and we successfully optimized this reaction. We also showed that we can fully convert a renewable intermediate into green LFG. Building on this success, we scaled up from the lab to a mini plant to produce 6 kilograms of green LFG, which has been successfully tested in a conventional cook stove. As you can see in this video over here, green LFG performs identically to fossil LPG, whether you're cooking, heating, or lighting, or even just burning. So looking ahead, we're on to pilot plant scale to produce a mass amount of green LFG for field trials. And in the end, we've got the heat, we've got the energy, and now it's time to use green LFG to break the walls of clean cooking fuels. Thank you.
Well done. All right. Well, day has turned to night. We've done some chanting, some Mexican waves, and a little too many schnick, schnack, schnooks. And we have heard 100 finalist pitches! Incredible. It has been an unbelievable day with 100 amazing pitches. I do not envy our jury right now. So I'm going to announce very quickly what is happening next, and then it'll be time to leave this room. So, the awards ceremony for not just lab, but also for the female science talents for venture and engage. So all 4 of the breakthrough categories will begin at 6:15 in this very room. Before that, from 5:15 to 6:15, there will be the amazing Ig Nobels show taking place here. It's a humorous, light-hearted celebration of, let's say, unusual scientific achievements and highly recommended to attend. So recommend you come to the first one and then you stick around, of course, for the awards at 6:15, which will last between 45 minutes and an hour. Until then, feel free to enjoy your break, network, and jury, when I say so in just a second, please this time take your iPads with you. Everyone else, please ensure that you take all of your belongings with you and leave the room when I finish speaking in just a moment. Do we have something coming up on the screen about a few things that are happening also in the future? If so, if not, yes, save the date for the next 2 or 3 days. On the 7th of November, you can hear more about Lab in the morning. On the 8th, there is the Next Generation Science meetup. And on the 9th, you can meet all of the breakthrough winners. Those are the people who are going to win today in the awards ceremony from all of the different projects. So great things happening related to the breakthroughs in the coming days. Finally, if you'd like to find out more about Lab, and you're not part of Lab already, please find our colleague Saskia. This is the contact details. She's also around pretty much all of these days. All there is to say now is for the Lab winners, please, as soon as I finish speaking, can all of, Lab finalists, can you all please come up to the stage for a very quick group photo? So all the Lab finalists just come up to the stage, a very quick group photo. For everyone else, thank you for your energy, your patience, and your inspirations. Congrats on an amazing pitch session. See you at 6:15. Lab finalists, please come to the stage for a very quick group photo. Well done, everyone.